Well, first, good day to you, one and all. And this is the third round of 6-hour races that we're having with Western Province Sports and GT. Welcome to you, one and all. Joining me, Mike's side today, the regular voices of iRacing South Africa, Frankie Yennis. Good day to you.
Good day, everybody, and welcome to Sebring International Circuit in Florida, USA.
And then also joining us, FC Nieuwoud. Good day to you.
Good afternoon, Gary and Frankie and everybody listening to us at home. Wonderful to have you here with us at the 6 hour of Sebring for the Sports and GT Master Series.
Well, this is the third of the 3-hour races that have been provided by Mike Verrier on behalf of the Sports and GT Masters from West Province Motor Club Killarney International Raceway. We are 7.5 minutes short of the end of qualifying. And Frankie, look at those teams out there. 16 teams, star-studded name list.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's going to be absolutely amazing. The number 14 car is up there in pole position. And that is the Keegan Masters team, and that is part of the Campos Transport team, and Keegan Masters is in there with Keegan Campos and Matt Shorter. What a team that's going to be. These are drivers that used to take part in the old Formula Volkswagen series in South Africa. They used to do the Formula 1600s, Volkswagen Polo Cup, and the Global Touring Car series. So these boys are in the open category, and my word, I think to catch this team today, you're going to have to be somebody and something special.
Well, let's have a look there. The Campos Racing team right up top. And while Campos Racing, we know that's going to be pretty quick. Keegan Campos, Keegan Masters, and Matt Shorter. The ASRC team that's out there, that's what you see on the screen at the moment. Also going to be blinding the quick Elliot Simpson and Richard Wanders. Now that team is slightly unknown to us, but look at the lap times that they've got out there. It's going to be very quick. Gazoo Racing in the third position on the timing sheets.
Yeah, Gazoo Racing out there in that third position so far for qualifying. That's Willem Botha, Johan Engelbrecht and François Hubert piloting that Dallara LMP2 in that third position. In currently holding the fourth position, Jason Coetzee in the number 9 car. That is for Durant Motorsport, Jason Coetzee and Byron Mitchell, the gentlemen that will be piloting those Dallaras today. And they're currently holding that fourth spot with Kevin Jimenez in that fifth position, Frankie.
Yes, Kevin Jimenez is part of the Avante Esports team, and he's got Esteban Murcia with him and Stuart White. My goodness, Stuart White did so very well about 2 weeks ago when he raced the 24 hours of Spa. He was part of the Bentley team, and sadly, while doing so very well in that top 3, I think they might even have been leading if my facts are right. They were involved in a major accident coming up Eau Rouge and Radion, and they absolutely totaled that Bentley. But he will be in there, Kevin Jimenez, with the likes of Stewie White and Esteban Murcia.
Next up in there behind them is also going to be a very quick team. Graham Stephen, the man out on circuit for them at the moment now. The Lada Classic cars, Lada cars down here in Cape Town, very much involved with the best of the best that you can find on 4 wheels out there on the road, and very much involved with motorsport as well. And that Lauda team is made up of Graham Stephen, Peter van der Spey, Captain Pete, and Ian Riddle. So they are going to be pretty quick as well.
Yes, Gary, the Lauda team actually sponsors the Sports and GT section at the Western Province Motor Club, does Lauda Classic cars.
Currently sitting there in that 7th position is the 524 International team there of Krzysztof Jachura, Erwin Lukas Litskowicz. So those are our 2 drivers, and that's Erwin Litskowicz that has put up that time for that 7th slot on the grid up until now. Behind them,
FC, I'm led to believe we were chatting to Sander Bakari at Killarney yesterday, and that is an all Polish team.
Yeah, Polish team. So some of our international drivers out there all the way from Poland. That is, like we said, the 77 car of Krzysztof Jachura and Erwin Liskowicz. That'll be campaigning that number 77 car. In 8th place, Team iRSA Green in the 88 car, and that is piloted today by Corne Breet, Raymond Duggan and Jaco Steyn.
Now, we've seen Raymond Duggan in the previous 6 hour. Blindingly quick is Raymond Duggan. So that's another team. I think they've actually shortchanged themselves a bit on the qualifying as such. I think they're actually a stronger team than 8th overall with the 88 car on the grid. No reference to all the 8s. 1.1 seconds slower than the Campos outfit out there. But Raymond Duggan, no doubt, a very, very quick driver in his own right. And that for the iRSA Green team.
And then next one in the 22 with the Lara P217 is a Team Hubert racing outfit, and that's the entire Hubert family, or of the Hubert family. Davy Hubert, Peter Hubert, and Swiss Hubert will be out there in car number 22 for Team Hubert Racing, currently sitting there in that 9th position.
In 10th spot, Scuderia Bakari Plitt. That is, of course, Sandra Bakari, Leonardo Bakari, and Colin Plitt bringing up that 10th position in the number 72 car. And that is Sandra Bakari that's currently out there doing the qualifying stint for Team or Scuderia Bakari Plitt. And yeah, also blindingly quick guys out there. And it'll be interesting to see how they move up through the field.
There behind that is the Bandit Racing team. And that's a new name to us, the Bandit Racing team. And the riders there, Timothy Stainton, Devon Lismore. Welcome, Devon, to our form of motorsport that we like to do on a Wednesday night and a Sunday afternoon. Partnered up there with Greg Adams as well.
Right, and then in 12th position is Team Old Boys in car number 111. And funny you should leave that one for me. I'm not the oldest of this team. In any case, that is Willem Pinaar. That's out there in the UK, and his teammate is, as Gary likes to call him, the comeback kid, Robbie Teams.
Sitting there in the 13th position, the Team Cheaper Cars.co.za. In the number 13 car, that is, of course, Herman Lazarus and Andre Steenkamp. They're currently holding car number 13, holding position number 13 on the starting grid so far. Then in the 14th position, first for esports, that is the car number 5 in that 14th slot, Devon Piazza Musso, Adrian Wood and Brad Benningfield. And Adrian Wood currently the man in that number 5 car, piloting it out there for qualifying, sitting in 14th position.
Yeah, and as we go on down the leaderboard, the next one is the A-Call 24/7 and Sujin team, car number 2. And that car will be piloted today by Mike Verrier. He's of A-Call 24/7, Steve McCarthy of Sujin, and our South African driver that lives in Germany, namely Paul Valesco.
Well, that pretty much wraps up all the teams. You can see we're on 5 seconds to go till the end of the 1 hour qualifying. So it's going to be open class and masters class. If you have a look at this screen, you will see where there is a M in brackets alongside the team name. That is a masters team. And then the ones that do not have the M alongside it, that is pretty much the open class, or as we like to refer to them, pretty much the pros out there. That is mainly the youngsters and some very, very quick car driver combinations amongst that lot.
Well, Gary, we've got a message here from Corne Breet from Team iRSA Racing. It looks like Raymond Duggan and Jaco Steyn will be in that team. Corne Breet could not make it out there today, so it will probably just be then Raymond and Jaco that will be campaigning the iRSA Racing Green team.
One noticeable grouping that is not there, the team Let's Go. Oompie Swart, Troy Dolenchik and Julian from the Yaris, previous winners, and they're not going to be out there today, so not sure exactly how that works. Pity, because that is probably one of the teams to catch out there. The qualifying session, 59 minutes, 59 seconds of the hour. It's all done. Just waiting for the grids to come up. The computer will work it out for us, and as soon as that comes up. So 2 classes, open class for the pros and the masters class, which is the over 40 years of age. 2,000 Rand prize money for the winners, and then of each class, and then also for the second place, R1,000. The Sebring local time is being used for this race as such, and Frankie, for the first time we will be ending the race local time in the dark.
Yeah, it's going to be dark there out in Sebring International, at Sebring International Raceway there in Florida, by the time the checkered flag comes out for the end of the 6 hour. And another team that's not out there is the other Durant Motorsport team of John Henry Vaughan and John T. Weiss. It's a pity that we've lost them. And then the second team, Joubert of Renier and Charles Joubert, also did not make it out onto the grid. So there are a couple of teams that we thought would make it. And then we were hoping, like Gary said, that Team Turbo would be out there, Luc Lucchesi and Johan Fourie, but sadly they did not make it out onto the grid as well. But I think the biggest loss is the fact that the team Let's Go of Umpi, Troy and Julian is not out there. So I see the checkered flag is out, which means that the qualifying session has been done. So now the guys will reset and reboot. That's what the computer will do, and then we will go racing 6 hours at Sebring International Circuit.
Keegan Campos on pole position, alongside him Elliot Simpson, Francois Joubert on the second row of the grid with Erwin Liskowitz, third row Byron Mitchell with Kevin Jimenez. Let's look at those team names, and let's see what we can pick up a little bit further down. It's Graham Stephen from Raymond Duggan, Peter Joubert and Sandra Bakari rounding out the top 10 with Greg Adams and then Willem Pina.
Right, so we are about to go racing, and so I just got confirmation from Corne Briat that he is in. It's Jaco Stein that could not make it out there, so big thanks there to Corne. We just misunderstood that one. So we are going to go. So Greg Adams, Willem Pina, Steenkamp and Wood, Mike Verrier and Wayne Camage, that rounds off the top 16 out there.
Well, there's the grid as you see it. It's going to be awesome stuff, no doubt about it. Looking forward to this. That's what the track map looks like. A big thanks to Clubsport for their sponsorship of this event. You can see everybody standing there on the grid. Rolling start it will be.
Right, we are about to go green. Second Gear Productions with Gary Fleming, myself, Frankie Yennis and FC Nivert. Hello everybody from the studio here in Cape Town, RSA, for round 3 of the iRacing, the SAI Racing Endurance Championship. Today we come to you from Sebring International Circuit in Florida, and we are about to go green pretty soon for 6 hours of absolute fantastic racing out there, FC. As I see the pickup truck is on the circuit, that will be the pace vehicle to take them around. All drivers out there, Masters and Open Class, in the LMP2 Delaras P217s.
Right, as Frankie said, they're all lined up there behind the pace car, getting them off that back straight known as the Ullman Straight, and they're going to go into that big long turn corner number 17. It all counts as one corner, 17 corners on the circuit, and they're going to get into the main straight now, where the start finish line will be waiting for them, and we're going to go racing pretty soon. As soon as they cross that line, the green lights are on and they're off. And look at how they fly. Keegan Masters maintaining that first position. Richard Wanders up there. Erwin Liskowitz makes a position up there, but Francois Joubert takes it right back.
Well, they dive into turn number 1. That's at left hand. They're going to have to be very careful. This is a very long track. It's about 6Ks or close to 6Ks for for one lap. It's Masters, it's Wanders, Joubert, Byron Mitchell and Erwin Liskowitz. That's the first 5 cars as they make their way around towards the back part of Sebring International Raceway.
Yeah, the guys are settling into those positions now. There seems to be a bit of a scrap there with Graham Stephen in that 8th position, trying to catch the guys ahead of them. Hard on the brakes they go, right back up to the front of the field. Francois Joubert in that 3rd spot. He's trying to catch a slipstream there behind Richard Wanders in the number 12 car, as Keegan Masters not pulling away from the field. He's just hanging in front there, with Richard Wanders keeping him very honest, and Francois Joubert right on their case.
As in that Denso Toyota hybrid sponsored Delara P217, and Francois is right on the case of our international driver Richard Wanders. that sits there in that second position. But Keegan Masters is going to be a very, very hard man to catch. That entire number 14 team is going to be very, very, very tough to catch. And that team consists of Keegan Masters, Keegan Campos, and Matt Shorter. And these are drivers that know South African racetracks, are of the best out there. But they are in Florida today. Look at them, FC. They are 3 abreast as they race down the home straight.
Down the Ullman Straight they go into turn 17. It is still Masters leading them there, but he's got to the likes of Richard Waters and Francois Hubert all over him. But Byron Mitchell has taken a gap there, gotten past Hubert as Hubert ran wide in the Gazoo car out there, and he drops down to 4th position.
Well, now they go down the home straight into turn number 1, that left-hander. It's Masters. And it is Wanders, Mitchell, Francois Hubert sitting out there in P4. He's been hounded there by our Polish driver, Erwin Liskowitz, that sits out there in car number 77 in the 524 international team. And they round off the top 5. Not too far behind them in P6 is car number 3 of Avante Esports. And that is driver from Spain, and that is Kevin Jimenez in that car. He'll be teaming up with Esteban Murcia and South African hotshot Stewie White.
Yeah, Stewie White is sitting out there in that position of his, but riding on board with Byron Mitchell now. And just look at that train there right behind him. He's got Francois Hubert, Erwin Litzkowicz and Kevin Jimenez all lined up there behind him, just waiting for a gap. And Hubert can definitely kick himself for running wide in that Gazoo LMP2 and giving that position over to Mitchell.
Well, I'll tell you what, there's a long, long, long way to go still. So Francois Hubert must not stress about this now as they head into that little twiddly bits, into the right hander, into the left hander. They use the entire track and a touch more on the left hand side as Keegan Masters. He's 2.8 seconds ahead of second place man Richard Wanders, who is 0.6 of a second behind Byron Mitchell. It's all racked and stacked there behind Wanders. It's Mitchell and it is Jabert, it's Liskowitz. There's nothing separating those first, well, not the first 6 from P2 to P6 at this point in time. But getting down the road in the distance into turn number 1 is race leader Keegan Masters of Campos Transport Racing Team.
Yeah, he initially got away not too hot. The guys were right on his case, and then all of a sudden when the guys behind Masters started scrapping for that second position, took the chance and put in a sizable gap there to the guys from second down all the way to 5th or 6th position, as the guys front row Hubert lost another couple of positions, dropped all the way down to 6th now.
Francois Hubert lost out there to Jimenez. He's lost another place. He's only 0.3 of a second behind our driver from Spain, Kevin Jimenez, as we ride aboard. Byron Mitchell is 0.3 of a second behind Richard Wanders. Richard Wanders of ASRC Racing Team. That is one of our international teams. And Byron Mitchell from Durant Motorsport Team 9 sits there in that 3rd position and is all over the back there of Wanders as they make their way through that right-hander.
Down the right-hander they go. Just look how close Mitchell is as they go into that little kink section. Mitchell all over the back there of Richard Wanders. Wanders cannot make a mistake here or else he's going to lose that position to the number 9. Chasing Byron though is the number 77 of our Polish driver Erwin Litzkowicz, as he's starting to drop back a little bit and into the claws there of Kevin Jimenez.
Well, have a look at that train that's making its way down the home straight. There's the pits on your... No, that's not the home straight. That is one of the straights that they do use as the home straights, but that is not the home straight. This is the home straight that they're going into now as they make their way into turn number 1 with the Masters getting away. But this is a massive, massive fight going on here for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and even 7th place, all the way down to about 9th position. FC, there is nothing in it at this point in time with almost 6 minutes done out of 6 hours.
Yeah, 6 minutes into this race, riding on board with the team cheapercars.co.za. Andre Steenkamp, the man sitting in that 13th position with Mike Verrier. They quite a way down on the log, and Willem Piron and Adrian Wood also struggling a bit out there. Seems like something happened here with Mike Verrier. Let's just have a look here. Oh, heavy contact at the start. We completely missed that one. A lot of damage there for Mike Verrier and the guys at the back there. Adrian Wood was also involved there in car number 5. He's the one that hit the 74 car and started this whole pile-up that took out all of the guys at the back end there. Willem Pinaar also getting collected in the 111 car.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, that was horrible out there. Look at that car bouncing all over. That's a lot of damage. That's going to have to be sorted out. Mike Verrier, who's part of the Masters teams in car number 2, sitting all the way down. A replay here of Andre Steenkamp going off the circuit into that left-hander, and we're joining the track once again. But we are back now with our race leader, Keegan Masters, in that number 14 car of Campos Racing. And I'll tell you this, and I'm going to say this again, this is going to be a very, very difficult team to catch today. Whether you come from South Africa or anywhere else in the world, this Campos Racing outfit is a class act. And I think they're going to battle to catch this team.
But Frankie, look at this. There's a massive scrap going on for second and third as the Byron Mitchell dives down the inside of Richard Wanders and claims that second position. But Wanders not giving up, trying to fight back. And they've got Erwin Litskovich all in there trying to get a piece of the action.
Yeah, that's for second, third and fourth place as we now ride aboard the 524 International Racing team of Polish racer Erwin Litskovich, as he sits all over the back there of Richard Wanders. That's 2 international teams. Litskovich sits up on the inside. Is he going to go for the move? He does go for the move, and Litskovich makes the move stick there on Wanders, who actually, FC, loses 2 positions.
Yeah, loses 2 positions. He was way too hot into that corner. You could actually see the car sliding and just running wide there and just overcooking it going into that corner. And that hands that 3rd position to Erwin Lukas Litskovich in the number 77 car of 524 International Racing.
Right, so we're riding there. We're having a look at that man in car number 77 of Team 524 International Racing, Erwin Litskovich, that has now currently moved up into that 3rd position. And Kevin Jimenez also capitalized on that with Wanders that made the mistake, and Jimenez has moved into that 4th place. Wanders has dropped down there into P5, but Kevin Jimenez, he's only 0.8 of a second behind Erwin Litskovich as they make their way down this long straight into that right-hander. And you can see down there in the distance under the bridge is race leader Keegan Campos just disappearing down the highway as they make their way through that right-hander and onto the main straight.
Onto the main straight they go. There was a nice overtake maneuver going into that final corner, just a couple of places back. But Richard Wanders, him and both of Hubert, it's Francois Hubert that overtook Wanders there for that position. So the 2 of them starting very high up on the grid and having dropped it down to 5th and 6th after scrapping there with the guys ahead of them.
But have a look at this man up front, Keegan Masters of Campos Racing. They are at this point in time 4.5 seconds ahead there of that man Byron Mitchell, that's in 2nd place, and Byron's only 0.8 of a second ahead of Litskovich. As you see the leader disappear into that right-hander. Right now Mitchell has to keep our international driver behind him. That's Litskovich, and there you see Litskovich, that's in that 3rd position. He's now a second behind 2nd place man Byron Mitchell is Erwin Litskovich, and look who's catching him, Kevin Jimenez. Kevin Jimenez is now 1.3 seconds behind him. So Kevin Jimenez is on a move to try and reel in 3rd place man FC Erwin Litskovich.
Avanti Esports team will be happy with the pace that Kevin Jimenez is showing out on track, as he is slowly but surely catching the 524 International Racing LMP2 Delara of Litskovich out there. Riding on board with Francois Hubert, he's chasing down Kevin Jimenez to try and get back up into those top 3 positions. Under a second from Jimenez. Looks like he may have made a couple of mistakes in the beginning of the race, but surely finding the pace once again.
Oh, look at that Delaro protesting there in the hands of Francois Hubert. I was talking about a class outfit early on when I spoke about the number 14 Campos team. That team that's currently in 4th position of Jimenez, Murcia and Stewie White. That is another class act. They're in the top 5, the MP4 at this point in time, just ahead of this man you see there, Francois Hubert, and keep an eye there on the Avante Esports team, because they are certainly a top 3 contender. As we go down to Sander Bakari, he's in the Masters, and he's sitting down there in that 9th position in the Scuderia Bakari Plit outfit, and Sander Bakari 1 second behind Graham Stephen, who's also in the Masters category.
Yeah, Bakari chasing down that number 4 car of Graham Stephen, and riding on board with him there now in the number 4 car. That is, of course, Team Laude Classic Cars, with Graham Stephen, Peter van der Spain, Ian Riddle, who will be sharing duties throughout the day. Ahead of Graham Stephen there, they've got Raymond Duggan, who's also gaining there on Richard Wanders, who is slipping back further and further as these guys are starting to show real pace out.
Right, Graham Stevens sitting out there in that 6th place, and if my facts are right, that is the lead Masters car that's sitting there in 8th position, is the number 4 car. It is indeed. No, it's not. It's not the Gazoo Racing, of course. How can I get that one wrong? The Gazoo Racing, they are leading class, and they are sitting 5th overall. That is the number 1 car, and that car is sitting out there in that lead of that category, and it's been powered by Botha Engelbrecht and Francois Hubert.
Yeah, the guys are starting to settle into their rhythms. Remember, this is a very long race, 6 hours to go. We're only 13 minutes into this race, and the guys will start playing around with their strategy, seeing what their fuel usage and their tire usage is as the day progresses. Remember, when we started this race, it was about 3 o'clock local time in Sebring, and the guys will be finishing in the dark. So a lot of things to keep in mind when planning your strategy, as the guys are going to start settling into a rhythm pretty soon. But hang on, Francois Hubert trying to make a move there and catching Kevin Jimenez ahead of him.
Yeah, so if my facts are right, leading the Masters is car number 1, second will be car number 4, and third will be car number 72. They will be the top 3 in the Masters category, and we are looking at the leading Masters now of Gazoo Racing, and that is Francois Hubert, that leads class and sits 5th overall, and he's only 0.5 of a second behind the man that's there in that 4th spot. That's the Avante team, and that is Kevin Jimenez that he is chasing down there. So Francois Hubert is going one-on-one there with Jimenez, only 0.5 of a second behind Jimenez, man. Now Francois Hubert won season 2 of the iRacing Master Series, which concluded about 2 weeks or so ago. So he will have his tail feathers up as he goes after Jimenez. Graham Stephen is the man that's at second, 8th overall, but second in the Masters category in the Lauda Racing outfit, and he is chasing down the IRSA Green team. That is the 88 car that's been powered there by Raymond Duggan.
Yeah, let's have a look at the replay here. Timothy Stanton, let's see if he had a bit of a moment or passed. Ooh, very way too hot into that corner, and completely misjudging it and spinning that car sideways is Timothy Stanton.
So we're going to go back to the man that's up front. He's almost 5 seconds ahead of Mitchell in second position. Is that man Keegan Masters of Campos Transport Racing. Here comes Byron Mitchell of Durant Motorsport in that second place, and here comes Urban Liskovic of 524 International Racing, and he's only 0.9 of a second, nearly a second behind Byron Mitchell. So it is pretty much game on between the two of them for P3 and 4 at this point in time. And here is Kevin Jimenez. Kevin sitting in P4, and in P5 is the leader of the Masters category. Here comes Francois Hubert, and Francois is only 0.6 of a second there behind Kevin Jimenez. So FC Francois Hubert, as I said, tail feathers up. He is going after Jimenez, that's in that 4th position.
Yeah, riding on board there with 6th place man there's Richard Wanders in the number 12 car. He's dropping down a bit on pace there. He's 5 seconds behind the Gazoo Racing car of Francois Hubert. That is the number 12 car of Wanders. Then Raymond Duggan in the 88 car for Team IRSA Green, sitting there in 7th position. Ahead there, he's under a tenth of a second there is the iRacing car of Raymond Duggan, as he's now battling it out there with
Graham Stephen.
Yeah, with Graham Stephen, as they are having a wonderful dice out there. Behind them, Scuderia Bakari Plit in the number 72 car, and he's also very, very close out there to try and catch those guys ahead of him.
Well, I'll tell you what, we sit there aboard with Raymond Duggan, and he is going hell for leather. Is Raymond Duggan out there in that car 88? He really wants to try and catch up and make a way through, as he is Raymond Duggan, as he goes into that right-hander. Raymond sitting there in that 7th position is Raymond Duggan, and guess what happened? He lost that position there to Stephen, as Duggan now, look who's got it all over the back of him. He's got Sandro Bakari right there with him. Sandro Bakari in that 72 car is right in there, and Sandro is currently in that top 3 in the Masters category, and Sandro Bakari is all over the back of the iRSA Racing Green team as he comes through. They are absolutely side by side as they go into that left-hander.
Very, very wide they go, but slight contact, but it is Bakari that made it past Raymond Duggan. Raymond Duggan was caught up in that battle with Richard Wanders and didn't pay attention to a hard-charging Sandro Bakari that was catching him, and Bakari applied the right pressure, got past him, and he's now giving a bit of a slipstream there too. Duggan, and Duggan gets back past him. Duggan reclaims that 7th position.
Yeah, it was Raymond Duggan, not Graham Stephen that I said earlier on. So Duggan has got that position right back once again. And that is Graham Stephen. Very much the same livery between the two of them. And that's why I got myself a touch confused there. But Stephen losing the circuit, so a replay there. So Stephen and Duggan very much in the similar color FC, and that's easy to get that one wrong.
Yeah, but there's a hard battle going out there. But now riding on board with Erwin Liskovic, as he's right on the case there of Byron Mitchell. Mitchell in trouble here. 4/10 of a second there between him and Erwin Liskovic, as Liskovic is looking very, very racy out there in the number 77.
Erwin Liskovic sitting up there in P3, and he is all over the back there of Byron Mitchell that sits in that 2nd place. So you're looking at P2 and P3 from the front right-hand side of the 77 outfit of Erwin Liskovic that sits there in that 3rd place. 5/10 of a second. He's busy catching Byron Mitchell. There you see 524 International Racing, and that is our team from Poland. We don't know much about this team, but I'm pretty damn sure that this is also a very impressive outfit of Liskovic and Jachura. That is his teammate. So a replay here at Raymond Duggan, and he also gets it wrong and spins it going into the right-hander, and he has been overtaken there, so Duggan will drop down the leaderboard.
Yeah, losing about 3 positions after that, as Sandro Bakari gets past him, as well as Graham Stephen also made it past him. But back on board with Liskovic as he's trying to apply the pressure. Still 4/10 of a second between himself and Byron Mitchell. Mitchell cannot put a foot wrong, because the moment he puts one wheel in a position on track where he shouldn't be, he's going to lose that position to Liskovic.
Right, there is Francois Hubert. Look at that. Francois Hubert is sitting out in that 5th position. He's 5/10 of a second. Is Francois there behind Kevin Jimenez. And they are going 101. Jimenez P4, Hubert P5, 4/10 of a second between P4 and 5, between Jimenez and Hubert as they go into that right-hander. Under the Sebring Bridge they go, and that is the leading master, and he wants to get his nose ahead of him. But that 77 car of Liskovic is all over 2nd place man, Byron Mitchell. Into that right left-hander they go. Mitchell's going to have to drive defensive lines. No need to panic yet. Only 20 minutes done out of 6 hours. There's a hell of a long way to go in this one as they make their way into that right-hander and race down that straight, and Liskovic is still all over the back there of Mitchell.
Yeah, you can see Liskovic trying some interesting lines to try and get a nose up on the inside of Byron Mitchell there, but just now he drops back a little bit, but it's 4/10 of a second. It's very constant. Now coming down that main straight there, the Ullman straight. Let's see here what happened to Sway Hubert in the 22 car. Way too hot into it, runs a little bit wide, gets that rear wheels onto the curbstone and just points it in the wrong direction.
Yeah, Sway Hubert getting it all very wrong. They're coming in too hot into the corner. Does rescue it. Graham Stephen makes the move up on the inside there as he spins to the outside. So Graham Stephen moving up a position as he spun that car out. So here we go, back to P1 Masters. He's all on his own. There's a hell of a fight for second and third, and a heck of a one a bit further down for P4 and 5. But Keegan Masters, that man you see there, will not have a worry about that lot because he's 6.1 seconds ahead of Byron Mitchell. That's fighting to keep Liskowitz at this point in time behind him as they go under the Budweiser Bridge and swing into that right-hander. Does Mitchell and Liskowitz as they go into that right-hander once again, and it's game on here, swinging back into that left-hander, climb onto the gas, turn into that another left-hander. Here we go now. Jimenez has been overtaken by Francois Hubert. Francois Hubert is now not only leading his class, he's moved up into P4, and this is the overtaking maneuver that we are looking at now into that right-hander, and he ran wide. He ran very wide there, did Jimenez, and Francois Hubert said, thank you very much, I will take over that fourth position.
Yeah, you carry so much speed coming down the Ullman straight. It's the longest straight of the circuit, and then you got that long sweeping turn 17. But Willem Pinaar had a bit of it off there.
It's a replay of him doing a bit of off, a bit of track limits as well as once again Sway Hubert getting it all wrong, spinning the car around, taking out there one of the bollards as well in the process, and rectifies and keeps on going.
But riding on board there with fifth place man Kevin Jimenez is now going to look at that Gazoo Racing LMP2 of Francois Hubert start to pull away from him. But he's going to fight back here on the Ullman straight. No, that's the main straight as they go into turn number 1. But I think that Hubert is now going to start pulling away from that number 3 car.
Yeah, but it's still on behind them. Mitchell and Liskowitz, 0.5 of a second between Mitchell and Liskowitz for P2 and 3 at this point in time. Here comes Erwin Liskowitz all over the back end there of the Byron Mitchell outfit. They'll go right as they go under that Budweiser and Sebring Bridge into the right-hander. And this is where Mitchell's going to have to keep very tight lines, and Liskowitz is going to say, man, I'm going to attack you into that slight left-handed kink. They go onto that straight into the right-hander, and there's 0.6 of a second between Mitchell in P2 and that man Liskowitz in P3.
Oh, well, it just shows you the quality of the field of drivers that is out there. Yeah, we've been looking at this for the last 3, 4, 5 laps, and it's been a constant 4/10 to 0.6 of a second. That's been the gap there between Byron Mitchell and Erwin Liskowitz.
Right, there goes Jimenez, and Jimenez is now trying to fight back and get that position away from Francois Hubert, but Francois Hubert seems to be getting away from him there. Francois Hubert pulling away from Kevin Jimenez, not much, it's just under a second at this point in time that Francois is pulling out under Kevin Jimenez as they go down into that right-hander, as Kevin Jimenez still trying all he can to get back there at Joubert, but it's staying about 0.9 of a second, let's say a second, between the Gazoo Racing team and the Avante Sports team. So leading the Masters is that man in P4, that's the Gazoo Racing outfit. They sit out there in P1. Second is the 72 team of the Scuderia Bacardi Pit outfit, and then third in the Masters is the Lauda Classic cars, and there is 3.3 seconds between car 72 and car number 4 for second and third in the Masters category.
Now, fourth for the Masters is a Team Bigfoot Express Racing 2. That is car number 130, and they're quite a way down in the field. But we are 26 minutes into this race of 6 hours to go.
Well, we've got 4 more minutes to go. Then we're going to take our first break. Then we've done a half an hour. into the session. So there's Graham Stevens sitting out there in that 7th position, and he is second in the Masters category, 2.8 seconds just ahead of his rival that's ahead of him. But talking about rivalry, here is one that's been going on for 26 minutes so far, and that is Erwin Liskovic. That's right over and on the back end of the Durant Motorsport number 9 team of Byron Mitchell. Down the straight they go, the two of them, and here comes Liskovic. Is he closing up 4/10 of a second onto the back there of Byron Mitchell into that sweep, that right-handed sweep, and you can go through there pretty quick, but it does seem to close up on you, I've noticed. So you go in very quick and then it just turns, gets tighter and tighter on you, and you can clearly see that visually as they go down the home straight and into the left-hander. That is turn number 1.
Yeah, into turn number 1 they go. But we've just had this discussion off air between myself and Gavin Fleming here. The Sebring track itself is such a demanding track, and it really tires you out. And for Byron Mitchell to be fending off a full frontal attack from Liskovic for so many laps at this stage in this race, it really shows the grit of these drivers as Liskovic closes right up onto the back, still 4/10, 5/10 of a second between the two of them. It remains that constant, and it just shows you how well these drivers are performing out here today.
Well, it's all about mental capacity, as FC was saying, like Gavin Fleming was saying. It's a very mentally demanding racetrack that these drivers are on. And at this point in time, Mitchell's doing a good job to keep Liskovic behind him. There's 3/10 of a second between the two of them, and that's that fight out there for second and third. Meantime, Keegan Masters is disappearing down the highway in that number 14 car as we watch Mitchell and Liskovic going through.
Well, if you look at the left-hand side of your screen now, you'll see the penalties or off tracks that the guys have received. So remember, when they get to 20 track limit infringements, they get a drive-through penalty. And at this stage of the fight, it is Francois Hubert and Suisse Hubert that is leading that table. So the two Huberts out there with 3 off tracks so far and exceeding track limits. And then we've got Richard Wanders, Raymond Duggan, and Timothy Stanton and Willem Pinaar with 2 each.
Well, I must say they haven't done too many mistakes at this point in time. So the biggest loss and the biggest gainers so far, the biggest gainers is JJ van der Merwe, Johannes van der Merwe. He's gone up 6 positions. He sits out there in P10. And the biggest loss there is the number 12 car of ASRC Racing. They have lost 6 positions. That's Richard Wanders. He's been dropping down the leaderboard, so that's basically your biggest losers and your biggest gainers out there. So a replay at Richard Wanders. That's one of the reasons why Wanders has lost those 6 positions, as he gets it all wrong, and that the Lara P217 just steps out on him as he rectifies and keeps on going. But still, as we are approaching a half an hour with 20 seconds to go before we get that half an hour, the fight is still on there between Mitchell and Liskovic, but that man is way down the road. Keegan Masters of Campos Transport Racing Team right out there in front. Half an hour session is complete, and the commentary team will take a quick break, and we'll be back with you shortly. Right, we're back again from our 15-minute break, and there has been things happening since we've been off air, and part of it is what you're looking at right now. Willem Botha has not only just taken over from Francois Hubert for the Gazoo Racing team, they've also lost the lead for the Masters category to Graham Stevens. So car number 4 in the Masters sits out there in P1 in that category, and that is 5th place overall. That's the Lauda Classic cars. Then the Gazoo Racing team sitting in 2nd position, and then 7 seconds behind them in that 3rd place is the Scuderia Bakari Plitt car, and Colin Plitt is in that motor car. So 1st, 2nd and 3rd in the Masters is currently 5, 6 and 7 overall. So there has been some changes, it has been pit stops that's taken place. We will run through those pit stops the moment the rest of the production team is back. But up front, it is car number 14, and that is Keegan Masters is still powering his way around, and he's 2.2 seconds ahead of Byron Mitchell. Now you must remember, car number 14 at one point in time was 6-7 seconds ahead of car number 9. That is in that 2nd place. They are only now 2.5 seconds, or just under 2.5 seconds ahead of car number 9, Mitchell, in that 2nd position. Aaron Liskowitz still sits out there in that 3rd place. He's been crawling all over the back of the 9 car for the majority of this race so far, and he's 0.7 of a second. He is Liskowitz behind Mitchell, car number 77 behind car number 9. Kevin Jimenez sits out there in that 4th position in car number 3 for the Avante Esports team, and Jimenez is 10.5 seconds behind Liskowitz. That's for P3 and 4. Then in that 5th position and leading the Masters, and this one's one-on-one, it's Graham Stephen, and he is only 0.4 of a second ahead of Willem Botha, that sits in P6 and 2nd overall in the Masters category. So it's still very much game on here for P5 and 6 and P1 and 2, so to speak, for the Masters, as they are right there with each other. And here comes Willem Botha. Willem Botha's right on the back end there of Graham Stephen. Remember that Botha has taken over that car from Francois Hubert, and Graham Stephen has not handed that motor car over yet. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see who will Graham Stephen hand over to. Will it be Peter van der Spey, or will it be Ian Riddle? That time will tell the moment he hands that car over. Only 45 minutes has done, or should I say has elapsed in this one. So Graham Stevens still clearly feeling very confident behind the wheel of that car, but he can clearly feel the pressure there from Willem Botha, as you see that Delara P217 of Graham Stephen of Lauda Classic cars climbing all over the curbstones, trying to do all he can to stay ahead of the Denso Toyota hybrid outfit. The Delara P217 of Willem Botha, and Botha's 0.2 of a second behind him. Here we go. This is the fight for P5 and the fight for 1st in the Masters. Up on the inside, no, it's Graham Stephen that chops the nose off there of Willem Botha. Botha giving all he can to try and get his nose ahead there of Graham Stephen. Man, 0.4 of a second, he's just behind him. You can cover these two at this point in time with a proverbial handkerchief as they make their way under that bridge into the right-handed kink. Willem Botha looking there at Graham Stephen. We've got the rear cam view there of the Graham Stephen P217 as you look. Oh, and there might even have been a bit of rubbing as racing and a bit of a touching contact maneuver there by Willem Botha on the back end of Graham Stephen. It's all on for 1st and 2nd in the Masters category, and 5th overall as they go into the right-hander. Willem Botha might be saying, listen, bud, we've only done 47 minutes. We haven't done an hour yet, but I'm going to try and make your life as uncomfortable as I possibly can. As they swing into that right-hander, make their way down that straight. They will stick here with the fight between Stephen and Botha, car 4 and car number 1 for P5 and 6 and 1st and 2nd in Masters, as they go into that right-hander. Now they race down this long straight. as Buerta is still having a go into that right hander. This is what, when it closes up on you and gets tighter and tighter, that's the final corner of Sebring International Raceway. And now they head down the home straight to start lap number 27.
Well, at the front end of the field, it's the Campos Transport team of Keegan Campos, Keegan Masters, and Matt Shorter. Well, they've lost quite a bit of ground to the Byron Mitchell outfit, but let's be fair, Byron Mitchell and his crew very, very quick, and they have done long distance racing before. They know how to set it up. Jason Kutsia has not been in behind the steering wheel yet, and once Jason Kutsia climbs in there, believe you me, you'll be very much on the same pace as Byron Mitchell. Not far behind it, Owen Liskovic, that is in the 77 car, and Liskovic and Christoph Jakura are teammates in that team, and that's a 5-4 international racing. And I've had the honor of watching one or two of the practice sessions, and Christoph Jakura topped out on Johan Ferry and the likes of Luke Lukisi. So very, very quick teammate that he's got in that 5-4 international racing vehicle. 12 seconds now they've taken out of Kevin Jimenez. Jimenez still in there behind the steering wheel. Jimenez, one of our regular international racers, and he's also blindingly quick when he's on song. He's going to be in there with Esteban Musia. Musia also very, very quick. And then our international South African Stewie White in the Avanti Esports number 3 car.
Well, we're going to pick up another dice there. That's between Colin Plitt and Greg Adams. We're there with Adams, and that is the fight for 9 and 10 position as they go into that right-hander. Greg Adams of Bandit Racing, and he seems, I think Greg Adams comes from, if I have a look at that flag, it's an Aussie flag. Yes, it is Greg Adams from Australia, and he sits there right on the case of the 72 car of Colin Plitt. That's the Scuderia Bacardi Plitt outfit that sits there just ahead of the Bandit Racing team, being powered there by Greg Adams from Australia, and Greg is 0.8 of a second. Is he there just behind Colin Plitt?
Well, looking at the teams, it's still the Lauda Classic Car team that is leading out. That's Graham Stephen, Peter van der Spey, and Ian Riddle. Motor car, so sure, there's not a single slow driver in there. Then the Gazoo Racing team of Willem Botha, Johan Engelbert and Francois Joubert is in fact a previous winning team, and they are only 0.7 off the back of the Lauda Classic Cars team. That's in 5th and 6th position. And then going a little bit further back, the Scuderia Bacardi Plitt outfit, they are 3rd overall in the Masters, with Team Joubert with half of the Joubert family in the 22 car, and they are lying 5th overall in class, with contact there as Greg Adams just a little bit hot into that one and turns the 74 car completely sideways. He'll get it back on track. There's Greg Adams. That was the 2 that made the contact, and it looks like he's going to give that position back. Oh, that's a very decent move. He said, sorry, my error. Let me give that position back to you, and then we carry on from there.
Yeah, he just creamed the back end of Colin Plitt's car and then gave that place right back to Colin Plitt. And with all of this happening, Peter Joubert said, well, thank you. If you guys want to do this, I'll just move up ahead of Plitt and Adams. And Peter Joubert has moved up into that 9th position, and he is 33 seconds behind of Warden. But there's a lovely dice. There's a lovely dice there between Graham Stephen and Willem Botha. Yeah, here we go, and that is it. Willem Botha, as you can see there, just behind Graham Stephen, 0.7 of a second between Botha, that sits there in P7, and Graham Stephen, that's there in P6 as they make their way into that right-hander. It's only really that dice so far, the one between Plitt and Adams a bit further down, but right now we are aboard with Graham Stephen, and he is trying all he can to keep Willem Botha behind him. That's a fight for 5 and 6 between Stephen and Botha, and they just are separated by, well, it was under a second. It's literally a second between Stephen and Botha.
Going back to the front end of the field, Keegan Masters still leading out at 2.1 seconds. So pretty much on the same. Look at that, 800ths of a second difference between them on the last lap, and that 800ths goes to Byron Mitchell that took 800ths out of Keegan Masters. So I got a funny feeling, Frankie, that Byron Mitchell doesn't want to get any closer than that because of the downforce and the airflow that you lose when you're too close to the person in front of you. 10 minutes after a fuel stop, there's nothing much to gain unless you can go fetch Keegan, pass him. And given the lap times that they're on, with literally in the last lap specifically 800ths of a second between them, I think Byron's pretty much pacing this one. And he's going to have to keep an eye on that man, Liskovic. He's closing up, and he's just 2 seconds behind Byron Mitchell. Should those gaps remain the same, that would be the first real indicator that that is a safe but close distance from which to follow without running out of tires and running out of downforce.
Right, so the fights are beginning to happen all over the place, and it's beginning to literally Constantina, then it opens up again, so it's all happening out there. That is Kevin Jimenez, and Kevin is 14 seconds behind Liskovic. That's there in that third position. Kevin Jimenez is trying as hard as he can. He is there in that fourth position as they make their way into the right-hander. So Graham Stephen busy making his way through there. Graham Stephen, and he is, oh, that's on. It's on between Graham Stephen and Willem Botha, and that's that fight for P5 and 6. He's just under a second is Willem Botha in the density hybrid outfit behind Graham Stephen, and it's now gone up to about, that's 2/10 of a second. So, oh, and he's all over the place. Willem Botha is all over the place. I think he might have rubbed the wall. Willem Botha, it looked like he just rubbed the wall there, and if that's the case, yes, Graham Stephen is now 2 seconds ahead of him. We'll just have a quick look at that just to confirm if I'm right or not. But it did seem to me as if Willem Botha was right up against that wall, and he's now lost touch there with Graham Stephen. Graham Stephen flashing lights there at that number 13 car. That's Herman Lazarus of Cheaper Cars. He's saying, get out of my way, boy. I've got to get moving, because I have got Willem Botha, and Willem Botha will certainly come back at him again. It was 2 seconds. He's brought it back to 1.4. So Willem Botha is saying, listen here, I've got to get onto the case of Graham Stephen, and this will help Botha, because Stephen is caught up there behind the number 13 car of Herman Lazarus that just holds his line as he gets lapped there by Graham Stephen.
Now the next trick is for, oh, it's so close as they come through there. Now the second of the two passing maneuvers that's got to go down, and Willem Botha going to get past Lazarus as quick as he possibly can. But Lazarus is in his own race. He's not out there to give way to people. He's out there to run his own line. It looks like he has given that position away. Yes, he has. So without losing too much time of his own, making sure that he lets that vehicle come through. Herman Lazarus did have a crash a little bit earlier on. In fact, got himself slightly off the circuit. So let's have a look at that footage. Yeah, just the tail then stepping out, holds it very nicely, limits the amount of time loss by getting it nice and smooth and getting it going once again.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a situation there that he got himself involved in. As we go back to Willem Pina, it's a replay of Willem Pina in the Shell outfit, getting it slightly wrong, coming into that right-hander, and he is already about a lap or so down. Colin Plitt getting it all wrong, and as he ram it into the barriers, yeah, he does, but not that serious, and that is what Colin Plitt doesn't need. Colin Plitt was sitting in the top 3 of the Masters category in the number 72 car, and by Colin getting it all wrong, and but that's a replay early on of Colin Plitt that got taken out, and that we did see early on, and then that position was given back to Colin Plitt, you might recall. So Graham Stephen making his way around as we go back up to Keegan Masters, and the gap between Keegan and Byron has now opened up from 2 point odd to 3.4, So he's opened up about a second there as Keegan Masters on Byron Mitchell. That's in that second position. Total 3.3 seconds between Masters and Mitchell. But Lucas coming in there behind him. He's the 77, 2.6 seconds behind him of Polish racer Erwin Liskowitz.
He's done a very, very good job so far, I must say. He's been very, very impressive with that motor car. Has Erwin Liskowitz in the 77, keeping 2.5 second gap between himself and Byron Mitchell. Byron losing out just a little bit more than a second in the last couple of laps to Keegan Masters. Does that mean that Masters is turning up the pace? Let's have a look at the last lap times. That was out there, 146.7, a 146.6. So Byron Mitchell 4/10 or 32 hundredths of a second quicker on that one. A 46.7, a 7 thousandths of a difference between third place and first place. 147.880 is Jimenez, and that's why you see a 16-second gap between Jimenez and Liskowitz, as Liskowitz lap for lap just a little bit quicker than what he is.
Yeah, so Byron Mitchell clearly the quickest man out there on the last lap, as Byron Mitchell sitting there in that second position, 3.5 seconds behind race leader Keegan Campos of Campos Transport Racing. Liskowitz in the 524 International Racing Team. He's there in that third place, and he's 2.3 seconds behind Byron Mitchell in second place. You can just see Mitchell disappearing into that right-hander, and there going into that right-hander now is Erwin Liskowitz.
Looking at the pit stop strategies, you can see very much all on the same lap that everybody decided to dive into the pits. Stephen and Wanders just a little bit quicker. There was one lap earlier that they came in. Everybody else on the same lap that they've come in there. 3 places up is the Byron Mitchell crew. They are looking very, very strong at the moment, and I wouldn't be surprised if they don't make any errors and they stay there in those top positions. The top 3 pretty much pulling away slowly but surely from the rest of the teams, the Campos Racing, Durant Motorsport 9, and the 524 International Racing 77 car. Those 3 units are very much on a similar pace.
Well, if you have a look at that leaderboard, you can see that the Kazoo Racing team is 1.6 seconds behind Graham Stevens' team. So Botha coming right back there at Steven again. He's just under 1.5 seconds behind him is Willem Botha. So remember that he did lose out heavily earlier on, you will recall. And I did say that that back marker would assist in him coming through. That was Hammer Lazarus. And he is slowly but surely closing the gap there on Graham Stephen. Is Willem Botha 1.4 seconds behind him as they go into that left-hander. There is a slower car between the two of them as they swing into that left-hander here at Sebring International Raceway in Florida, making their way under the bridge and going into that right-hander. As the back marker, I'm sure he'll just step out the way. Yes, he does, and he allows Willem Botha through.
Let's just check who that was that he actually passed. It was Paul Valesco that moved out of the way. So Paul Valesco that has teamed up with Dr. Mike Verrier for this one, with alongside Stephen McCarthy, top 3 season 2 for Stephen McCarthy. And they had that horrible accident right at the beginning of the race, and that's what has caused that they are a long way down from where they would like to be. Up front, this man is doing a brilliant job, Keegan Masters.
Yeah, he's nearly 4.5 seconds ahead of Byron Mitchell, car 14 ahead of car number 9 in that first and second position. And then not too far behind car number 9, behind Mitchell, is Liskowitz. He is 1.5 seconds ahead of him. The back marker just moves out the way and allows Erwin Liskowitz through. And he'll catch up again on Mitchell. He was 1.4 seconds behind him. It's gone up now to 1.6, but that's purely because of the back marker, who I must say played a very nice role and just moved out the way there for Liskowitz to come through and pursue the chase there of Byron Mitchell.
Well, there you see, that's Byron Mitchell that you can see there, and look at that, right in there behind him. that is Liskowitz. And then Jimenez, well, they are a long way further back. They were slowly but surely, international racer Kevin has battled to hold on to that pace. And then a long way further back from there as well at this stage is Graham Stephen. But remember, nice little passing maneuver there up the inside from Chopper Shot, passing one of the slower vehicles. Looks like the Team Gazoo car is going to be coming through there now as well to squeeze it up on the inside. So Graham Stephen has got to keep the hammer down, because that Team Gazoo car is in fact Willem Botha. So that is for track position, those two cars that you see out there on circuit right now.
Yes, and the fight for the top 5 and the fight for first and second in the Masters category between car 4 and car number 1, between Stephen and Botha at this point in time. So that is going to be very interesting to see how that pans out. We were told in the days that followed up to the race that there could be what they call competition yellows, which means that there could be a safety car that could come out just to bunch the field up again, which would make things very interesting. Up until this point in time, we haven't had any of that. So maybe, who knows, as the 6 hour goes on, we might even see something like that happen as well. But time will tell. Right now we've done hour and nearly 5 minutes in this 6 hour as Graham Stephen races down under the Chevy Bridge into turn number 1, and he's been hounded heavily there by Willem Botha, and it has now come down to 3/10 of a second. I did say, and I know I'm repeating myself, but my words are coming true. I said that he would catch up onto the back end of Graham Stephen and be right on his back bumper, and it's happened. There is 4/10 of a second between Stephen in P5, Botha in P6, P1 and P2 overall for Masters.
Well, there he goes, and through both of them go on the slower car, and well, that battle is going to continue. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back with you shortly.
1 hour and 7 minutes into this 6-hour race from Sebring and the Sebring International Raceway in Florida, United States. The guys are battling it out there, riding on board there with the number 9 car of Byron Mitchell. He's still being hounded down there by Erwin Lichkovic. It's still, I mean, when I left here about 30 minutes ago, that gap was hovering between 0.4 of a second to 0.6 of a second, and it's still there. Ooh, a small mistake there from Lichkovic as he runs a little bit wide, gets that left-hand rear wheel onto the dust, and that has given Byron Mitchell a slight breathing room there, but not that much, as Lichkovic is still all over him. They're still there for that second and third position. Kevin Jimenez sitting in 4th place with Graham Stephen, that's worked his way up into 5th position, and Willem Botha. But a replay here, Greg Adams seems to have had an off, running very, very wide out of that corner onto the Ullman straight. But now riding, Peter Hubert also getting it all wrong, bangs it into the barriers, into the tires, into that right-hander, and that is a big knock there for Peter Hubert.
Well, Willem Botha, I was just saying early on, there was a hell of a fight going on there between Botha and Graham Stephen. There was about a second between them. All of a sudden it went to 7 seconds, and I said something must have happened to Botha. There you see what happened to Willem Botha. He went hammering into the barriers as Peter Hubert comes into the pits, so obviously damage there when he hammered into that wall very, very heavily. So here we go again. Mitchell P2, Lichkovic P3, 0.5 of a second between the two of them. That's the fight for second and third overall, and second and third in the open category between Byron Mitchell and Erwin Lichkovic. And unfortunately, with that situation involving Willem Botha early on, that has now put him 9.4 seconds behind the number 4 car being driven there by Graham Stephen. They're still sitting first and second in the Masters, but sadly that fight has dropped off, so Botha will have to do that one all over again. However, Lichkovic does not have to do anything all over again, because he is right there, 0.7 of a second FC behind second place man Byron Mitchell.
Yeah, right on the case there of Byron Mitchell is Erwin Lichkovic. Frankie, one thing I have picked up throughout this race, I mean, this is now the third 6-hour that we've done, and it's quite interesting to see how many small little mistakes are creeping in this early in the race, and you can chalk it up to this track being built in Florida, Florida being one of your flatter states in the US, and this entire circuit is just so flat, and it's easy to just get into a daze and just losing it completely, compared to something like Spa-Francorchamps, where you've got all those elevations and you can plan for a corner before the time, because you can actually see where the corner is going.
This entire Sebring circuit is a flat track, so to speak, in the sense, like FC was saying, there's no uphills and downhills as well. I was looking early on, Gary was put up there when the guys went to pit, and you saw lap 2021. They all dived in for their first round of pit stops. So that means we are now on lap 40. If things go according to theory, then any time from now onwards, these guys should go into the pits. Lap 41, 42, we should see them go into the pits. But yeah, that doesn't necessarily mean that that's going to be the case. But if it works out according to when they went in the first time, FC, then we could possibly see the second round of pit stops happening very shortly. But yes, time will tell.
Well, Frankie, we are actually seeing our first pit stop for the second round. There was Mr. Wood that dived into the pits there in the number 5 car, and we just get the name here. That is the Adrian Wood was the man that dived into the pits there, and they also did a driver change with Brad Benningfield, getting it. Greg Adams losing it a bit there, coming down into that long Ullman straight.
He was overtaken there by the Avante Esports car number 3, so he's going further down. There is Lichkovic that's making his way through, and still he is all over the back there of Mitchell. Now the question is, when will Byron Mitchell and when will Erwin Lichkovic make their first a pit stop. Take note, I say first because these guys have not pitted yet. Well, they might have pitted, but they haven't changed drivers. Let's rather put it that way. So that's going to be very interesting to see when they do a driver change, FC.
Yeah, it is Brad Bedingfield that is now in the pit exit. So that was the first man to trigger that second round of pit stops. And as Frankie said earlier, we should be seeing the rest of the guys diving in pretty soon. Riding on board with the number 13 car of Herman Lazarus, cheapercars.co.za, and Graham Stephen, the leader for the Masters. He's dived into the pits.
Yeah, as I said, round about lap 41 onwards, we should see the pit stops coming. There was one earlier on, and there he goes into the pits, which means that leading the Masters now will be the Team Gazoo Racing outfit of Willem Botha. I remember when they made their first pit stop, Francois Hubert had handed that car over to Willem Botha. So when he does come in, and there Herman Lazarus comes into the pits as well, and will he go out again, or will he hand that car over to Andre Steenkamp? We'll have a look-see as he makes his way into the pits. They are currently sitting out there in that 14th position. Now, Keegan Masters, has he made a pit stop? Yes, he has. When he does the second one, who will he hand over to? We'll have a look-see as he is 5.6 seconds ahead of Mitchell in that second position. So FC car 14, 9 and 77, when they come in for their second round of pit stops, it's going to be interesting to see who comes out in those three Dallara P217s.
Yeah, over the previous races, we've seen some interesting strategies with regards to driver handovers, and Keegan Masters, Byron Mitchell and Erwin Liskovic having gone long on this first stint. Some of the other guys have changed over at the previous round of pit stops. And yeah, as you said, Frankie, that cheapercars.co.za team doing very, very short stints with the drivers as Andre Steenkamp takes over there from Herman Lazarus. But it'll be interesting to see, will our top three guys hand over, or will they go super long in this 6-hour race?
We'll have a look, see. There are drivers that have claimed to have done the entire 6 hour alone. We'll have to look and see if they, but these guys do have drivers to hand over to, as we have a replay look here at Sandro Bukari in car number 77, once again getting that Dallara stepping out of shape, and luckily not hammering into the tyre wall as he gets that car back into line again. So here we go, and into the pits comes Willem Botha. Willem Botha pits out of the lead of the Masters category, and FC, they are barreling down pit lane. Here comes Wanders, Richard Wanders making his way into the pits. He's pitting out of P7, is Richard Wanders for ASRC Racing.
Yeah, Wanders into the pits there as he parks it, reverses a bit into his grid box. And let's have a look. Let's see. Keegan Masters is in the pits. Byron Mitchell has dived into the pit lane, as well as Erwin Liskovic. Our top three having dived into the pits now for their pit stops.
Well, we knew it was going to happen anywhere from lap 41, 42 onwards, so I was pretty much spot on as the 111 car makes its way up. That is a Team Omanner. That's Pinar and Teens. We'll have a look, see. That is still Willem Pinar in that motor car. So it's going to be interesting to see as Kevin Jimenez makes his way into the pits as well in car number 3 of Avante Esports team. Raymond Duggan, here he comes. He hasn't made a driver change yet, has Raymond Duggan of iRSA Green. Will Duggan take the lead? I don't know. We'll have a look, see. He's pretty far down, and he might go into the lead, although it'll be probably very briefly, because he'll have to make a second pit stop as well. Will Raymond Duggan from the RSA, from iRSA Green team, as Raymond makes his way into the right-hander. The 77 car is moving. That's Liskovic. Here comes Liskovic. Will he take the lead? Let's have a look, see. He swings it out wide, yes, and the computer shows that Liskovic is in front, because that is the 72 car. That's a back marker that is in there behind him, and that's one of the Masters. And out there, that is Leonardo Bacardi that is in that motor car. So now Keegan Masters has handed over the car to Keegan Campos, as Keegan Campos comes out, and Jason Kutsia is now in the 9 car, FC. He's taken over that car from Byron Mitchell.
Yeah, so a lot of the guys doing driver changes there. Jason Kutsia in the number 9. He comes out in 3rd position. And the big winner in this round of pit stops was Erwin Liskowicz, who stays behind the steering wheel of that 77 car and is now leading this race 17 seconds ahead there of the Campos Racing car of Keegan Campos, who is now piloting the number 14 and has got to get that car up to speed as quickly as possible if he's got any hope to try and catch Erwin Liskowicz, who is in that sweet spot rhythm at the moment, and I bet that's why he hasn't given over to his teammate Christoph Jachura just yet. Jason Kutsia in 3rd, Esteban Mersha, that is up there in the number 3 car for team Avanti Esports, taken over from Kevin Jimenez, and then behind them Graham Stephen, and then the Gazoo Racing car of Johan Engelbrecht.
Right, so Corne Breed comes out there in the iRacing racing team. There's been a driver change, and he is now out there in that number 88 car. And Stephen McCarthy is out in that number 2 car. You see out there just behind them, they are in the Masters category. As here comes Erwin Liskowicz now. He's going to have to go like Mary Clappers, because he will know that the Campos Transport Racing team is 16 seconds behind him, and that car is going to go like the Mary Clappers to go and take over the lead there from the 524 International outfit, and that is Keegan Campos himself that is in that 14 car. He's taken over here from Masters. Here comes Kutsia, who's taken over from Mitchell, and that is your 1st, 2nd and 3rd car out there. Graham Stephen, he's still leading the Masters, and he's in that 4th position, and well, they have not done a driver change there in that number 4 car. Graham Stephen is still in that motor car, but he's got a fight there with Esteban Murcia, and Esteban Murcia took over that car from Kevin Jimenez, and he is sitting 5th overall, and 4th in the open class is Murcia, and he's 1.1 seconds behind the number 4 car of Graham Stephen.
Behind Murcia, we've got Johan Engelbrecht for the Gazoo racing team sitting in that 2nd place for the Masters. Behind him is the number 88 of Corne Breed. Breed, of course, having taken over there from Raymond Duggan, and he sits there behind them. Then behind them, the number 12 car of Richard Wanders. He's currently in that 8th position, about 5 seconds behind Breed, followed by the 22 car of Peter Hubert in that 9th position, 32 seconds behind Richard Wanders, after we've seen him have a couple of offs throughout the race.
Yeah, Peter Hubert sitting out there in that 9th position of Team Hubert Racing. That's 3 of the Hubert family members. Here is Greg Adams. He is down in 10th position of a Bandit Racing team, the man representing Australia and New Zealand, and he sits down there in that 10th position. Behind him is Willem Pina, who's 7.1 seconds behind him there for Team Old Boys. His teammate is Robbie Teens. He's Willem Pina in the 111 car, the Old Boys team. And then we've got Gerald Mouget, that is out there in the 130 car. That's a Team Bigfoot Racing of Gerald Mouget, Frenchman that lives there in Switzerland. Is Gerald Mouget, and he is in that top dozen. He sits there in 12th position, 12.9 seconds behind the Old Boys team.
Then behind them, team First for Esports, Brad Benningfield in the number 5 car, sitting there in that 13th position, 10 seconds down from Mouget, and behind them the number 2 car of Stephen McCarthy, but just riding on board there with Brad Benningfield. We'll see what he can do there as he's being chased there by one of our leader cars, flashing the lights there to try and get past, not to hold him up, as he is battling it out there for position as Richard Wanders gets past him there. Wanders chasing a gentleman who is just 4 seconds ahead of him, Corne Breed. That's why he's flashing the lights to not hold him up, as he is battling it out there for position.
Well, I feel sorry for that team that we're looking at now, Brad Benningfield. That on paper is an awesome team. Devin Piazza Musa, Brad Benningfield and Adrian Wood. Now, on the start line, when the lights went green, that car was one of the cars that you saw lying upside down on its roof with other cars screaming into it. And I believe if that didn't happen, that number 5 car would have been in that top 5 and in a fight, maybe for even first, second, and third in the open category. So that's just very bad luck there for the number 5 car. The now been driven there by Brad Bedingfield.
Yeah, just another replay on that start, as the number 5 car was the one who actually started that whole incident after collecting
Well, that's what
a
I'm
couple
saying.
of
You
other cars.
see all upside down
Yeah.
FC, and it's a pity for you.
Yeah, and another car that was heavily impacted by that is the number 2 car of Stephen McCarthy, who got whacked out there as that number 5 car came crashing down and squeezed him up and into the wall, and such a pity. Willem Pinaar was also collected. They had nowhere to go in that 111 car and got taken out and sideswiped and got planted up against the wall.
Well, exactly what I was saying earlier. And they never had a good qualifying spot either, that number 5 car of First 4 Esports, but the team that is made up for that motor car certainly had the right stuff to fight their way towards the business end of the field. However, that's in the history books. There's nothing we can do about that now. As we have a look there at Brad Bedingfield making a pass there on Stephen McCarthy, yes, of the A-Call 24/7 and Suzine outfit. So they're going to try and fight their way back. That's for sure. They are in 13th place overall, that number 5 car. However, we're looking at Urban Liskowitz. They are sitting out there in P1, the 524 International Racing team, with Liskowitz sitting out there. And he's 15, nearly 18 seconds FC ahead of Keegan Campos of Campos Racing in that second position.
Yeah, the time actually starting to come down in the gap between Keegan Campos and Erwin Liskowicz. When they came out of the pits, it was about 17 seconds down to 15.7, 15.8 seconds right now. So Keegan Campos slowly but surely starting to get into the rhythm, but he's also being chased down by Jason Kutsia, who's also jumped into the car now and also finding his rhythm, only 3.7 seconds behind the Campos Racing car.
Yeah, Durant Motorsport sitting out there 3.7 seconds behind Campos Racing, with Keegan Campos behind the wheel of that car. There is the Lauda Classic cars. They're sitting there in that 4th position with Graham Stevens, the man that's still behind the wheel of that Dallara P217 LMP2 machine, as he makes his way into that left-hander and trying to go after Jason Kutsia, and he's 31 seconds behind Kutsia, but sits P1 in the Masters category.
Yeah, we're riding on board there with Esteban Musia. But Frankie, I just picked something up on the timing screens there. The number 5 car there of Bedingfield actually made a pass there on Gerald Mauger in the number 130 car for position and moved up into 12th slot there for the number 5 of Brad Bedingfield. There we go. There's the replay. So Gerald Mauger went off the circuit, hit the barrier, and got stuck there in the grass, and that's given that position to Brad Bedingfield.
Well, you know what, FC, there's only what, so we look at another replay. That's the replay of Bedingfield going through there on Jay. But there's a long time and still to go in this one. We've only done an hour and 26 minutes. So if I was the drivers, the team of car number 5, I would say to my teammates, wherever they find themselves in their sim seats, listen, guys, whatever plan A we had, we're going to have to go to plan B and see if we can't make it work, because there's no reason why, with all this time still left, that number 5 car cannot claw its way into a decent position. So a replay here at Johan Engelbrecht. Johan Engelbrecht making his way through in that number 1 car. And yeah, that is Engelbrecht. Did he take over from Willem Botha? Johan Engelbrecht, yes he did. So Engelbrecht is now in that car, and it was handed over to him by Willem Botha.
That kink has caught out quite a few drivers throughout the day, as Gerald Mauger was also caught out there and almost collected the cheaper car there of Andre Steenkamp, the 13 number blue car. Yeah, Gerald Mauger, he's having a bit of an off day out there, not really being mentioned quite that much. Leonardo Beccari also having an off on the circuit there in the number 72 car. So a lot of the guys really struggling with some of the corners here at Sebring.
Well, Gavin Fleming just telling me off air, FC, that kink that you were talking about, you go from 6th gear into 1st gear to go through that kink, and he's driven around Sebring a few times, and he knows that you're going to go from 6th gear to 1st gear to get through that kink, and if you go in there too hot or in the wrong gear, then you're going to find yourself in a spot of bother.
Yeah, riding on board with our race leader Erwin Litzkovich in the number 77 for 524 International Racing Team. He's managed to leapfrog the Campos Racing Team into that lead after the second round of pit stops. But as I said earlier, just look at those times tumbling there for Keegan Campos as Keegan starts getting into that rhythm that he needs to try and catch him. He's gotten it down. It was just under 14 seconds now. It's back up to 15 seconds, but really hounding down the likes there of Erwin Litzkovich.
Well, Litzkovich has done a personal best of a 146.166, but the man that's quickest out there with a 145.715, he's the fastest man out there, is Keegan Campos in the Campos Racing Team, but he is 16 seconds behind the 77 car of Litzkovich. All the drivers you see there showing green, that's all PBs, that stands for personal bests. So there's a lot of green sectors out there, one purple sector, and time for Keegan Campos.
Yeah, Campos so far with the fastest race or the lap in the race, the 1 minute 45.715, and a lot of the guys chasing that down, but he's the only one to break the 146 mark. The rest of the guys just hovering above. But riding on board with Andre Steenkamp, he's chasing down Stephen McCarthy in the number 2 car, and that is for track position.
Yeah, that's for P13 out there on a track, and Andre Steenkamp in the cheaper cars, .0ZA, Delara P217, chasing down Stephen McCarthy of Acol 24/7 and Sujin Properties, and he is right there with him. Stephen McCarthy's gone up 2 positions. Steenkamp's dropped down 1. He'd like to make one of them back again, or take that position back again, I should say, by getting his nose ahead there of Stephen McCarthy. So that is a fight a little bit further down for that 13th position on track.
Yeah, after 1 hour and 30 minutes, just looking at who is our biggest gainers and losers so far, Erwin Litzkovich and Graham Stephen both have made up 3 positions from where they started this race, with our biggest loser at this stage of the fight being Richard Wanders and Leonardo Beccari, both dropping down 6 positions, with Leonardo Beccari stuck right at the tail end of the field.
Well, with Engelbrecht sitting out there in P6, he's lost 3 positions. They are still second overall. He took over that car. Remember, it was Francois Botha in that car. And then, Francois Hubert in that car. Then it went to Willem Botha, and now into the hands of Engelbrecht as Steenkamp gets himself in a bit of a knot going into that right-hander. And that has now put pay to that chance that you could possibly have got ahead of McCarthy for that 13th position.
Yeah, a very costly mistake there for Andre Steenkamp. He was right on the tail end of that number 2 aid call 24/7 and Sujin car, and made that mistake. Just let's watch the replay. Just coming out of that corner, comes through the S's, just gets onto the curb, powers too much too early, and gets it all sideways and loses out about 5 seconds just to the likes there of Stephen.
Right, so Richard Wanders sitting out there in that 12th position, and he's going after Corne Breed. So the 88 has been chased there by the 12. So Breed and Wanders, and that is a fight for track position. That's a fight for 7th position out there on circuit, with 51 laps done so far. As Richard Wanders, the 12 cars catching up onto the 88 of Corne Breed. Corne Breed of iRacing Green, and Wanders of ASRC Racing, as Wanders is right there with him, 7/10 of a second there, FC between Breed and Wanders.
Yeah, but we're 1 hour 32 minutes into this race, and we're just going to go off air for a little bit for a short commentary break. Please enjoy the rest of the racing with us for the rest of the 6-hour race.
Right, looks like you've only got 8 cars that is on the lead lap from car number 9, or should I say car 22 P9. We are 1 lap down. So Erwin Liskowitz, he's the man that sits out there in P1 with a 14-second lead over the second place man. This is Greg Adams getting it all wrong, representing Australia, going in very hard, very wide, and loses the tail end there of the Dallara P217, takes out the cones, and on the main straight that's right there by pit entrance that he lost the tail end of that Dallara and keeps on going. Brad Bedingfield, well, you can't do too much of that, Brad. You were singing your praises earlier on about that 5 car is still in with the outside chances. They're going to have to keep it very, very steady and not make mistakes. That's Stephen McCarthy getting it wrong and getting collected there by that very same number 5 car of Brad Bedingfield. FC not going the number 5 car's way at all.
Yeah, definitely not going in the right direction there for Brad Bedingfield and his team, and as well as for the number 2 of Stephen McCarthy, also getting barged around there, always being involved with that number 5 car. Ooh, Corne Breed getting it all wrong, just running a bit wide out of that corner, getting those rear tires onto the dirty stuff and pitching it sideways. So, yeah, Corne Breed getting caught out by that one as well while we were off air. But riding on board with your race leader, Owen Liskowicz, the man leading this race after leapfrogging Keegan Campos in the pit stops when Campos did a driver change from Keegan Masters. But speaking about pit stops, we're on lap 56 now. We saw them come in round about lap 20-21 and then again round about 40-41. So we should be seeing them coming in about 6 to 7 laps from now for that third round of pit stops. And it'll be interesting to see who is going to do driver changes and who's going to stick with their current driver.
Well, I think Liskowitz is going to have to make a change. They pitted on lap 42. Well, we all know they were putting in lap 41, 42. So Andre Steenkamp came in on lap 39 and Bakari came in on lap 34, but I think they probably had issues out there, did the 72 car. As a matter of fact, we know that the 72 car had problems out there. So we're looking at about lap 60, 61 to 62 for the third round. Liskowitz was in the pits. That's from pit entry to pit exit. He was in there for 33.6 seconds. That's pretty quick. Remember, they did no driver change. And then 58.5 for Campos and 57 for Kutsia. That is the pit stop time for the top 3 there, FC, as we watch Keegan Campos make his way around, and he's going to have to get a move on because he's 13 seconds behind Liskowitz. He's the 14 car behind the 77 for P1 and P2, but he's comfortably ahead there of the 9 car in P3, Jason Kutsia. He's 19, almost 20 seconds ahead there of Kutsia is Campos.
Yeah, that is Kutsia that is chasing down Keegan Campos, but Campos sitting comfortably there in that second position. Keegan Campos, of course, racing for the Campos Transport team, and his teammates being the likes of Keegan Masters and Matt Shorter. In third position, Jason Kutsia for Durant Motorsport number 9. He took over the driving duties there from Byron Mitchell, who was doing brilliantly earlier in the race. He sat in that second position at one stage and then got leapfrogged by Erwin Liskowitz. Liskowitz managed to pull that off by not doing a driver change and doing a quick pit stop compared to some of the other drivers. 20 seconds or something like that was the difference between Liskowitz and Campos's pit stop, and that's what handed that race lead over to Erwin Liskowitz.
Well, Bakari lost 6 positions there, and you saw briefly that Leonardo Bakari in the 72 car was there in that pit lane. But no problems out there for this man. Our international team, the 524 International Racing Team from Poland, and that man, Erwin Liskowitz, sitting there in that first position. But the gap between himself and Campos is coming down. There, the lights are flashing. It was 14 seconds, it became 13, and it's now 12 seconds that Keegan Campos is behind Liskowitz. So Keegan Campos of the Campos Transport Racing Team sitting out there in that second position. He is going to go after him. It's gone to 12.1. He's going to try and make it 11 seconds. So we're going to have to watch out for this Campos Racing car, number 14, the Campos Transport Racing outfit, number 14. It is going to go after the 77 car of the 524 International Racing team. Now, Campos was quicker. Campos was the quickest man out there. Done a 146.3 compared to Liskowitz 147.2.
Yeah, that's almost a full second on that lap that he took out of Liskowitz, and that is blindingly quick pace from Keegan Campos. Lap 58, like I said, we're about 6 laps, 4 or 5 laps to go until we start seeing the guys dive into the pits. Sandro Beccari or Leonardo Beccari has already dived into the pits and did a driver change. It's back in the hands of Sandro Beccari in the number 72 car in 16th position.
Right, Jason Kutsia is in that third place. He's 19 seconds behind the 14 car of Keegan Campos. So the Durant Motorsport number 9 car is not too far behind. Well, he's about 19 seconds. That is like 19 days in real life. Is 19 seconds in motorsport. So he's going to have to go some if he wants to get that Durant Motorsport car up into that second place. He'll be happy with the top 3 so far. But in the top 5, in P4 and leading the Masters, and he's almost a minute behind Kutsia, 57.8 seconds, is Graham Stephen, and he is sitting out there comfortably in the top 5 and overall P1 in the Masters category for the Lauda Classic Car Racing team.
Yeah, it seems to all be going very well for Graham Stephen. But in 5th position, Esteban Murcia in the number 3 car for Avanti Esports. He's about a minute 15 seconds off of the pace of our leader, who is out there. So yeah, Esteban Murcia in that 5th place, being chased down by Johan Engelbrecht, but Engelbrecht being another 15 seconds down the line for Gazoo Racing, and that is of course the 2nd placed Masters car, the Gazoo Racing car, in 6th place for Johan Engelbrecht.
Yeah, not doing too bad out there is Johan. There was a pretty quick driver change, I would say, there between Willem Pina that handed over there to Johan Engelbrecht, because he was in that car very briefly after he took over from Buerta, after Buerta took over from Hubert, and he wasn't in there that long before we handed the car over to this other Johan, and that is Engelbrecht. That is there in that 6th place overall and 1st in the Masters category. Behind him in P7 is Richard Wanders, international driver Richard Wanders of ASRC Racing. Richard Wanders in that 12 car, and then 1 lap down behind him in P8 in the top 10 is that 88 IRSA Green racing team of Corneille Breed. He sits there in that 8th position. Peter Hubert in car number 22 is also a lap down from the leader. He sits there in that 9th position of Team Hubert Racing. That's the Masters category, Peter Hubert. And then rounding off the top 10, also a lap down from the leader, is car number 74. That's Greg Adams, our driver from Australia.
Yeah, Greg Adams for Bandit Racing sitting there in that 10th position. He's had an interesting afternoon out there as well, finding some big difficult spots there on the circuit. But let's watch this replay for Johan Engelbrecht. What happened here for him? Again, this kink. Yeah, completely overcooking it, going straight on and trying, but it has to take the long way around to get back onto the circuit, and that's going to cost him quite a bit.
If that was MotoGP, he'd be doing what they call a long lap penalty. Trying to get back out onto track again, Johan Engelbrecht. So Greg Adams busy making his way around. Here comes Engelbrecht, Hubert. Right, here we go. Lap number 60. And Davi Hubert is going to take over that 22 car. Davi Hubert is going to step in. That's for the Hubert Racing outfit. So that's the change of driver for that car. That's Davi Hubert. So we are on lap 60. The pit stops will start now. There, Davi Hubert goes out in that 22 car. He wasn't in that car earlier. There was a driver change. Liskowitz still sitting out there in P1. When this car comes in, it will be its 3rd pit stop it has to make, with 1 hour and almost 50 minutes done. And surely Liskowitz is going to have to hand over to Chachura.
Yeah, Jachura is the guy that will be taking over from him. Whether it will happen in this pit stop or not, we'll have to wait and see as we're riding aboard Liskovic as he goes down that main straight into the left-handed turn number 1. Then makes a quick kink. Donny Hubert having come out the pits just behind our leader. That is, Davy Hubert out there in the number 22.
Oh, Davy, Donny, it makes, yeah, same driver. So, right, Liskovic, 77, P1, 11.2 seconds ahead of Keegan Campos. Lap 61 has been started. Let's have a look, see when and who and how this pit stop is going to work out, this pit stop strategy. Let's have a look. They might just confuse us completely, not even coming to the pits this time. But if you're going to go according to theory, what's happened from lap number 1, we should be heading into the third round of pit stops if they're going to stay consistent the way they have done it. I see Benningfield, Brad Benningfield is in pit lane. Graham Stephen is in pit lane as well. So FC, here we go, lap 61, 1 hour 50 minutes done, and here we go with round 3 of the pit stops.
Yeah, our predictions were spot on. Lap 61, Brad Bedingfield changing back over to, he's in the pit area there, and Graham Stephen in the pits as well. Let's have a look at the names on the leaderboard and see if anything happens there with the drivers, as Keegan Campos is making his way around the circuit in second position, and we'll be keeping an eye out. He's only 10 seconds behind Erwin Liskovic now. Like we said from the beginning, that he got into the car, worked it down all the way from almost 20 seconds down to 10 seconds, the gap between Campos and Liskovic. And one will have to wonder if Erwin Liskovic has got enough time in the bag if he needs to do a driver swap.
Well, Liskovic is still out there. Campos has just made his way across the start-finish line and heading into turn number 1 on lap 62. So Keegan Campos, 10.1 seconds, 9.9. I said earlier on, it's coming down. It's come down from 14 seconds to just over 9 seconds. So the 14 car is hooked up and is reeling the 77 car in. And he's also done a quickest last lap as Campos, a 146.7 compared, and even Kutsia has done a 146.8. So both of them are quicker than the 77 car of Liskovic that did a 147.2.
Yeah, both of those cars are dropping below 147s now, and that is not good news for Erwin Liskovic, as he's definitely starting to lose tyres out there, and the rest of the guys being a lot quicker as Keegan Campos weaves his way through the pack there. That was a Brad Benningfield that was in there with him as the guys continue to make their way around the circuit.
So have a replay here at Keegan Campos. He's got the Benningfield car there ahead of him that he's going to probably put a lap on. Diving up, there could be a replay of the overtaking maneuver. Yeah, that's just the 5 car moving out the way there for the 14 car. And I had so much hope for that number 5 team, but it just wasn't meant to be. As we said earlier on, we all saw what happened when the green lights went on. So that is Benningfield in that number 5 car into the right-hander, and that tail of that Delara just stepping out on him.
Yeah, not working out there for him. But Johan Engelbrecht in the pits, Richard Wanders in the pits, as well as Keegan Campos comes into the pits, and Jason Kutsia. So Erwin Liskovic stays out, even though he was being caught there. So the rest of the guys being way faster than them before they dived into the pits, he chose to stay out.
I see that Willem Pina, or Pine Pina as they also call him, he's making his way into the pits as well with that 111 car. He's in pit lane. So here comes Esteban Murcia, and let's have a look, see. He is currently there in that 4th position. Remember, he took over earlier from Kevin Jimenez, so he sits out there in that 4th place, does Esteban Murcia. And let's see where he will end up, using the track and a touch more, going into that right-hander. And there the number 3 car goes, making its way down that long straight. There will be I think this is the one that goes into the final corner. If it's a right-hander, yes it is. And then the pit straight, or the home straight, is there on his right-hand side, or yeah, but he doesn't go in. He doesn't go into that right-hander. That's called the pit lane. He keeps on going down the home straight under the Chevy bridge and into turn one does Murcia, and he sits out there in that fourth position, and he's going to put a lap on the 13 car that's now back in the hands of Herman Lazarus.
Yeah, Herman Lazarus in that number 13 car. But we've also had a driver change there for the number 12 car, Elliot Simpson, having taken over the reins there from Richard Wanders. As Erwin Liskovic dives into the pits, we'll have to see, is he going to do a driver change, and will Keegan Campos retake the lead of this race?
Yeah, remember, he might just get back into the lead. Let's have a look. See, Liskovic is in the pits now. Will he come back out again, or will he hand over to Christoph Jatura? We'll have a look and see. At the yes, he does. He hands over to Jatura. So now that's Christoph Jatura that is in that 527 International Racing Dallara P217. He has eventually, after almost 2 hours, taken over that car from Liskovic. Here comes Keegan Campos. And Campos is sitting in that second position. He's making his way towards the final right-hander, which will take him onto the home straight. There he swings into that right-hander. It closes up on you as he keeps on going into that right-hander, making his way through. And will he hit the lead? Will the 14 car come out in P1? Yep, yeah. Into the lead goes the Campos Racing team of Keegan Campos.
Yeah, Jatura still now being dropped, but Jason Kutsia also manages to sneak past there and is back into that second position for Team Durant. And Esteban Murcia also dives into the pit area to start his pit lane, as well as Gerald Merget.
Yeah, we see that 3 car making its way down pit lane. Remember, he took over there from Jimenez, so I don't believe that this will be a driver change. It'll be just a normal pit stop, and then Murcia will keep on going again. Have a replay at, look at Esteban Murcia going into that right-hander, and that's just him making his way into pit lane and almost exceeding pit lane limits there. Or should I say speed limits?
Speed limits, yeah. Ooh, bollards being sent flying there by Greg Adams. Not his day into that kink for Greg Adams as he spins it around once again. Luckily gets out of the way of that oncoming car. Sandro Bakari also having a bit of a wide run through the kink. Makes it back onto the circuit without too much hassles out there.
So another replay here at Wayne Camage, making his way through, and rubbing it up against that tyre wall and sending that car into the cones right there by pit entrance. So if I was him, I'd just drive into the pits, yes, and get his pit stop done if he hasn't done one already. So Esteban Murcia sitting out there in that 5th position in car number 3 of Avante Esports as he goes into that right-hander, and they are currently in P5, so they are sitting in that top 5. They'll be happy with that, but they will obviously want to fancy their chances to go up a bit higher. And Lazarus, man, this 13 car's been in the wars today, losing the track quite a lot between Lazarus and Steenkamp, with the tail of the cheaper cars, .co.za LMP217 just stepping out of line. But Keegan Campos is 9.2 seconds ahead of Jason Kutsia. So the 14 car leads, the 9 car leads the 77 car, and that 77 car is 15.4 seconds behind Kutsia is Christoph Jatura.
Yeah, Christoph Jatura in that 3rd position. But riding aboard with our leader, Keegan Campos, he's taken over at the previous round of pit stops already from Keegan Masters. And these guys just showing that they are some of South Africa's best racing drivers out there, having regained that lead. Jason Kutsia in 2nd, Christoph Jatura 3rd. Courtney Breeds managed to fight his way up into 4th position, but he is currently in pit lane. He's made up 4 positions, or that car's made up 4 positions since the start of the race, but now dropping down because he is in that pit area. Graham Stephen back up into 4th position, Brilliant drive there from him in the Masters class today, with Esteban Murcia and Elliot Simpson in 6th.
Yeah, and Graham did a personal best of a 148, and he's moved up 3 positions, sitting there in the top 5 and leading the Masters category. So he is out there in the Masters. I think Hubert would be second in the Masters. So who is the quickest man out there? There's a 285, and that's been done there by Breut and by Adams. These guys have done 285 k's an hour, but Jason Kutsia is the quickest man out there. FC's done a 289 k's an hour, and the last lap of a 147.763.
Yeah, the guys are flying around the Sebring circuit here in Sebring, Florida. And let's see what happens here. Replay for Herman Lazarus. What's going to happen here? Hard on the brakes, not hard enough. Too early on the power, and just pitches it completely sideways. There is Herman Lazarus.
Very nervous motor car is a Stellara P217 by the looks of things. If you brake too late, if you go in too hot, gives you no indication, and the tail just steps out on you, and all of a sudden you'll find yourself in a spot of bother. So Jason Kutsia making his way around the track, but this is Graham Stephen of Lauder Classic Cars, Team Lauder Classic Cars, sitting in that 4th position and leading the Masters category. Is Graham Stephen sitting out there in P4. He's ahead there of Esteban Murcia, and here comes Graham Stephen into the left-hander. That is turn number 1. So with 2 hours done on the clock, the commentary team's going to take a quick break, and then we will be back with you shortly.
Sorry folks, we've decided not to take a break because there's a competition yellow that's just come out on the 2-hour mark. Now, let me tell you what I know about it, and then Frankie, you and FC can add what knowledge you have on how this works. Competition yellow can be brought out at any time under the discretion of the clerk of the course and the organizers. There's a 20-second warning period before the yellow flag comes out. Yellow flag will last for a period of 3 laps. In that period of time, you may catch up to whoever is behind you. What is the ruling in terms of what speed the lead car must do, being Keegan Campos? He has determined his speed behind the pace car. Hence, everybody then links up behind that. This is a game changer en masse. It brings all the big boys back together.
Now, you may pit under competition yellow, but not on the lap that the competition yellow comes out. In other words, the first lap you may not go into pits compared. Well, this is how I understand it. So all depending on how long the safety vehicle stays out on the circuit, they can only pit after the second lap of the, or should I say after the first lap is done under the competition yellow. Just a replay here of Bad Bedingfield. Oh man, and I had so much hope for this team, and they are really just getting it all out of line, but they're not going to give up. That I can promise you. That number 5 car and its team will not give up as it makes its way into the pit lane. They're going to keep on going. So now you must remember, you cannot overtake any lap cars. So as the leader picks up the safety vehicle, so you just filter in behind the lead car, which is the 14 Campos Racing car being driven by Keegan Campos. So
it's a lap car of Corne Breut, is the one that's in there behind it, frankly. And in fact, then behind that is Francois Hubert. So,
yeah,
that makes a completely different ball game. Although you have now closed up, you've still got all of these slower cars that's between you. There's Jason Kutsia looking at track position. See if we can get it right. There's Francois Hubert, who is further down. and then in front of that is Orne Breert, and then we get back to Keegan Campos. So the action is going to be on that 4th place motocross.
Yeah, watch out for that 77 car. It's also there, and that will be in the hands of, that's our international team. That will be Chachura. That is in that motor car. So there's just one lap car between himself and that 9 car of Jason Kutsia. He's going to have to try and clear that 74 car, and that's the New Zealand Australian combination car. That's car number 74. They are a lap down. That's going to get interesting as this one. That is the Bandit Racing team of Stanton, Adams and Lismore. Right, let's have a look and see now. They can go into the pits. The 12 car has gone into the pit area, and so has the 22 car. So they miss one lap, you can't, and then afterwards you are allowed to go and pit, and they're going to be very careful not to overtake each other under yellow. Or are they going to allow the cars on the lead lap through, Gary? Because look at that, first, second and third was on the lead lap, and they're one behind each other. Just maybe the rule says that the cars on the lead lap can overtake the cars that are a lap down. I don't know, I'm just guessing here, but that's what I see on screen.
Well, there is in-car discussions going down. They have got a channel that they're on, and it would appear as if that was the instruction that was given, because there's Keegan Campos, there's Jason Kutsia, there is Jutura, and then there is a Graham Stephen. So it looks like they are shuffling that front 5 to Linus Stern. Let's just check it out. Where's Keegan? There's Keegan. Jason, yep, right there.
Yeah, it looks like Francois Hubert is also there.
It looks like there's a keenness to get going again.
Wow. Either way, here we go. It's basically hit the reset button, and let's do it all over again, and we'll have a look and see. With 68 laps done, these guys want to go. They want this safety vehicle, this pickup truck, to get out of the way so they can go back to green again. Are we so glad we did not take the commentator's break? Well done to Gary for picking up the competition yellow. So here we go. You did not want to be on a commentator's break right now with all this going down. Surely not. Definitely not. FC, these boys are ready and they're hungry and they can't wait to go green again, but they mustn't barge into each other. The 9 car just bumped the 14 car accidentally there. So they are, I'm saying accidentally because I believe it's accidentally. Let's have a look and see.
Yeah, some interesting things happening here between the guys as they gear up and getting ready to get going again. Remember, they're not allowed to overtake each other from their original positions. We're not talking about the lapped cars, but let's see what happens here as everybody gets into their positions, and guys starting to warm up their tires. Remember, going this slowly drops a lot of tire temperature. Your brake temperatures tend to drop. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens into that first corner as well.
Well, they've definitely overtaken the lap cars, that's for sure. I've seen the first 8 cars are all in there behind each other. So the drivers that are 1 lap or more down, while 1 lap or even more, they just fault in behind each other. So this is going to be entertaining. 68 laps done, 2 hours and 7 minutes on the clock. The competition yellow surely it's going to come to an end very, very soon. We're waiting for those 2 stragglers at the back just to catch up to the back of the pack. And then I'm sure the moment our COC says, let's do this, we will go back to green. Interesting times await as we are going to go green. The pace cars in pit lane, and we go green, green, green once again here. 69 laps done, and the first 4, 5, 6, 7 cars on the lead lap. Now they dive into turn number 1, and all going wide. There is Kutsia. He's lost out a lot of positions. There is Jason Kutsia. Chajura's come through as well. Right behind him, we have got the number 1 car of Francois Hubert. It's all happening out there. The 14 car of Campos leads there. The 77 of Chajura is in 2nd position and 3rd overall, and P1 in the Masters. The number 4 car of Graham Stephen as the field heads under the Budweiser Bridge FC into the right-hander.
Yeah, Esteban Murcia has moved himself up into that 5th place. A lot of the guys hard into each other as Greg Adams gets collected. And there's a whole bunch of spinners. Oh, Stephen McCarthy goes flying over the nose of Adams.
Mike
And it's
Verrier
a whole...
was involved in that.
Oh, sorry, Mike Verrier has taken over there from McCarthy in the number 2 car. And a lot of the guys getting piled up there with cold tyres and cold brakes.
Well, definitely cold tyres. They were out for nothing short of 3 laps, maybe even 4 behind the pace car. And this is what the competition yellow is all about. This is Jason Kutsia that ran very, very wide. Well, he's dropped in there behind the 1 car. Oh, and Kutsia lost the tail, and then it was just chaos after that, as the 3 car also got itself in a bit of a knot there. That's the Avanti Esports team of Murcia that got himself in chaos, and then the 74 car was taken out by the 111, and it just snowballed from there, FC.
Yeah, there's another view here from what happened riding with Robbie Teens in the 111, who went bang into Greg Adams, and that's caused Adams to spin out, and Mike Verrier having flown over the nose there of Adams.
Well, this is just a replay of this whole lot. This is from Herman Lazarus' point of view to see what happened there, because he was in there just behind Mike Verrier, and he almost tagged the back end of Verrier, and then Peter Hubert was involved a bit further down as well. And this is all on the opening lap of the restart. Well, I shouldn't say Peter, it's Darby, because remember, Darby took over that car from Peter, and he was also involved a bit earlier on. And then this is a chance for Benningfield and them to try and get back, but they are nothing short of about 2 laps down, with Devin Piazza Musso now behind the wheel of that 5 car.
Yeah, Sandra Bakari having collected the number 130 car. But riding with Greg Adams now back in the race as everybody gets going again. Wayne Kamich is the man who finds himself right at the back of the field. But leading this race with on lap 70, 2 hours 10 minutes, Keegan Campos being chased down by Christoph Jachura and Graham Stephen in the number 4 car.
So as we go around with the Graham Stephen, now he sits 3rd. And Graham is P1 in the Masters category, as he is busy making his way. Man, he's having a good outing, is Graham Stephen, as Graham Stephen sits there in that 3rd place overall, and he is 6 seconds behind Jachura. Man, can you imagine? A Masters team FC has never won overall this endurance yet. A Masters team has never ever done it, and here is a possibility for a Masters team to win this one. To beat the 14 and 77 cars is going to be very, very difficult out there, but I'm sure that team of car number 4 can do it, the Lauda Classic Car Racing team.
Yeah, Graham Stephen is super duper quick there, and he's right on the case of those front 2. But 2 hours and 12 minutes into this race, we're going to take that break that we wanted to take earlier and leave you with some on-track action.
Well, welcome back. 2 hours and 25 minutes done. And while we were off air, it has all happened out there. The 14 cars dropped all the way down, away from the lead. It's gone off the circuit. That's a replay of Keegan Campos getting it all wrong. Just losing out there heavily. Here comes the 12 car. Now, the 12 car capitalized in all of this, even though we see him bouncing off the dirt there. That's the Elliot Simpson number 12 car of the ASRC Racing. And Keegan Campos losing the track once again. So Campos's concentration was obviously broken there when he went off the track the first time, which resulted in another off. And it all happened out there. Here comes Wayne Camage onto the dirt. You don't want to put those slick tires onto the dirt. That's where you're going to end up. And that's exactly where the 130 car of Campos ended up there. The Team Bigfoot Racing car. So, another replay of Keegan Campos. And it's stepping out of line. It's stepping out of line all over the place. And Keegan Campos will be absolutely gutted at himself, because that's one time's lead that's been thrown far, far away. And he finds himself in 5th position, and he's 32 seconds behind Jason Kutsia that sits there in P4. But FC, the biggest winner and the biggest gainer in all this is the number 12 car of Elliot Simpson that's moved up into that 2nd position.
Yeah, definitely Elliot Simpson having capitalized on all of that. So something major must have happened there for the number 4, 9 and 14 cars, because I mean, if you look at the number 14 car of Campos, that went down from the lead down into 5th. We had the Durant Motorsport car that was lying there in 3rd and 4th at one stage, now still in 4th. Graham Stephen was in 3rd, but he was leapfrogged by Elliot Simpson, who's worked his way up into 12th position, only 14 seconds behind our race leader Krzysztof Chachura.
Sure, all happening out there. That's Devin Piazzamuso. That's sitting there in that 13th position, and he's chasing down the 111 car that's been driven there by Robbie Teens right now. Remember, Robbie Teens is part of the Team Omana, as they call it. And he's sitting there in that 12th position, and he's been hassled there by Devin Piazzamuso, that is driving that 5 car, and he is 7/10 behind him. And in turn, Robbie Teens is only 4/10 of a second behind 11th place man Herman Lazarus.
Yeah, you can see that battle between the three of them as they're all in one shot. Herman Lazarus leading that train, followed by Robbie Teens, who's gotten into the 111 car, and Devin Musso in that 13th position in the number 5 car, trying to make a move.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Stephen is on a move. Well, he's 2.4 seconds behind Elliot Simpson. He's Graham Stephen, but he is turning up the wick, that's for sure. Let's keep an eye on this dice that's heading down into that last right-hander with the bridge there on their right-hand side. Oh, Herman Lazarus has got Robbie Teens and Devin Piazzamuso that is sitting out there. That's at fight for 10. That's the fight for 11, 12 and 13. That's going down the main straight under Chevrolet Bridge and into turn number 1. A replay here at Greg Adams, our driver from Australia. And that's a very famous spot, I've noticed, FC. One of the most famous spots that these Delaras step out of line.
Yeah, the trickiest corner around the circuit, I would say, as Gavin explained to us earlier. You come down that straight in 6th gear, and then you've got to gear down all the way into 1st, and that completely messes up everything. There was a passing move with Robbie Teens that managed to get past the number 13 of Lazarus, and then that brings into play the number 5 of Piazza Musso into that competition as well.
And here's a replay of Devin Piazzamuso that's making a move there on the 13 car of Herman Lazarus. So both of them managed to get through, and look who's there behind them, the man that sits there in P5, and that is Keegan Campos that's going to put a lap on them. So back to the man that sits out there in P1. Well, they've come all the way from Poland with 2.5 hours done, and the 77 car, the 524 International Racing team of Krzysztof Chachura, that's the man that leads this one, and he's almost 16 seconds ahead of the 12 car of Simpson, the ASR Racing team. He is ahead there of Simpson in that second position.
Yeah, Simpson in that second position for Team ASRC, and doing a good job there. Graham Stephen has moved himself up into that third spot for the Masters. He's leading the Masters class in the third overall position in the number 4 car. Only 3 seconds off the pace there from Elliot Simpson. So anything can still happen here with Stephen possibly being able to catch that number 12 car.
So let's wrap this up. Leading the Masters then is car number 4, which means that car number 1 will be second, yes, and then car 22 will be third, exactly as I thought. That is the Lauda Classic cars that's leading it, from the Gazoo Racing in second, from the T. Bear Racing in third, and then fourth will be the Acol 24/7 and Sujin, and rounding off the top 5 is a 111 of the Team Old Boys.
Looking at the positions for the pros, the leading team there, 524 International Racing, the 77 car leading this one, with Elliot Simpson in the number 12 car for ASRC Racing in second position, followed by Durant Motorsport finishing up that third position, and Campos Transport in fourth place.
Right, so we have a look there at the man that is sitting third overall and into pits. Yes, lap 82. This is quite right. They put it on 42, 62, 82. So here we go with the fourth round of pit stops, and we just came on air just in time for the fourth round of pit stops. And making his way into pit lane is the number 4 Dallara of Graham Stevens. So yes, the pit window opened up on about lap 80, 81, and into the pits on lap 82 comes Graham Stevens.
Yeah, Graham Stephen diving into the pits there, hoping to do a bit of a leapfrog, or the undercut as they refer to it in Formula 1, to try and pass some of the guys that they are racing out there. So let's see what happens. Will Graham Stephen stay in the car, or will he hand it over? Will he hand the number 4 over to Peter van der Spey or Ian Riddle? He's been in the car for 2.5 hours up until now, and I'm pretty sure that Peter van der Spey or Ian Riddle will be taking over that number 4 car.
Well, coming into pits, I saw the cheaper cars team coming into pit lane. That would be Hammer Lazarus. Here comes Keegan Campos. It's another replay of Campos coming through. Here comes Christoph Chajura for the 524 International team, and then Elliot Simpson that sits there in that second position, 17 seconds, 17.4 to be exact, behind the Chachura car that is leading this one down. And he's got that 74 car of Greg Adams just ahead of him. Here is Jason Kutsia in the Durant Motorsport team, 17.5 seconds behind Elliot Simpson, and Jason sitting there in that third place. Remember that the man that's busy working his way out of the pits and should be out there pretty soon is that leading number 4 car that's now in the hands of Peter van der Spey.
Yeah, Peter van der Spey getting into the number 4 car for Lauda Classic cars, back out on track in the 5th position. Ooh, getting it all wrong. These cars are not that easy to drive, and Captain Pete getting it a bit all wrong there. It's going to take him a little bit of time to get into the rhythm. It's the first time he's racing out here today, and after 2.5 hours for Graham Stephen, now in the hands of Peter van der Spey. Andre Steenkamp also got back behind the wheel of the number 13 cheaper cars car, and he's out there in 14th position.
Right, so pretty much the way we expected it. I'm sure that the rest of the guys are going to come into the pits. This is the replay of the Peter van der Spey spin after taking over that car from Graham Stephen, and once again in that famous spot he loses the tail end there of the Dallara P217 and has to rectify the situation and keep on going. So up front is Christoph Chajura in the 77 car for 524 International Racing, and he is 18.5 seconds ahead of Simpson. Well, Simpson is 18 seconds behind him. So Andre Steenkamp in the cheaper cars.co.za machine also getting it all wrong in one of those chicanes that is very difficult. That's the right chicane, and that's one of 2 places that is very, very hard to go through. You have to be the right speed in the right gear to go through there. Otherwise, you're going to find yourself in trouble out on the circuit. So, here comes Chachira in the 77 car. 84 laps done, FC, when is that Team 524 International going to dive into pit lane?
Yeah, we should be seeing that pretty soon. Jason Kutsia dives into the pit lane in the number 9 Durant Motorsport car. So that is the first of our top runners diving into the pit lane now to get his 4th pit stop of the race. Elliot Simpson already 4 stops under the belt, and I think that's what's helped him move up into that 2nd position. So let's see if he's going to make another stop pretty soon. Keegan Campos has all... Ooh, Frankie, that's interesting. That explains why Campos is so far down. He's already done a 4th stop.
Well, they've all done 4 except for the 77 car of Chachura. That car must still come in and make its 4th pit stop. Everybody else, your top 6, has made pit stops. And let's have a look and see when that 77 car will make its way into the pit area. 84 laps has done, and could this be his entry lap into the pits? Let's have a look and see. Into the right hand he goes. This is the final turn at this track, and will he go into the pits at Sebring? No, he does not. The 84 car has only done 3 pit stops, and François Hubert brings the number 1 car, the Gazoo Racing team, back out on track, and he is still sitting 2nd in class and 7th overall.
Yeah, but Elliot Simpson is the man there in 2nd position. He is the first of those top runners that have done 4 stops, and he is in 2nd position, but being chased down by Keegan Campos. But Keegan Campos is 53 seconds behind our 2nd place man, Elliot Simpson. That's a mountain to climb, but there's still a long way to go in this race. We've got about 3 hours 20 odd minutes left to run this race, but I can guarantee you Christoph Jachara will be finding himself in an awkward position there when he goes into pit, because he might just be coming out behind Elliot Simpson.
Well, Gary was saying something to me. If your pit stops takes like 30 odd seconds or more with Chachura that is in the pits, Simpson could find himself in the lead. Elliot Simpson could come from absolutely nowhere, the ASRC team of Simpson and Wanders, and that car could find its way into P1 as a replay here of Wayne Camage. Is this our favorite corner? Yeah, it's one of our 2 favorite corners, but this is the most favorite one at this point in time, where Wayne Camage gets the tail end sliding away underneath him.
Yeah, very, very difficult corner, that one, along with the quick right and left-hander that catches out so many drivers. Kevin Jimenez going into the final corner to start his next lap as he comes around that final bend. Sunset Bend is what they call that bend, that long turn 17, and down onto the main straight in the number 3 car. But Peter van der Spey making good headway there and starting to catch the driver in front of him is Peter van der Spey in the number 4 Laude Classic Cars car.
Well, and Lucas coming to the pits, the 77 race leader. He is in the pits. Christoph Chachura is in the pits now. This is what we spoke about earlier. Simpson needs the lead. Exactly what Gary was saying to me off air. The 77 car could lose that lead to the 12 car, who has already done 4 pit stops. So gee whiz, who would have thought that at this point in time, FC, that the 12 car is in P1?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it at one stage, that number 12 car was way down in like 7th, 8th, 9th position, and it's moved itself up into P1 ahead of Christoph Jachura. Will Keegan Campos be able to catch him? I doubt it. Keegan Campos was quite a bit down. It was about 53 seconds down on Simpson, so I doubt that Christoph Jachura is going to be overtaken by Campos, but it's going to be close as he goes down the main straight now. But Chachura already back out on the circuit.
Well, one good thing there for the 14 car, they went from P1 to P5. They are now in that 3rd position. So with all this going down, it's counted in the favor of the 14 car. It's made its way back up into the top 3 as we have a look at Wayne Camage in the 130 car of Team Bigfoot Racing. getting it out of shape and out of line. You cannot put those slick tires on the dirt. You're going to find yourself there plowing the land as he brings that number 130 car, the Dallara, back onto track once again. So, as I said, the 14 car is back into that third place. They'll be happy with the top three. They'll be miffed that they're not in the lead. This man will not be miffed that he's in the lead, and that is Elliot Simpson, that finds himself 38 seconds ahead of Chachura, that's in that second position.
Looking at the number of stops from everybody in the top 10, everybody's done 4 stops except for Corne Breed in the 88. Corne has only done 3 stops up until this point, and then Devin Musso, who's already done 6 stops with that number 5 car. So top 10 rather should I say, all on 4 stops except for our 7th place man Corne Breed.
But Devin Piazza Musa, they've had problems out there with that number 5 car right from the beginning, and that's why they find themselves in a lot of trouble. Here comes Kutsia, and Lucas sitting around him on the outside. That's the 4 car of Van der Spey. Van der Spey driving around Kutsia, and Jason Kutsia dropping down, and Jason Kutsia is losing ground. The 9 car is losing ground to the 4 car that just drove around him on the outside, and there you can see Van der Spey is driving away from Kutsia. So FC, one would tend to believe or tend to think that there's a problem out there for that 9 car.
Yeah, definitely something wrong for the number 9 of Jason Kutsia. We saw the car coming in for a pit stop earlier, came back out, dropped all the way down the field, and then all of a sudden just looks like he's looking for parking. The way Peter van der Spey came flying around his outside, and that's not the performance that we're used to seeing from the number 9 car throughout the day.
No, there's a problem out there for that 9 car. I'm sure it must come into pits. Yes, it does. Jason Kutsia brings a Durant Motorsport Dallara into pit lane. Let's have a look and see what this problem is. He would have done 5 pit stops now, but this is not, as you can see, a routine pit stop. This is for some other kind of issue that they got out here. Here comes a 12 car in. Simpson, the leader FC, making his way into pit lane.
That is quite interesting to see, the number 12 of Elliot Simpson coming in there. I wonder why they've already had those stops earlier. It's different strategies coming out here. It's going to be interesting to see how this pans out towards the end of the race. Christoph Chachura was 38 seconds, or is currently 38 seconds behind our race leader, who is still leading even though he is in the pits, as he now comes down the main straight, passes him in the pits as Christoph Chachura takes the lead again, and Elliot Simpson still in the pit area with Keegan Campos in a third, Kevin Jimenez, Peter van der Spey, Corne Breed, Davy Hubert and Francois Hubert.
Well, this will throw the routine pit stops as we know it out completely, with that 12 car that made its way into the pit area as well. So yeah, this will now really upset everything. Is this part of strategy towards the end, when other people have to come in, then you will have enough fuel to stay out? Well, I think so, but it could be a touch too early, but rather do it too early than too late if that is your game plan. So let's have a look and see. Yes, Keegan Campos, I'm picking up here 7/10 of a second behind Simpson, and Simpson just made his way out of the pits. So this will be an opportunity for the number 14 car of Keegan Campos to make his way up into that second position. But FCI, if there was a problem with the 12 car, I can understand why, but this could be a complete change of strategy also for the number 12 car now been driven by Simpson, to change a whole pit stop strategy around to as you head towards the end of the race.
No, definitely, Frankie, but just look at how Keegan Campos is all over the back end of that number 12 car, almost making contact in certain corners as he now dives out. There might have been slight contact there into that right-hander. They go. It's Campos now up into P2, but he runs wide. He's going to have to give that position back. He does, as Simpson retakes that second position, but you can bet your bottom dollar as they go down the Ullman Straight that Campos is not going to take this lying down.
Well, remember, if there was refueling, that 12 car will be fuel fat, and that 14 car will be lighter on fuel. So with that taken in mind and kept in mind, and also on tires that's a whole lot more tackier, he might be able to have a go there at Simpson and take that second position away from him. I don't know. I'm going to have a go that they have changed their entire pit stop procedures and rather do it earlier than later. And if that's the case, it would be well done and good thinking there by the team of car number 12. But right now, he's under pressure is Simpson from Campos, who's 0.6 of a second behind him in that fight for second position.
Yeah, Raymond Duggan just got back in the car as that car makes its way out of the pit. Swayze Hubert just got into the 22 car, and Devin Musso also in the pits again for his next run of pit stops. But Keegan Campos, the man to watch at this stage of the fight, trying to fight his way back past Elliot Simpson. He led the race at one stage, and then I'm not sure what we missed out there, but he lost more than a minute and an additional pit stop compared to some of the other guys out there, and that's put him in that third position, battling it out with Elliot Simpson, but he's right on his tail and just looking for the right moment to make a move.
Well, we'll have to look and see how this one pans out. Campos now 0.7 of a second behind Simpson. I don't think Simpson will panic about this, because if they have changed things around, he will know, as I said earlier on, that the 14 car of Campos will have less fuel on board. And if that's the case, I must say well done to Simpson. He's driving a very good race to keep that 12 car. He's ahead of the 14 of Campos as they make their way down towards the final corner of Sebring International Raceway into that long right-hander which closes up on you towards the end. It just tightens up all the way, and then that will bring you back onto the home straight as the two of them race down under the Chevrolet bridge into turn one.
Yeah, under 0.4 of a second between them, but riding on board with Swayze Hubert now for a replay. Let's see if he underestimated himself there. Yes, just overdoing a bit into that S section is Swayze Hubert in the number 22 car, as the number 5 of Musso just makes it past him there without any contact.
Yeah, that'd be up to Musso that just made the move on him. So Keegan Campos 0.4 of a second behind second place man Elliot Simpson, who in turn is 19 seconds behind Jatura. Now this will play into the hands of Jatura as he will increase that lead. I don't know if you all know that Simpson is now basically gone into defense mode. He cannot afford to attack the 77 car of Jatura. He has to keep the 14 car of Campos behind him, and Campos will be in full missile lock and gun sight set on him to try and make the move on him somewhere around this lap if possible.
Yeah, definitely a lot of action still ahead here in this race. Frankly, something that we did miss down in 13th position, Paul Valesco took over the number 2 car from Mike Verrier. So Paul Valesco now in the seat there of the number 2 Aid Call 247 and Sujin Properties number 2 car.
Now, Paul Valesco, that's a resident there in Germany in that number 2 car, and he's 16 seconds behind Greg Adams in that 74 car. Greg, of course, from Australia, and he sits out there in 12th, and Valesco is there in that 13th position, and they are 2 laps behind the leader, as Keegan Campos still sits there on the back end of Elliot Simpson as they make their way into that left hand, and they've got the 72 car of Colin Plitt ahead of them that they're going to put a lap on.
The guys are starting to lap the cars pretty quickly, but we are currently on 2 hours 49 minutes, and we're going to take another short break and bring the rest of the action here to you from the Sebring 6 Hours Sports and GT Master Series.
So the action just carries on. It doesn't stop. We were off air. Sway Joubert having a bit of a moment. Sway Joubert, South African racer, one of the Joubert family, coming down to what has become the most famous corner on the circuit. A lot of people losing the tail end as they go in there. Wayne Camage having a moment as well. Teeny Racing colours. Wayne Camage. Tailing very, very loose there. But the interesting thing that happened is this. Elliot Simpson from second position. It's going so well for Elliot. That happened. Then, surprisingly enough, this happened. And that we weren't expecting at this point whatsoever, which meant that this happened. Keegan Campos up into second position. And by the time that Elliot Simpson came out of the pits, well, they found themselves not where they were earlier on. They've now dropped down into that third position, 46 seconds off the leader, Shakira, and Keegan Campos 15 seconds ahead of them. And if you look at the team's battle at this stage of the fight, there they go, first, second and third in the pros, 524 International Racing from the Campos Racing team, from the ASRC Racing. The Masters, Lara Classic cars from the Gazoo Racing team, and then Team Joubert down in 9th position, but third overall in class. Prize money 2,000 Rand for first place in class, 1,000 Rand for second place in class.
Right, so the Campos team makes its way into pit area. Well, down into pit lane goes Keegan Campos. Well, earlier I said that if the 12 car FC of Elliot Simpson, if they had swapped the pit stop strategy, it would do them very, very well. Then all of a sudden, it just gone a pear-shape for them. They made quite a few mistakes. They are back up into that second position now with the Campos car in the pit lane, and Luke is sitting in third position, leading the Masters, and sitting third overall is that number 4 car, now been driven by Captain Pete himself, Peter van der Spey, and he is the lead Masters car and sitting there in that third position, with the Keegan Masters sitting third overall in class but fourth on track.
And still in the pit lane, FC.
Yeah, Keegan Masters still in the pit lane as cars continue to fly past. Francois Hubert and Kevin Jimenez also got past him, and Masters are dropping down all the way into that 6th position. But it is Keegan Masters that is now back behind the wheel of that car. Keegan Campos out, Keegan Masters in, and I wonder when we will be seeing the third driver for the Campos Transport, Matt Shorter, when he will take on a session there. But Masters out of the pits as the rest of the race resumes. We're riding on board with Wayne Camage here. Replay. Let's see if he overcooked it going into one of our favorite corners. Yes, he does. Getting that, swapping that tail end to the side where it shouldn't be.
So Raymond Duggan finds himself out there in that 88 car. Raymond Duggan of iRacing Racing Green. He took over there from Corne Breed and finds himself in a situation out there, also in one of our favorite corners. So there was a replay of him, and here's another replay of Raymond Duggan going into that right-hander and smacking into the back there of Wayne Camage. And that's just the same replay of the situation that you just saw earlier on. So back to reality. Now it's a replay of Andre Steenkamp losing it completely, going into the left-hander onto the grass and just avoiding making contact there with the tire barrier as he flicks that 13 Delara around and keeps on going on his way once again. So Andre Steenkamp has recovered, makes his way out onto the track, and Devin Piazzamuso making his way around. They have now eventually made their way into the top 10, that 5 car, the first 4 esports, after having all sorts of problems out there. So they just keep on plowing along. They are 2 laps down, so they just need to keep on ploughing their way around and just not making any more mistakes and getting it wrong out there, then they could end somewhere in that top 10. They might even be able to unlap themselves from the 88 car and make it into that 9th place. But yeah, time will tell. Mistakes there, FC. Quite a few mistakes been made there by the 88 car, by the 5 car, and the 74 car has made 20 errors out on circuit.
Yeah, the 74 car having made 20 errors, and that would result into a drive-through penalty for them. Every 20 mistakes gives you a drive-through penalty. So Timothy Stanton, that'll have to serve that drive-through penalty for the 74 car of Bandit Racing. Others that have been a little bit naughty out there, Andre Steenkamp in the 13 car, Colin Plitt in the 72 car, they're both on 15, and then the guys with 14, Raymond Duggan, and a problem there for Wayne Camich, it seems, as he had another off there. And speaking of Wayne Camich, also 14 errors that puts him closer to that drive-through penalty.
So this pit stop is all completely upside down. Simpson has made 5, so was Jimenez, so was Mitchell, and so was Keegan Masters. And that 77 car, Chachura, has done 4. The number 4 car, that's now been driven by Captain Peter van der Spey, he is also only made 4. And the Gazoo Racing outfit as well, they have done 4. Everybody else has done 5 in that top, how can I say, that top 8 has done 5 pit stops, except 1st, 3rd and 4th at this point in time. So Peter van der Spey will be happy where he finds himself with that 4 car leading class and 3rd overall on track. And that's exactly the reason why when we went into this 6 hour, that Mike Verrier never splitted the class with the Open Pro having 1 car and the Masters having something else. Everybody's doing the same and racing in the same car, and that will then open the door and the opportunity for the Masters to get a top 3, if not maybe a win.
Question. The flag comes out. No specific incidents anywhere. Just on the 2-hour mark. Does it come out on the 4-hour mark again?
Well, that we don't know. That obviously all depends on whoever is our COC, and we do have we do have a COC in this one, but I don't know, Mr. COC. He will be the one that will determine. I would love to see the competition yellow come out with 5 hours done, and for that last hour, that could make it interesting.
I could guarantee you that some drivers would be swearing quite a lot, as the number 22 of Suez Hubert just did, as he took off half of the cones that were parked out there just before he dives into the pits. But what's interesting to me is to see how the guys choose their strategy on when to do a driver swap. It's such a fine line that you've got to navigate. Do you keep a person in longer and run the risk of them getting fatigued and messing up? Or do you do quick little stints but then run the risk of the drivers not really getting into a rhythm quick enough, and then just as the moment they're into their rhythm, swapping them out and then having to do all that rhythm work all over again when they come back in?
Well, I think what they will do is each team knows who is their strongest driver and who is their weakest driver. So they would probably obviously start the race off with the strongest guy and then work it down to the weakest. And if it is so that the guy that is the strongest, the driver that is the strongest, is performing the best, and they would obviously keep him out there longer. But yeah, it's interesting what you say, FC. When you are in these teams, it's like athletics when you got your relays. Your strongest, your quickest runs first, and then your weakest runs second, and then your second weakest runs third. So this would be more or less the way I believe these drivers would sort out who does what and for how long.
Just like to chip in here, Byron Mitchell just went past the 77 of Chachura. I mean, the Byron Mitchell is on a flyer right now. Byron Mitchell, having gone past the lead car, now flashing his lights for whoever is the next car in front of him, which looks to be Wayne Camich. He takes a nice tight line. Camich still remains there. And, well, it looks like this young man is on a serious charge.
Yeah, I didn't even notice that Mitchell got back into the car.
Yeah.
So that was one of those sneaky little pit stops that climbed in as Mitchell now gets past Wayne Cabbage, and Cabbage now becomes a moving obstacle there for our race leader, Christoph Chichura.
Well, it's all happening out there with 3 hours and 5 minutes almost done on the clock. Under the Chevy Bridge they go into turn number 1 and running pretty wide. They're out of turn 1. And Christoph Chichura is going to have to try
Frankie,
and
there's
make a
the
move
answer.
through.
Look at that. The last lap of Byron Mitchell, 147.9. Chichera, a 149. A 47.2 by Simpson, which means that Byron Mitchell is just about the fastest man out there right now. But look at the amount of time FC's got to make up.
Yeah,
It's
there's
brilliant.
only one person that's faster than Mitchell, actually, and that's Francois Hubert, who's on a 146.7.
Yeah, Francis Hubert is on a roll. He is on an absolute mission. And, well, could he maybe go, could that number 1 car have a go at the number 4 car? Remember, they're sitting first and second in class, and they're one behind each other on track as well, P3 and 4 overall. So we could be in for an interesting finish between car 4 and car 1, currently Van der Spey and Francois Hubert. Let's have a look and see how that one pans out as your race leader, Christoph Chichura, is making his way past. I think that's a 72 car of Bakari that he put a lap on there.
But that could also explain why we've got such a relatively low times from the race leader. He's bogged down by these back markers, and he's seen how some of them are involved and losing the tail ends on those cars, so not wanting to take too many chances, not really racing them as hard at the moment as some of the other guys that are trying to unlap themselves.
Well, Camage going to have to just keep out the way there as Chichura makes his way through there, putting another lap there on Wayne Camage. Always got to be very careful. He's our friend from Poland as we go back to second place man, Elliot Simpson. He's 38 seconds behind Chichura in that second position. Is Elliot Simpson, and a 146.712 was his last lap. Elliot Simpson there from the UK and Ireland, sitting there in that second position with Peter van der Spey 27.9 seconds behind him in third place and leading the Masters, but he in turn is pretty comfortable. He's about 24 seconds there about ahead of fourth place man Francois Hubert, that is sitting second in the Masters category.
Do you realize how slow Chichura has been through the traffic? A 52.6, Simpson, a 46, a 48 by Van der Spey, a 46 by Joubert, even Jimenez on a 47, Byron Mitchell on a 47. So Byron Mitchell starting to close now on the back of Jimenez, but still 3 seconds in that one. I think it's going to be a matter of time, and I think he's going to be on the back of Jimenez.
Yeah, Byron Mitchell definitely the man on the move, and I would give it not too long from now then Byron Mitchell will be trying to make a move there on Jimenez. And they're not too far off the pace there from Francois Hubert either, but Hubert is putting in a stonker of a lap after lap now. If you look at that, 2 seconds faster than Peter van der Spey. He might actually be catching van der Spey within the next couple of laps.
Let's have a look. There's Byron Mitchell going through. Byron sits out there in that fifth position, and he is absolutely flying. And if I saw right, I saw the 14 car not too far behind him as he goes down into turn number 1. Yeah, that is the 14 car, and that is Masters. He's 3.5 seconds behind him. So yes, Keegan Masters is making a comeback once again. Remember, he drove that car on the opening stint, then he handed it over to Keegan Campos, and now Keegan Masters is back in behind the wheel of that 14 car, and it's just over 3 seconds that he is in there behind Byron Mitchell. So he fancies his chances for P6. There goes Mitchell under the Budweiser Bridge, and now under the Budweiser Bridge is the number 14 car of Keegan Masters. There's Raymond Duggan. He sits out there in P8, and he is behind Keegan Masters. Duggan out there in that 88 car of the iRacing Racing Green Team, and he is in that top 10 in 8th position behind Keegan Masters.
And in 9th position, you've got the 22 car there of Swayze Hubert from Team Hubert Racing. They've had their hands full with this car throughout the day. That tail end being very, very loose out there. Christoph Chura seems to be out of traffic as he's back down to his 1 minute 47s as Peter van der Spey dives into the pits.
Right, Van der Spey making his way down pit lane. You see there the pit lane limiter on there for Van der Spey as he makes his way into the pits, and that's going to cost him the lead. That's going to cost him the lead of the Masters, because Francois Hubert will take over the lead and third position overall in the Gazoo Racing outfit. So Francois Hubert, the man that started off in that number 1 car for the Gazoo Racing team, is sitting there leading his class and third overall behind the 77 and the 12 car. So here he comes as the Van der Spey car is still there in pit lane, the Lauda Classic car team, and off he goes out of pit lane.
Out of pit lane goes Peter van der Spey, remaining behind the wheel of the number 4 car, not doing a driver swap. Like I said earlier, interesting to see how the guys split their time behind the wheel, and Peter van der Spey remaining behind that wheel. At this stage of the fight, Christoph Jachira, still the man to catch out there in the lead, 36 seconds ahead there of Elliot Simpson, with Francois Hubert now up into that third spot for Gazoo Racing, 51 seconds behind Simpson, with Kevin Jimenez and Byron Mitchell bringing up that 4th and 5th position.
So Jachira, the man that sits out there in P1, he's got a healthy lead of 36 seconds ahead of the 12th car of Simpson, that's there in that second position. As we look at a replay here of Wayne Camage, man, I'll tell you what, this 130 car, the team Bigfoot Racing has had its problems out there. Into the left hand he goes, and the tail of the Dallara just stepping out there on Wayne Camage.
Yeah, another replay here for Leonardo Beccari, overshooting his brake markers there and going off into the S's and not being able to keep that 72 car on the circuit. Let's have a look here. Stays out of the way. Blocking a couple of cars there as he comes back onto the circuit. Blocked to the number 2 there of the Sujin and 8 Core 247 cars of Paul Valesco. But now riding on board with your race leader over the start-finish line. That's Christoph Chachura leading this race with a nice 37-second lead over second-placed man Elliot Simpson.
Right, Simpson out there in that second position, and he's got 51 seconds lead over Francois Hubert in that third position. Francois, the man that is leading the Masters, he won't be too hassled about the fact that the 77 and the 12 was out there ahead of him. He just wants to end in the top 3, or hopefully take a number 1 car, him and his team, into the top 3 and the overall win for the Masters category. But right now, at this point in time, this 77 car in the hands of Chachura is doing it all perfectly well, as they are 37 seconds ahead of that man you see in your picture there, Elliot Simpson from the UK, sitting there in that second position. In turn, he is 51 seconds ahead of that man in P3 and leading the Masters in the Gazoo Racing Dallara, Francois Hubert, in that third position, and he's only 8.5 seconds ahead of Kevin Jimenez, that is in that in 4th position, but 3rd overall in the Open Pro class. So Jimenez sitting out there in 4th position, and here comes Byron Mitchell. Now Mitchell only 1.5 seconds behind him, so this fight is on, FC, between Jimenez and Mitchell.
Definitely. Look at that, 146.155. We're almost down below 146s as Byron Mitchell is now cranking it up to try and catch the back end there of Kevin Jimenez. Only 1.4 seconds difference between the two of them. Behind Mitchell, we've got Keegan Masters in the number 14 car, trying to catch up to that as well. He's not too far off for that either, only 3 seconds, and bringing it down with every lap that he sits there behind them.
So, with 3 hours and almost 15 minutes done, we've gone 15 minutes over the halfway mark. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with you shortly. And a big thanks to Clubsport GT for the sponsor of the 6 hour of Sebring. Well, we just took a quick break and decided we're going to have to cut this break off shortly because it's all happening out there. The 77 was in the pits. This is a replay of Herman Lazarus in that 13 car, and boys, that 13 car found itself in a lot of trouble for the majority of this race between Lazarus and Steenkamp. But you know what, they're not going to stop, they're going to just keep on going because they can, and they're having a lot of fun out there. And there's been a replay of all sorts of things out there. Oh, Jimenez running that number 3 car up right against the tyre wall at the exit of the final corner, and he was overtaken earlier on there by Masters, and this is a replay of Masters going through. So it all happened out while we were on our quick break. The 3 car lost out there to the 14. There's Elliot Simpson, replay of Elliot Simpson going into turn number 1 and going into the left-hander Elliot Simpson and running it onto the dirt there. And another replay of the number 2 car of McCarthy. He's got the 14 car just there behind him and gets it all wrong there in the Sujin 8 call 24/7 outfit, being driven now by Stephen McCarthy. So it's all been happening out there. The positions have changed around. Jajura still sits out there in P1 as Brad Benningfield is going to take over that 5 car from Devon Piazzamuso. So he's going to be out in that 5 car again doing his thing. But Masters has moved up into that 2nd position. Jimenez in 3rd. Simpson's dropped down into the 4th position. The 4 car of Van der Spey sitting out there in P5 is still leading the Masters category with Willem Botha now in the 1 car again, taken that car over, and he from Francois Hubert, and he sits in P7 overall, and he is sitting 2nd in the Masters category. So with that short break, FC, as usual, the moment we take a commentator's break, everything happens out there.
Yeah, definitely, Frank. We've had people go off the circuit. We've had people diving into the pits. And one of those people was Elliot Simpson, the dive there. But even our leader dived into the pits for a quick splash and dash. Christoph Tachura that dove into the pits there in the 77 car. But he had a big enough gap to not be too bothered by that. But Keegan Masters has worked himself up all the way up into that 2nd position in the number 14 car, with Kevin Jimenez in the 3rd position, Elliot Simpson 4th, Peter van der Spey 5th, and Byron Mitchell having dropped back down to 6 after that pit stop.
Yeah, I see Duggan is also there in pits, and look at that, Keegan Masters still a 1:45.685. He's the quickest man out there. Jimenez did a 1:46.9. That was his last lap, was Kevin Jimenez. So yeah, let's have a look see. But that's the man that sits out there in P1, 32 seconds ahead of Masters is Christoph Tachura in that 77 car. He's got a comfortable lead at this point in time, but one of these drivers can take it easy, or not one of these teams I should say can take it easy, because there's still a long way to go. Only 3 hours and 25 minutes that's elapsed with Masters there that we look at in 2nd position, 32 seconds behind race leader Tachura.
Well, there was a pretty even split initially on the pit stop strategy. If you look at the right-hand bottom corner, but you can see how it started to vary. Simpson doing that short run, slightly longer run than that. The 4th run that they did was Jimenez. A little bit longer than that was Masters, and then Tachura taking the long stints all the way through, not going for any short stops whatsoever. You might find that Simpson and Jimenez went in a bit early because there was damage to their cars, and they were forced because of slower lap times to go in, but that's purely speculation. We're not sure as to that. Let's look at the number of pit stops that has been done by everybody so far. Everybody on 5 except for that one of Elliot Simpson. And if you look at the pit stop strategy, you will see that basically the 4th stint that they did, that section of blue, was a very short stint. For what reason, we don't know. We're going to speculate that that's because of damage. And then Byron Mitchell, I also think because of damage that they ended up doing that one extra stop as well. 111 laps, 3 hours 26 of our 6-hour event so far.
Kevin Jimenez just did a personal best. There was also 146 odd. Was a PB there for Jimenez. So Keegan Masters, well, he was 33 seconds behind. It's now 30. So is Keegan Masters, and this 14 team of Campos Racing going to launch one major comeback onto the 77 car of Chichira. Well, let's have a look and see. It's all happened out here with almost 3.5 hours done. Not quite, but we're close to 3.5 hours. All sorts of things have happened out there. And this car and its team has fought its way back from the get-go, from the time that it lost the lead up until now. They've never ever given up fighting. They're currently in second position, and Gary and FC, it's gone down now to 29 seconds. So Masters FC is carving his way through and going after the 77 of Chichira.
Well, I'll tell you what, it is a brilliant strategy if that is what they planned from the beginning, to get back out there and back to the top, because that'll be a comeback of a lifetime if the Campos Transport car can get back into that lead. 28 seconds the gap between themselves and Chichira, with another 35 seconds behind them to Kevin Jimenez. Jimenez having gone pretty well out there in a 1 minute 46.483. That is a personal best for Jimenez, but Keegan Masters 145.819.
Yep, and it's come down to 28 seconds. I said to you at the beginning of the show, this is a professional setup of Masters, Campos, and I think Shorter is the other man that we haven't seen taken to the track at this point in time of Matt Shorter. I hope we do see Matt Shorter out in that 14 car before the checkered flag does come out. But at this point in time, between Masters and Campos, they have been absolutely chucking this thing around and driving the wheels off this number 14 car. They are 33 seconds ahead of Jimenez, that's there in that third position. And look at that, 145.685. Yes, that is the quickest lap, that is the fastest lap. It's come from 28 to 26 seconds. Keegan Masters is stepping that loud pedal right through that firewall to go after that 77 car of Chichira. It's now come down another second from 26.8. It's come down to 25.6. So he is FC. He has got the red mist down.
Yeah, he's got the red mist down, and he's got his sights set on that first position as he puts a lap there on the 74 car of Stanton. Timothy Stanton out there in the 74 car. But Keegan Masters displaying a masterclass in driving here around Sebring International Raceway as he hunts down that 77 car of Christoph Chichira.
And he done a 149 Chichira compared to Keegan's 145.8. As a matter of fact, they are all faster than what he is. The first, if we look at the first 9 cars, the 8 of them are quicker than Chichira. Is that traffic that he's got a problem working his way through, or what? Well, that we don't know, but he's done a 149. That's not good, and that is playing into the hands of Masters, who's now 23.5 seconds behind him. Keegan Masters is ripping Sebring racetrack apart.
Yeah, Frankie, I think you might find that is traffic playing a part there, because if you look at from right about 10th position down, those guys are all doing 1 minute 50s, 1 minute 49s as well. So I think Chichira taking the calmer route, taking his time to work through traffic, knowing the other guys will have to catch up to the traffic eventually as well, and not wanting to take chances to get taken out and losing even more time.
Oh, look at him sawing away at that steering wheel is Keegan Masters. He's trying to find the smoothest line that he possibly can around Sebring International Raceway. There he saws away a bit into that left-hander, into the right-hander, from third gear to second gear. Uses the track and the curbs back into third gear, fourth gear. Masters is flying around fifth gear as he goes down that main that long straight. Sixth gear, he picks up 280 k's an hour, 284. as he works his way down into second gear. Into that right hand he goes. Third gear, 180 k's an hour under the Yokohama Bridge. Fifth gear, 240 k's an hour down the main straight. Into turn number 1 he goes. 275, 276 k's an hour. Goes into turn 1 there. In fourth gear, hooks up fifth gear, 240 k's an hour. Keegan Masters is tearing and ripping this track apart, and he has now brought it down to 21 seconds FC behind the 77 car of Chachira.
21 seconds is all that stands between Masters and Chachira, and he's still flying around the circuit. This last lap was 145.7, with Chachira doing a 148.8 as he weaves his way around the traffic here at Sebring International Raceway. Down in third position, Kevin Jimenez, 32 seconds, 31 seconds behind Masters, with Elliot Simpson another 42 seconds down from them. Peter van der Spey in that fifth position. Byron Mitchell finding himself in sixth place, with Willem Botha in seventh, Raymond Duggan in eighth, Sway Subert ninth, and Robbie Teams in 10th position.
Well, as we stay on board Keegan Masters' car, I've been keeping an eye there between Masters and Jimenez. It's always been around 31, 32 seconds. It's gone up a bit now, but it's been pretty consistent that Jimenez has stayed in touch, so to speak, with Masters, as to the fact that Masters is not pulling away from him. It has gone from 32, 33 seconds up to 36. That could be a little bit of a mistake that Jimenez might have made there. Running a touch wide, nothing too serious though. As Jimenez makes it, well, that's why it went from 32 to 36. I thought he just ran a touch wide, but not too serious. So in general, he's keeping that pace pretty constant, and as I so speak, he goes and takes out the bollards on our favorite corner FC. And that's another reason why it dropped all the way down.
Masters in the pits, and Jimenez. So P2 and 3 dove into the pits again. Now Elliot Simpson moving up into that third spot as he goes to second position, and Christoph Chachira stays out. I must say, the pit stop strategies have all gone out the window.
Now from lap 21 and then lap 41 and 61 and 81, 82, it was all okay the first 4 rounds, and then from there it ripped itself apart as Masters is in the pit area, Jimenez is in the pit area, Chachira just flying around. Here comes Captain Peter van der Spey. Let's not forget about him. He's sitting out there in 5th position. He's still overall the leader in the Masters category. As a matter of fact, he goes through. Why? Because Murcia is in the pit. The 3 car is in the pit, and Van der Spey goes back up into 4th position. Mitchell out there in P5, and Esteban Murcia finds himself there in that 6th position, but they are in the pit lane.
Yeah, in the pit lane, all of them, but now riding on board with your race leaders. Still not diving into the pits is Christoph Chachira as he comes down the main straight. Looks at all his competitors in the pit lane as the number 3 car of Esteban Murcia makes its way out of the pits. But Chachira coming down that corner. Let's see here, there's a replay leaving the pits. Yeah, that is Murcia leaving the pits and dropping a couple of positions there.
Yeah, I took over there from Jimenez, but meantime, this man is still making his way around there in P1. Remember, Masters went into the pits. That's why he finds himself in that 3rd position. Elliot Simpson is currently in that 2nd place, and he's 41 seconds behind Chachira that sits out there in P1. A replay here with the Raymond Duggan in the 88 car, losing the circuit slightly and finding his way back onto track once again.
Yeah, finding his way back, but now riding on board with our 2nd place man, the number 12 car of Elliot Simpson for ASRC Racing. He's been up and down the grid, I must say, moving it all the way up into 2nd position, leading the race at one stage, and then dropping back down all the way to run about 7th or 6th, and then finding himself back into that 2nd position now, 41 seconds behind our race leader.
So sitting there in that 2nd position is Elliot Simpson, 41 seconds behind Chachira in that number 12 car. That is a United Kingdom based team of Simpson and Wanders. as Simpson is behind the wheel of that car. That thing's tail is flicking itself around. It's a very nervous car that he's driving around, and I've noticed in a couple of corners it tends to wag its tail slightly. There you see once again it wags its tail around, and then Simpson has to do a good job, FC, to catch it.
Yeah, just squeezing the accelerator a little bit too hard, puts down a little bit too much power through the tires, lights up the tires, and then the tire has nothing to grip onto, and it just gets the tail end wagging there. But Byron Mitchell now starting to carve his way back up the field to get past the likes there of Peter van der Spey. Moving up into that fourth position is Byron Mitchell.
Now, Captain Pete won't be too hassled about that. They just want to take that number 4 car to P1 in the Masters, although they would love to get a top 3, that's for sure. However, he is now 7/10 of a second behind, so he's dropping further down behind that number 9 car, the Durant Motorsport car of Byron Mitchell, that is now in that 4th position overall, as Mitchell makes his way into that right-hander in that number 9 car. He'll pull away there from Peter van der Spey. Botha sits in there behind him. Here's a replay with Johannes van der Merwe. That's JJ van der Merwe that's taken over that 130 car, and I think he took it over from Wayne Camage, if my memory serves me right, and that's once again one of our 2 favorite corners that he loses the tail end of that number 130 car.
Passing move here from Byron Mitchell. It's just a replay when he passed around that inside of Peter van der Spey and up into that 4th position ahead of Van der Spey. Brilliant passing maneuver. Riding on board with Byron Mitchell, the man on the move just before he dove into the pits, worked himself up into that 2nd place, but now having to fight it all back again. He's just 7 seconds behind Keegan Masters. It'll be interesting to see if he can catch up, with Keegan still putting in some decent lap times of 146.7 and Mitchell only doing a 147.6.
Sway Schubert is right in there, and Swayze is only 5/10 of a second behind Raymond Duggan, and that is a fight for position on the track between Duggan in the 88 car and Swayze in the 22 car. And yes, that is the fight for 3rd in class. So as they make their way into that right-hander, so down that straight they go there. So can Swayze make the move there on Duggan? Duggan just seems to have the legs on him in the straight line, and under braking, that 22 of Sway Schubert just closes up there onto the back bumper of the 88 as they use that whole track and more going into that right-hander. So this is a fight out there for 8th and 9th position as they make their way down the long straight into that final tight right-hander that takes them back onto the home straight.
Yeah, the Ullman straight that leads into Sunset Bend onto the main straight, and then into turn 1, 2, and then that kink section at turns 3, 4, and 5, with a big corner at turn 6. Big Bend is what they call that one, and then into the hairpin at turn number 7. But Brad Bedingfield, he's moved himself up into that 11th position. He's less than a second there behind Robbie Teens, and he's going to try and catch up there to Teens as they go through Sunset Bend.
That's a fight for the last place in the top 10 at this point in time. Robbie in P10, and he's a second ahead of Bedingfield that sits there in 11th position. They're not in the same class. One is a master, one is in the open pro category, but it don't matter. It's 4 top 10 at the end of the day, and the 5 car is right in there on the back end there of the 111 car. So Brad Bedingfield in the first 4 sports, eSports Delara is right in there, and he wants that top 10. He wants to take that 10th position away there from the 111 of Robbie Teens.
Riding there with Swayze Hubert in the number 22. He's moved himself up into that 9th position. He's ahead there of Robbie Teens, and that 22 car has also been a handful throughout the day, and it's nice to see the guys having gotten it together and gotten it into that 9th position.
Right, let's go back and see what our man is doing. Chachura, he done a 147 Simpson a 146. So Elliot Simpson is the man on the move. Keegan Masters a 146.9, not quicker than Simpson, but he is quicker than what Chichera is. As a matter of fact, so was Byron Mitchell. He done a 146.7, which is his last lap, and no, he's not quicker than what Chichera is. But Simpson and Masters, no, Masters was a 146.9, so it's only Elliot Simpson. No, I'm talking nonsense now. They're all quicker. Second, third, and fourth, I do apologize, is quicker than the leader, Chichera.
Yeah, but they still have quite a way to go to catch him. 35 seconds, the difference between Simpson and Chichera, and then another 34 seconds there for Keegan Masters. So these guys are blindingly quick and taking seconds per lap out of it, but they're going to need a couple of laps still to try and catch up.
Yeah, but I think Chichera is just taking it easy. He knows that they are right there. He is, as Gary is saying, smooth around here. So the 11 and the 5, the triple 1 and the 5 are still going 101 teams and Benningfield. Robbie only 0.6 of a second ahead there of Brad, and that's still the fight for P10 between the two of them. They're going to put a lap on the 13 car of Herman Lazarus as they go under the Budweiser bridge and make their way into the right, left, right hander. That's the second part of the track where the guys like to spin themselves around. So into that long right hander they go. Robbie Teens is 0.5 of a second ahead of the 5 car of Brad Benningfield.
Yeah, Brad Benningfield trying his best with that green first for esports. Delara LMP2 trying his best to catch the triple 1 car of Robbie Teens. Behind them, the number 2 of Stephen McCarthy. Stephen and the rest of the team there from 8 Call 247 and Sujin Properties team. They've had their hands full since the start of this race when they were involved with that major crash right on the lights out. But look at Brad Benningfield trying some interesting lines there. Ooh, playing with that steering wheel, fighting with it rather, should I say, trying to stay there on the tail end of Robbie Teens.
Yeah, and still Teens has not cleared the 13 car of Lazarus as they go into the right hand, and now he's right on the case there of Lazarus is Robbie Teens as they go into the right hander. Somebody diving there into the pit lane, and now Teens races up on the inside of Lazarus going into turn number 1. That's the left hander they'll go into now, and he makes a move there on him now. Benningfield will have to drive around him. Oh, the line gets covered there by Lazarus, and this is not what Brad Benningfield wants at this point in time. He needs that 13 car to get out of his way so he can go after the triple 1 car of Robbie Teens, and now Teens is pulling away from Lazarus, and it's not now playing into the hands of Brad. There he goes under the Mobile 1 and Budweiser bridge, and Benningfield eventually gets his nose ahead there of Lazarus to go after Teens once again. So replay FC of Willem Botha in the number 1 car.
Yeah, Willem Botha having dove into, making hard contact with the pit wall, and that's not what you want at this stage of the race. But lap 121, 3 hours and almost 45 minutes. We're going to take a short break here, and we'll see you pretty soon.
Right, we are back with almost 4 hours done out of 6. And still, the 77 car is in the pits. The leader's in the pits, and Chachura has handed the car over to Urban Liskowitz. So he is back in the car again, approaching 4 hours as Keegan Masters makes his way down. Will Keegan Masters take the lead away from the 77 car? Here comes that 14 car. He's not on the home straight yet. He'll go into that right-hander. That will take him to that home straight. Look how nice it goes in, and then all of a sudden it just tightens up on you all the way as he works his way down the home straight. He does not go into the pit area, and Masters takes the lead away there from Liskowitz. That will now be coming out in that 77 car. But FCRC, the number 9 car of Byron Mitchell, is cruising down pit road.
Yeah, Byron Mitchell having dived into the pits as well, and he was in that third position. He's probably going to lose it to Elliot Simpson. Yeah, there he goes. Simpson passing both Mitchell and Liskowitz, and into that second position behind Keegan Masters. So Esteban Muriel Murcia in that fifth position in the number 3 car for Avanti Esports. He's sitting there in that 5th place with Peter van der Spey, Willem Botha, Raymond Duggan and Peter Hubert bringing up the rest of the field.
Right, there's Captain Peter van der Spey, that is sitting in 6th position in that number 4 car, but they are leading the Masters category. So great to have them in the top 10, and they're sitting out there in P6. That's the Lauda Classic cars, and right behind them, 16 seconds behind them, is the number 1 car. That's the Gazoo Racing team, and that's Willem Botha that's behind the wheel of that car. They are both in the top 10, and they are 1st and 2nd in the Masters category. Then behind them in P8 is the iRacing Racing Green team, and that's Raymond Duggan in that number 88 car that sits there in the top 10. He is there in that 8th position, is Raymond Duggan. And then in 9th position is Peter Hubert for the team Hubert Racing Masters, and they are in that are they in 3rd position in the Masters category? I think they might be in that 3rd position. No, they're not. They're not. The 22 car is in that 2nd position, and it's now been a third position, sorry, and it's now been driven there by Peter Hubert.
Yeah, Peter Hubert sitting in that third position for the Masters class. Brad Benningfield in the number 5 car for First 4 Esports. They're currently sitting 10th overall with that number 5 car, 15 seconds off the pace there from Peter Hubert, with Willem Pinaar in the 111 car for the Old Boys, the Omana. They're sitting there in 11th place with Mike Verrier. Dr. Mike Verrier is sitting in the 12th position in the number 2 car. That car just not going their way today after being involved in that first lap shunt, or the first that start shunt, and that's kept them basically at the back end of the field throughout the day.
Yeah, they were in pits for a very long time. So Timothy Stanton is in that 13th position for the Bandit Racing team. Remember that Greg Adams was in that car for a very, very long time, and he eventually handed that car over to Timothy Stanton, and they are out of the top 10, out of the top dozen. They're sitting there in 13th place, just ahead of that 72 car, now been driven by Sandro Bakari. And we saw Sandro Bakari at Kalani International Raceway yesterday with the rallycross testing. He was out there in his Opel Kadett, and today Sandro Bakari is out in the Dallara P217, and he currently finds himself in that Bakari Scuderia Bakari pit car. They find themselves in 14th position.
And behind them, the number 13 car, the cheaper cars.co.za team of Herman Lazarus and Andre Steenkamp, the man currently in that number 13 car. He's about 1 minute 11 seconds behind Bakari, and then sitting there in the last position, the 130 car of Johannes van der Merwe, or JJ van der Merwe, in that Team Bigfoot Racing 2 team, sitting at the back end of the field.
Right, so let's have a look and see. So that 5 cars now been taken over by Adrian Wood, as they are in the pit area. They are pitting there out of 10th position, and off Adrian Wood goes. So 4 hours into the 6 hour, Adrian Wood had to wait before he could climb behind the wheel of that P217 Dallara car number 5, as he makes his way out of the pits and into turn number 1, and off he goes on his way. So right up front it is Masters, and he pitted on lap 114. Simpson pitted on lap 125. The 77 car came to change driver for Liskowitz on lap 127. So did Byron Mitchell as well, come into the pits on lap 127. We are now currently on lap 130, and we've done just over 4 hours of the 6 hour to go, with Byron Mitchell finding himself there in that 4th position in car number 9. And let's have a look, FC, at the errors out there. The 88 car made 19 errors, and the 74 car 29 errors.
Yeah, that would definitely have been a drive-through penalty already for the 74 car, now in the hands of Timothy Stanton, and also for JJ van der Merwe. He's also got that 20 errors or track infringements, and that will also result in a drive-through penalty. One more to go for Andre Steenkamp before he gets sent to the sin bin, as well as Raymond Duggan. Also only one more left before they get that drive-through.
Well, Van der Merwe has made 20 errors, and you see that he is in the pits, so it wouldn't surprise me if Van der Merwe has done his drive-through penalty, as Raymond Duggan cruises through the pits. Now he has made 19 errors, and this is not a drive-through because he's not done 20. This is a pit stop for the 88 car of Raymond Duggan.
Yeah, JJ van der Merwe was actually stationary in the pits for quite some time, so I doubt that was a drive-through. Of course, with a drive-through penalty, you're not allowed to stop and work on the car, otherwise it's just another pit stop for you. You have to drive through at the speed lane limit, and therefore lose some time there as part of your punishment. But Corne Breed is now taking over from Duggan, and getting in behind that 88 car's wheel, and currently sitting there in 8th position.
Right, and that 88 car is in the pits. It'll be coming out pretty soon. So a lot of guys making their way into the pit area, and Keegan Masters is still out there in P1 with Elliot Simpson in that second position. Aaron Liskowitz is there in third place. We're going to go and look at a replay here. Timothy Stanton making his way into that famous right left-hander where the cars have been stepping out heavily today. That's Timothy Stanton in that 74 car. JJ van der Merwe in the 130 car. JJ of Team Bigfoot Racing making his way straight through and hitting the brake pedal too late and out-braking himself.
Oh, that's a possibility that he could have ran out of fuel there.
Yes, because he went straight on very slow and then escaped into pit lane. There's Elliot Simpson. Now, that's not what Simpson wants. Although it is a replay of what happened, but still, that's not what Elliot Simpson needed. Getting it all out of shape. If he wants to have a go at a possible win here, he cannot afford to step out of line too much. Andre Steenkamp in that 13 cheapercars.co.za car, and once again the tail will step out in exactly the same spot that so many drivers FC have had problems today.
Yeah, most of these little corners, these sharp corners are so slow, and the guy's getting caught out by that. I'm not sure if there's maybe a little bit of a breeze or something blowing, or if it's just that tricky with this flat surface and the guy's becoming a little bit more fatigued. But can't be fatigued because we've been seeing it right from the start of the race right up until now.
That's been from the get-go. Remember that this race will end in the dark, and that's going to be a first time for us. We've had one competition yellow so far with 4 hours and 5 minutes done, and we've been thinking, is the clerk of the court's going to call for another competition yellow, and if he does, when will he do it? That of course we don't know exactly what he's going to do and when. So it all depends on what the COC or race director, whatever you'd like to call him, decides to do out there. But there is Peter van der Spey. He's sitting in a comfortable 6th position, and he's done a personal best of a 146.919 and a last lap of 147.655, and they are currently still out there in P1 in the Masters category.
Lots of action that have taken place here during the course of the past 4 hours, and just under 2 hours left in this race of the 6 hours of Sebring for the Sports and GT Master Series. Lovely to have you all with us and enjoying the racing with us. Of course, this coming week, Frankie, on Wednesday evening, we kick off season 3 of the Sports and GT Master Series, where we'll kick off the action at 7 o'clock with qualifying and the racing taking part just after that. So do tune in for that on Second Gear Productions on YouTube and on Facebook, and those will be a little bit of shorter stint races and also action-packed, so don't miss that.
So there we see Mosia just coming through, putting a lap there on the 74 of Timothy Stanton. And now we'll go after that 72 car, as once again that 13 car in all sorts of trouble. That is DRS zone. They don't have DRS in the Dallara P217, that's for sure. So Timothy Stanton making his way around, and we look at Keegan Masters coming out that last corner down the main straight and into turn number 1 goes your leader Keegan Masters, and he's 32 seconds ahead of Elliot Simpson, who's only 15 seconds ahead of Liskowitz in 3rd position. So car 14 leads car 12, leads car 77.
Well, 4 hours and 8 minutes into this race, and now the guys are starting to settle into positions. If you look at that, Frankie, Keegan Masters and Elliot Simpson, those cars showing 0 positions gained from the start of the race. So that's where we kind of were expecting to see them, but it took quite a bit of a roller coaster to get them back there.
Yeah, but the one car has dropped down 4 positions. That's the Team Kazoo Racing outfit. They are sitting there in P7 and second in class, and they're 13 seconds behind the leading car number 4 that is leading the Masters category, who in turn is 29 seconds behind the 3 car that's sitting out there in P5. And so Peter van der Spey surely he'll know by now that he's only approximately 13 seconds ahead of the Kazoo Racing outfit that's sitting there in that second position. So Captain Peter van der Spey will have to stomp on that loud pedal and get a move on. He won't be too worried about Mosia that is out there ahead of him. He'll just be more concerned about bringing the victory home for the team in class.
Yeah, very important. Remember, there are two classes here. The young guns, or as we like to refer to them, the Pro Series. That is all the under 40s, as Keegan Masters jumps into the pits. Speaking about the Pro Group, that is the leader, overall race leader and leader for the Pro Group, Keegan Masters, diving into the pits with Elliot Simpson in second place, and he'll be passing him on track pretty soon.
Well, let's have a look. See, he is on the back end of the track, making his way towards the last turn. So yes, Simpson will get into that lead. That's that final corner that just closes up on you more and more and more. So definitely Masters will lose the lead to Simpson, as Simpson races into the lead under the bridge and into turn one, into the left-hander, and away he goes. Now Keegan will not want to lose too much time in the pits. He'll want to get that 14 car back out on track once again and go after Simpson. He's still stationary in the pit area, and now he gets overtaken by Liskovic as well, so he does not want to be in that pits too long. He's come out there right next to Liskovic, so yes, they make contact. So yes, he got past him only because it was at the exit of pit lane, and then he caught up to him again, FC. So it's on. The fight is on here for second and third between car 14 and car 77, between Masters and Liskovic.
The fight is on between the pride of South Africa and the pride of Poland. Keegan Masters, Erwin Liskovic side by side, but Campos, the Team Campos car of Keegan Masters maintains that little bit just ahead of Erwin Liskovic. But look at how quick Liskovic is off the accelerator there and moving up alongside Keegan Masters.
Well, they still have quite some time to go in this one. You do not want to chuck it at the scenery now, whether you are Liskovic or Masters. You want to just hang in there and just stay with each other for as long as you can and not bin the thing as they run down the long straight and then into that slight left hand. This is a pretty quick part you can see of Sebring, and then it closes up again into the right hander. They're going through a very flowing part of the track right now as they go into that right hander. There's a lot of flowing parts of Sebring. Then there's at least two places on that track where you need to go from 6th gear into about second, maybe even first gear, and that's been the main two places where the drivers have done a lot of spinning and tail swapping, or tail end swapping, or as I just call it, the motorsport swappers. And otherwise it's been pretty much a lot of straights and flowing sections of Sebring International Raceway.
Yeah, onto that main straight and into turn number 1. Now there's a quick little right-hander for turn number 2. Then it comes back down into that left section again as they maneuver around the track. Keegan Masters trying to stay in touch there with Liskovic, but he came out with a little bit colder tyres, and now they're onto the Fangio straight, which will then go into that hard right-hander, the turn number 10, Cunningham, into a left-hander, that is Collier, then a right-hander again into 12, with a long right-hander at the Tower corner. That they'll be going into pretty soon. There we go, that's Tower corner, turn number 13, and then into a little bit of a straight section, which will give you that turn number 15 and 15. That is what they call the Bishop corner. There we go, and then into that corner number 16, Lamar corner, which will take you into that long Ormond straight. But Esteban Murcia in the pits for Avanti Esports in 6th position.
It looks like quite a few guys are busy making their way into the pits. We can have a look at replay with Adrian Wood hammering the wall heavily. Well, not that heavily, but he made contact now. That's the first time that we see Adrian Wood out in that number 5 car. Or has he been out on it before?
No, he's been out in the opening stints.
Okay, yeah. I've lost touch with what's been happening in that number 5 car as this race has gone on. So JJ van der Merwe is making his way around in that 130 car, and once again at that very same favorite spot he swaps that 217 around.
Riding with Esteban Murcia in the number 3 car, currently sitting there in a 7th position. He was overtaken there by Willem Botha after making a turn into the pits, and Willem Botha for Team Gazoo Racing is up into 6th position. He's sitting there behind Peter van der Spey. Of course, those two cars battling it out in class for the Master Series, the gentlemen over 40 years old that take part in the Masters section. But riding there with your 3rd place man, Keegan Masters. Masters having decided to fall back slightly. He stays within a second there of Owen Liskovics, and not trying to damage the tyres or his fuel too early on, and we will definitely try to make a maneuver a little bit later on in the race.
So with 4 hours and 15 minutes done, we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back with you once again.
So we're back with you live again. It's lap number 143, 4 hours 24 of the 6 hours. Still 1 hour 36 to go. It's Elliot Simpson of the ASRC racing team, the number 12 car that's leading them out. I must say Liskowitz has done a brilliant job. Him and his teammate have been very quick, very consistent, and the 5-4 International Racing team in the 77 car find themselves just 13 seconds after 4 hours and 26 minutes. 13 seconds, it's nothing as a percentage, it's like comma naught of a percent. Keegan Masters in that third position, and I must say that that team was on paper very highly ranked as opposed to all the other teams, the Campos Racing team, and they've done everything that we expected and a little bit more. Find themselves there in the top three. Durant Motorsport just a little bit further down outside of where they would like to be. Byron Mitchell, normally very quick out there. Let's have a look at his last lap times. Byron Mitchell, just well, he must have been in a bit of traffic. He's there and thereabouts. Simpson, not the fastest man out there, but very consistent. Works through the traffic nice and neatly. Doesn't get involved in accidents and incidents. Peter van der Spey, well, that is a fantastic session that they're having right now. Peter van der Spey with the option to get out there and get going with some very quick people, and he's made use of that. They are the leading Masters team there. They come into the pits now, Peter van der Spey, and I think that you'll probably find that it's going to be very difficult for the Gazoo Racing team to catch them from here on out. They haven't made any mistakes. They've been super duper smooth. The Lauda Classic Cars Masters team sitting in the pits there waiting to go out. Peter hands over to Ian Riddle. Ian Riddle will be going out on circuit as soon as they've done the tyres. They'll feel like eternity as he sits there in the pit lane waiting for the opportunity to get out on track. Seconds tick away, and you know that everybody else is out there on circuit. Look at that, the Gazoo Racing team are a whole heap closer there. They get out on circuit now. It's Ian Riddle, so Johan Engelbrecht. Johan Engelbrecht comes through now, and Johan Engelbrecht will not be that far off him whatsoever as they come through. And having just left the pit lane, the Gazoo Racing team coming through turn number 1.
Right, so Engelbrecht sits out there, and that's the Gazoo team. They are sitting second in class. They're sitting in that 7th position. Is the Gazoo Racing team behind the 4 car that is out there in P1. So that is Riddle, Ian Riddle, that's out there in that number 4 car. So that is the leading Masters class car, the number 4, now been driven by Ian Riddle, and that man, Johan Engelbrecht, sits 7th overall, and he sits second in the Masters category. Is Johan Engelbrecht as he makes his way into that right-hander. But if you look at the top of the leaderboard, Elliot Simpson, that is in the lead, is only 13 seconds ahead of Liskowitz. That's there in that 2nd place. And have a look at Keegan Masters. He's only 2 seconds behind Liskowitz. So Keegan Masters is the man on the move, and once again, guys, this 14 car has had to fight to get itself in the top 3 and stay in the top 3 after it initially led for so many laps in the beginning.
Well, Frankie, I think you'll find that these guys are now starting to think about their strategies, and towards the end of the race, these last couple of stints, maybe do a bit of fuel saving, save on the tires, so that you don't have to dive into the pits that many more times and lose more time than what you need to. So I think a lot of the guys are starting to think about that. Andre Steenkamp seems to have had a moment. Let's see what happened here. Whoa, completely loses downforce, and the car just yanks itself to the left and puts Andre Steenkamp into that massive runoff area.
Timothy Stanton gets that tail wagging and stepping out of shape in our favorite spinning area at Sebring, and he'll just reverse and then we'll spin it back onto track again. But It's all about Keegan Masters that's in that third position, that is closing up on Aaron Liskowitz that's in second position. There's a 2.5 seconds between the two of them. There goes Liskowitz down that long back straight, and there you see in the same picture is a third place man, Keegan Masters, making his way down into the final corner and under that bridge at Sebring, and he want to close up onto the back of Liskowitz. Man, if they can't get a win, I think they'll settle for runner-up, but they don't want to end any further down than second position. So let's have a look and see as the two of them go under the bridge and down into turn number 1.
Simpson's dove into the pits. The number 12 car of Elliot Simpson has dived into the pits. He's stationary, and that's allowed Liskowitz and Keegan Masters to get away from him.
Well, so they will now pull away from him. There's Byron Mitchell. Byron Mitchell is in that fourth position. Will he take over that third place from Simpson as that 12 car's in the pits? I believe he will, yes. He certainly has to. There's that car stationary in the pits, and Mitchell moves up into that third position. I see Willem Pina also gets shown that he is there in pit lane. The Simpson car still standing still. Where is Esteban Murcia? Will he move up into fourth position? We'll have a look and see. Simpson still showing there in fourth. I don't know if Murcia FC is close enough to take that place away from him. I think, no, it says pit exit, so I think that Simpson will hold on to that fourth position.
Yeah.
Yes, he will.
And there's about a 2-minute time interval, 2 minutes 24 seconds from Murcia up to Elliot Simpson. So that top four really miles and miles ahead of the rest of the field. So basically only the top four on the lead lap, with the rest of the guys already having been lapped. But Erwin Liskowitz, the man to catch now at the front end of the field, but he's only got a 2.8 second buffer to Keegan Masters, and we've seen what Keegan can do when he dials it up to the max.
Well, we'll see what Masters and Campos can do when both of them decide to wind up that number 14 car. And I'm still going to, no, I don't want to give him the commentator's curse, but I still want to say that 14 car is going to do it at the end of the day. But time will tell. There's still just under an hour and a half to go as that 14 car goes into that left-hander. That is a Keegan Masters, 2.7 seconds behind race leader Erwin Liskowitz, as Mitchell sits there in that third place. Now he's 32 seconds behind Keegan Masters. So sure, he's in with the outside shot for that third place right now. Not looking too good for that number 9 car for first or second, but if they can finish in third position, they'd be happy too. And I shouldn't even be saying that, because there's still quite some time to go, as the 12 car of Simpson is there in that fourth position, and he's 1 minute and 6 seconds ahead of the Avante team that is there just in there behind him.
Yeah, Esteban Murcia, that's sitting there in that fifth position behind him. Then Ian Riddle sitting there in sixth place in the number 4 car. He's about 25 seconds off the car there of Murcia, but he is leading the Masters class in the Lauda Classic cars, number 4 Delara P217, as they're sitting there in that sixth place. Behind them, the closest rivals, less than a second behind them, the Gazoo Racing car of Johan Engelbrecht. He's right there on the back end of Ian Riddle. It's right on them. Just look at how close that number 1 Gazoo Racing Delara is on the case of Ian Riddle.
Well, that is the fight for first and second in the Masters category. They sit in 6th and 7th overall on track, and Johan Engelbrecht and Ian Riddle, here they come. That's a Gazoo Racing team that's chasing down the Lauda Classic car team as they go into that left and right hander. Here comes Engelbrecht. Riddle's going to have to go in defense mode. They say the best form of defense is attack. He needs to drive away from Engelbrecht, but I'm afraid Johan is a lot quicker and he makes a mistake. Does Riddle. Now they are side by side. Riddle holds the line there as they go down that long straight towards the end of the lap. Will he have a look up on the inside? What Engelbrecht? No, he doesn't. He's not close enough there to Ian Riddle. Now he closes up. He's quicker through the corner there than what Riddle is. Down the main straight to go, under the Yokohama Bridge, racing down into turn number 1, and I'm afraid FC's not close enough to make the move unless he has a lunge up on the inside, which he does, and almost makes contact there with Ian Riddle.
Little too over eager on that overtaking maneuver, makes contact with the back of Riddle and has got to drop back down. That is the number 1 car there of Johan Engelbrecht. But he's still in there, 0.7 of a second. That is between Ian Riddle and Johan Engelbrecht, and we know how quick Johan Engelbrecht can be, and that's for the lead of the Masters. That is a brilliant battle out there. Right up onto the back of Riddle goes Engelbrecht again, tries to switch back. It's just too far back at this stage of the fight, but he's going to give it his all. 0.3 of a second now in it as they chase down into that left-hander, and they're going to get to a hard braking zone pretty soon.
Well, up on the inside they go, and there's contact. You could see that coming from a mile away. He went up on the inside, and well, this is pretty similar to what happened to Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton.
I was thinking the exact same thing, but for once I did not want to be the one that opens the can of worms here.
No, I'm just saying the incident on track was similar to what happened to them, and that's as far as it's going. I'm not saying anything else because there's nothing else needed to say. I was just comparing it to the situation that happened in Formula 1.
But yeah, Johan Engelbrecht being a little bit eager on that one, trying to dive for that inside. He was never going to make that turn. He knows that the car ahead of him was going to have the line, and obviously Ian Riddle was aware there's a car behind him, but did not think that Johan Engelbrecht was going to be trying to make that move stick. Riding on board with Johan Engelbrecht in the Gazoo Racing Dallara, as he tries to catch back up. Luckily, it hasn't affected their overall race too much. Still one first and second in class, and 6th and 7th overall.
Well, Johan races for the Gazoo Racing outfit, but he is Clubsport GT, which means that he is the main sponsor for the 6 hour at Sebring. Is Johan Engelbrecht, so we say big thanks to Johan Engelbrecht. And yes, Johan visually is quicker on the circuit than what Riddle is, and he's 7/10 of a second there behind Riddle. Surely Johan's going to have a go somewhere, and if he gets his nose up front, then that will be for the lead in the Masters category. So Riddle in defensive mode as he gets attacked there by the number 1 car of Johan Engelbrecht.
Well, the number 9 car I see has dove into the pits, and they did a driver change. Jason Kutsia coming out in that 4th position now in the number 9 car, and will be trying to catch the likes of Elliot Simpson. With that pit stop, it's dropped him to 45 seconds behind the likes of Simpson, who's only 10 seconds behind Liskovic. But it is Keegan Masters that leads them with a 55-second lead ahead of Liskovic.
But on track you can see that Simpson is right in there behind that fight between Riddle and Engelbrecht, and he's going to come and lap them both, and he mustn't get himself in a tangle here. He's off the track. He's off the track. He's Elliot Simpson, and I don't think that Johan realized he was there. Now the lights get flashed there by the 12 car of Simpson. Just say to Engelbrecht, damn it man, did you not see that I'm in here behind you? I think he's pretty miffed at this point in time, but one cannot blame Johan Engelbrecht. He was involved in a heck of a fight out there with Simpson, and I think he didn't realize that a fight there with Riddle, and didn't realize that Simpson was behind him, and now Engelbrecht making his way into the pits.
Yeah, Engelbrecht deciding to rather duck out and try and do the undercut with Ian Riddle. So he dives into the pits, will go for his pit stop, and we'll have to see if he's going to continue to the end of the race or if they're going to do a driver stop. Oh, it's a drive-through penalty. It's a drive-through penalty.
Yes.
For being a naughty boy, I would say.
Well, that's 20 or maybe even 40. Remember, after every 20 errors you get a drive-through. So we'll have a look, see how many errors that number 1 car has made from the get-go. And we'll have a look, see, well, it starts off again by 1, I think. So obviously he's made a mistake, and he's back out on track again. Now that will cost him, due to the fact that he was having a go there at the number 4 car, and he's still second in class, but he's behind the 88 car that's now in the hands of Corne Breed.
Yeah, behind the 88 car, so he's lost that. He is now roughly about 21 seconds behind the guy he needs to try and catch for in-class position. But Keegan Campos now getting into the number 14 car, as Keegan Masters has pitted that number 14, and we know that they're supposed to have a third driver in the team in the form of Matt Shorter, but we haven't seen him out there. So just the two Keegans taking it to the rest of the guys, with Keegan Campos bringing the number 14 car out, but he's still stuck in pits, and your race leader now is Owen Liskovic.
Yeah, Campos has not made it out of the pits yet, and the 77 car of Liskovic hits the lead, and Simpson goes up to second. Elliot Simpson's gone up into that second position. Keegan Campos is in that third place. Here he comes out now. Does Keegan Campos. So Campos will join in third position, and he's 1:53 seconds ahead of fourth place man Jason Kutsia. So third place is, I think, settled for Campos, but he will want to go after Simpson. There's only 11 seconds between Campos and Simpson, and 11 seconds between Simpson and Liskovic. So with 4 hours and 40 minutes done, there's what, 22, 23 seconds somewhere around there that's separating first, second and third overall.
I do think this is going to be a tight race to the finish, with 4 hours and 41 minutes already done and dusted. 1 hour and 20 minutes, 19 minutes to go actually, and as Frankie said, definitely some time still left to be found out on the circuit.
Well, Liskovic, I think, will be fairly comfortable with a 11-second gap, and then a 23-second gap, and then a 56-second gap. Realistically, the cars behind him. Liskovic, we've seen not the fastest out there, but very, very consistent lap times all the way through. And when you get people that are doing very, very quick lap times, they're only making up a second, second and a half. Here and there, we've seen somebody take 2 seconds out of anybody else's lap time. But one error takes 10 seconds away. That's 5 whole laps. It's a long time. 152 laps, 1 hour and 19 minutes still to go in this one. And I must say, the teams in the Masters has been brilliant without a classic cars, as opposed to the Zoo Racing team for first and second. The old boys in the third place, but the 524 International Racing for the pros, the youngsters, the young guns, the new kids on the block. The 524 International Racing team in the 77 car have been utterly brilliant. The ASRC Racing in second, and I must say the Campos guys have done very, very well. Keegan Campos has really stuck with that name, is now stuck with the commentary team. He's done some brilliant driving out there. Can the Campos boys close down on ASRC with hour 20, hour 40 to go? Yep, I think so. It's quite possible.
Well, I'll tell you what, the Campos and Masters names are well known in South African racing, from single seaters to Polar Cup to global touring cars, and you name it. They've done it from Formula 1600s to Formula VWs. These two drivers have worked their way through, all part of the Campos Transport Racing that's connected, of course, to Roy Campos. So let's have a look-see. Up front, it is the 524 International car that is leading, and then in that second position we've got the number 12 car, that's Elliot Simpson, that's sitting there in second, and then in third position is the 14 car, and that's been campaigned there by Keegan Campos.
Interesting to see the lap times of Keegan Campos next time around. The last lap was a 154.6, which was blindingly slow, if that makes whole heap of sense. 7 seconds off, so definitely some other problem. A 46.6, that's a pretty decent time in the second place there by Elliot Simpson. But that 1 minute 54, well, it's going to have to be a whole lot better than that. 1 minute 46, that's pretty decent. Sorry, 1 minute 48 for Keegan Campos.
Yeah, 1 minute 48 there for Campos, a lot better than his previous lap. Like we said, he just came out of the pits the previous lap, so just trying to find his footing again in that car. But let's look at Colin Plitt in the 72 car. He's had a bit of an oopsie, got onto that curb, lost it and planted the nose right up into that pit wall, and just trying to stay out of the way of everybody, and that's costing him a lot of time in the Scuderia Bakari and Plit team, and almost taking out the number 14 there of Keegan Campos.
Ooh, Johan Engelbrecht. That's not what Johan wants at this point in time in that number 1 Toyota Gazoo outfit, losing it heavily and then making his way back out on track again. Let's hope that there isn't severe damage done to that car. You don't want to rejoin and then go onto that dirt, because you're putting grass and sand on their tires. Problems there for David Hubert as well, and going in a bit too hot, but catching the car very neatly indeed, and then eventually it snaps out of control and he just plows into the tire barriers.
Yeah, and like I said earlier, not the best of days for Team Hubert Racing out there in the 22, as that car is now in the pits, so a lot of damage that was sustained by that car. But riding on board with our leader, Eric Liskovics in the 77, still got a nice 10-second lead ahead there of Elliot Simpson, with Keegan Campos chasing them down now with a 15-second time gap to make up to Elliot Simpson.
Well, Elliot Simpson matching literally to a tenth of a second what Liskovic is doing. 1 minute 47.1, 1 minute 47.1, nothing much in that. Keegan Campos down to a 47.3. Keegan 15 seconds off Elliot Simpson in that third position. Pretty safe at this stage. Jason could see her to the thousandth of a second, exactly the same as Keegan Campos, 147.385. Well, it's very seldom that you can actually get that close, so nothing much in it there whatsoever. Musia, they 34 seconds further back. They'll be in the top 5 in their class, but not where the international team thought they would be. Welcome to the South African boys. We hope you enjoy your stay.
Well, have a look, see, there goes our team from Poland. A big thanks to Sandro Bacardi for telling us yesterday that it is an all Polish team that is out there in that 77 car. They are 9 seconds, 9.7 seconds ahead of the 12 car of Simpson, and Campos is 16 seconds, 16.2 is Campos behind Simpson. So if we add all that up, there is not much difference between the 77, the 12 and the 14 car, and unless something goes wrong, guys, with any one of those 3 cars, I think that 9 car being driven now by Kutsia will have to settle for that 4th position for Durant Motorsport.
Well, the Lauda Classic Cars versus Gazoo Racing Team, that one's on between the 1 and the 4 car. In fact, it's been on all day long, and after this extended period of time, only 26 seconds between them. But at a second a lap, with an hour and a quarter to go, it's just not enough. Ian Riddle, just keep on doing what you're doing, and you're going to bring your boys through. Johan Engelbrecht, sponsor of today's racing, a big thanks for their sponsorship. Got to keep the hammer down. Do you now push very hard, put the pressure on Ian Riddle and hope that he makes mistakes, or do you just keep it nice and smooth and hold on to that second position?
Well, let's have a look and see. Engelbrecht's last lap was a 148, and slowing
Riddle,
right
in fact,
down
making
is
a
Riddle.
mistake.
Yes, so he did a 150 the previous lap, did Riddle, compared to Engelbrecht's 147. There's only 25 seconds in it. 25 seconds theoretically could be enough, but he was going to keep on making mistakes like that and having slower lap times than Johan Engelbrecht, who's now brought it down to 20 seconds. I think that car number 1 is in for a shot in ending P1 in the Masters.
Well, FC, there was 3 seconds in that one little incident. So being team racing, the guys are chatting to one another all the time. And his teammates will be saying to him, listen, you need to move it up. This is what's happening. Let's have a real look at that specific incident. What does 3 seconds look like? Pretty much something. And lucky not to be nailed from behind there. That's what 3 seconds look like. And a couple of them, all of a sudden you are not the leading car in your class.
Yeah, Johan Engelbrecht will really be looking forward to similar incidents in the near future, and this is where this part of the race becomes really tricky, especially for the guys who's been in and out of the car. Some of the guys are fresh in, they still need to find their rhythm. The other guys that have been racing throughout the day before already, they're already into that rhythm, but their minds have been thinking this whole time, and this is now the point where they start going into mental fatigue and start making little mistakes like that, where it could change things on the leaderboard quite rapidly.
I was going to say it's been, frankly, a long day. Don't forget, we are running national time where this circuit is. This race ends in the dark. Who's practiced in the dark? Whose sim rig is conducive to be able to judge distance correctly with the field of vision, what they call the FOV, the field of vision that they have set up on the cars? It could be a completely different ball game. We're down to 18.9 in first and second place in the Masters, sixth and seventh overall on circuit.
And added to all of that, is our clerk of the course going to bring out another competition yellow? That we do not know. He brought out one competition yellow 2 hours into the race, and the clerk of the course has been very quiet so far, with 4 hours 50 done, 10 minutes to go before we hit the 5 hour mark, and then we'll have 1 hour to go. Is the clerk of the course going to spice it up for us with a competition yellow in the dark? That, of course, we don't know. Time will tell. Let's enjoy it. Riddle doing 235, 240 k's an hour. Ian Riddle, and he is now 19 seconds ahead of Engelbrecht. So Johan is busy winding it up.
That pit stop strategy that you see there, fortunately we've lost the previous history. There was a slight glitch in the SDK iRacing system, had to be rebooted. So that is the last sector of info on the pit strategies, but you can see how similar they are. It gives us the information that we're looking for. What's the similarity? Very, very similar pit strategies. Let's have a look from the top of the field down.
Yeah, starting with your race leader, the 77 of Owen Liskovics, coming around the corner there for 524 International Racing Team. He's being chased down by Elliot Simpson in the 12 car, 8.55 seconds there. Actually, that time becoming smaller and smaller as Elliot Simpson starts to reel in the likes of Liskovics. Behind them in third place, Keegan Campos, sitting there 18 seconds behind the second place man, and Jason Kutsia bringing in that fourth position with a 31-second gap to Campos.
So can Keegan Campos, who's now 17 seconds, 17.9 behind Simpson, can he close up that door and put some pressure on Simpson? It's going to be very hard to do because Elliot Simpson's on the absolute flyer, as he's now just over 8 seconds behind Liskovic. So he's not too concerned about Keegan Campos at this point in time, and he'll be trying to go after Liskovic as Musia, Esteban Musia, makes his way into pit lane.
Yeah, Musia diving into the pit lane there. Ian Riddle finding himself in 6th position in the number 4 car, and he's got not that much time left between himself and Johan Engelbrecht. Johan Engelbrecht has brought that time down from initially 24 seconds down to 18 seconds as Engelbrecht in the Gazoo Racing Delara is closing up quite rapidly in that 7th position. Sitting in 8th place in the 88 car, 26 seconds behind Engelbrecht, is Corne Breed, and he's being hounded down there by Adrian Wood in the number 5 car in 9th place.
Yeah, well, that 5 cars had all sorts of problems out there the whole day. Have a look at this. There's lights flashing there at the 1 car. Engelbrecht's been flashed there, and it's by Kutsia. Yeah, it's a 9 car that is busy flashing lights there to say, come on, get out of my way. I'm in P4, and there's contact. Oh, there's major contact between Kutsia and Engelbrecht. Engelbrecht hammering that concrete wall very, very hard indeed, and that could cost them a 2nd position, maybe even a win, all depending on the damage that's been done to that number 1 Toyota Gazoo Racing outfit.
I think Jason Kutsia was a little bit hasty to get through there. If you think Jason Kutsia is 31 seconds off Keegan Campos and coming up behind the man that's leading the Masters Series, pretty heavy damage, I would think, to that motor car. We'll have to see what his lap times are like when he comes through. Corne Breed in the 88 will be looking at that and saying, well, this is pretty interesting stuff. His guys would have already have told him that this incident has happened from 18 and a half, almost 19 seconds down to 9.8 seconds, but the 10-second loss is one thing. The difference is how much damage is there to the motor car, and can Johan Engelbrecht still get around the island at the same pace that he was before that?
You can see on the rear of that car, on the right-hand rear side of that car, it's drooping quite heavily. So a lot of damage to the right-hand rear side of that number 1 Dallara.
Well, this could turn this one upside down completely, because who is lying third in that class? I think it might be the 111 car. 4, 3, and then 111 of Pina. Now, they are sitting in third position, Pina. I don't think that they've got a chance of moving into second position. We'll have to have a look and see, does Engelbrecht come into the pits or not, as he is still making his way around. He's far from the pits at this point in time. However, he's going down that long back straight, so now he's got one right-hander to go. Then pit lane will be on his right-hand side, and he's been overtaken by Pina.
Straight
He's been
line speed's not
overtaken
there.
by Pina, so clearly now Pina is a couple of laps down, so Pina will not be ahead of the one car. Surely he must come
Yep.
into pits. Yes, he does. There is some damage on that number 1 car of Johan Engelbrecht, and he will be absolutely miffed underneath that helmet of his.
Oh, definitely. You could see how much the pace was affected there. I mean, the 111 of Willem Pinaar was not one of the fastest cars out there today, and Pinaar just flew past Engelbrecht, making him looking like he's looking for parking.
Well, if you think about it, he lost 10 seconds with the incident. How much more did he lose after that? It was definitely a lot slower than before. And, well, look at that. It's going to be a completely different ball game out there from here on out. Depends how long that car is going to be in the pits. It looks like Francois Hubert is going to be climbing in. He'll be the next man there. And, well, what can I say? Must be very, very disappointing. There the car still standing in the pits. Francois Hubert climbs into the Gazoo Racing car and just waiting as the seconds tick away. They've got to do tires, they've got to do fuel, and they've got to get the damage fixed, at least realistically, to be able to be on a race pace. So that car's going to spend an extended period of time in the pits, and that one-off incident with Jason Kutsia could cost them very, very dearly.
Yeah, you see the cars are busy making their way through into turn number 1. Let's have a look and see that number 1 car still currently showing there in that second position in class, with Francois Hubert now behind the wheel. There comes Kutsia. He's got his nose ahead of Wood. That is a lap car, so eventually he got past him there. The 3 car comes through as well. That is Kevin Jimenez. That's in that motor car. So you literally see them. They all go towards the wall before they go into the left-hander. That is turn number 1. Here comes a 111 car through. That's Willem Pinaar. And Francois Hubert is now sitting patiently waiting for them. Here comes the 88 through. And that is Corneille Breed. That's making his way into the left-hander. So I'll tell you what. And eventually only now does the 1 car come out of pits, now in the hands of Francois Hubert.
In the meanwhile, Ian Riddle has lost a position there to Kevin Jimenez, as Riddle was right up there in that 5th position, but Kevin Jimenez also the man on the move in the number 3 car for Avanti Esports, and he came flying past the likes of Ian Riddle with the Alada Classic cars for the Masters into that 6th position.
Oh, look at that number 4 car. Look at the front left-hand side, FC and Gary, of that number 4 car of Riddle. There is lots of damage to the front left-hand side. I don't think it's too much to cause aerodynamic problem, but yeah,
Oh, no,
it does
that's
look a
a-
little
that's
bit
a lot of-
rearranged.
that's a lot
worse
of-
than what I actually initially thought. Now that Gary shows us this type of shot from the far cam, it doesn't look that bad, but the moment you put the near cam on it, or the close cam, you can see that that 4 car is carrying
In
a lot
fact,
of damage on it.
I like the fact that he's trying not to give the commentators curse by saying that it's not that bad.
Yeah.
But the graphics is there. And that is going to make for
But from a
pretty...
far away
Yeah.
shot, it didn't look there. But the moment you done the close up, then you could see how bad it was.
In fact, I was
Or is.
going to tell you, you need to have your eyes checked. But with my glasses on, I could tell you that's camouflage pattern. And then Gary gave us that view. I'm like, oh, no, wait, that splitter is gone.
It's definitely all gone, Gaza.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see if they come in and they fix that damage, where the next Masters team is going to be at that point. The next Masters team out there is in 8th position. That's the Gazoo Racing team. That is Francois Hubert. That's just come in behind the steering wheel. So Ian Riddle's got a bit of time in hand to be able to come in and get that sorted out. But then there's going to be no breathing space between themselves and the car of Francois Hubert. And that being the battle for first and second in class. But Frankie, let's go and have a look at the front of the field. It's that man, Liskowitz.
Yeah, and he's only got 5.6 second lead there on Simpson. That's in that second position. So Elliot Simpson is the man on the move. 5 hours done, 1 more hour to go. As well, they say they're going to end this one in the dark. The lights are on, but then again, it's been on from the get-go. 5.7 seconds between Simpson and that man you see in second position. Liskowitz and that man you see in second position, Elliot Simpson, as Elliot Simpson wants to get that lead away there from Liskowitz, and he is 24 seconds ahead of Keegan Campos FC. That's in that third position.
Yeah, Campos in that third position. He seems to be falling back there from Simpson. So I don't know if they're in a fuel saving session right now or tire session. Saving session there, but 24 seconds to make up, that's a tall order unless something goes horribly wrong for any of the guys at the front. Behind them, Jason Kutsia in that fourth position. He's got about 30 seconds to make up to even think about getting to Keegan Campos, as we ride on board with Courtney Breed in the 88 car, who's now going to be fighting for position and passes Ian Riddle to move up into that 6th position.
So that was a fight on track for position between car 88, and that moves up there into that 6th position. There's a Corne Breed from iRSA Green Racing, as he makes his way into that left right-hander, and getting away there from Ian Riddle. Ian won't mind that Corne has gone past him because they're not in the same category. His concern is where is car number 1, and that is still in second position, but it's 1 lap down now on the 4 car of Riddle.
Yeah, 1 lap and a bit down. So even if Riddle does decide to pit to try and fix the damage he's got on that car, he could still be a little bit out of the woods behind. Oh, somebody's had a big off there. That is, let's have a look. That is the 111 of Willem Pinaar. That's had a big off there, almost collected the 88 as he came back onto the circuit.
So hectic stuff out there, almost getting a draw. Now he almost took out Corne Breed. Corne Breed in turn has taken out the bollards, his Corne Breed. You just see cones flying all over the place there, as Corne Breed decides, I want to widen the track and make some more circuit out there for myself. But Ian Riddle still sitting in P1 in the Masters class. He's down in 7th position overall, and Francois Hubert 1 lap down on him, is sitting 8th overall and 2nd in that Masters category. 3rd in the Masters is Willem Pinaar, car 111, and they're sitting down in that 10th position, and that was the car that had a bit of a spin-off that you just saw earlier on.
Yeah, but sandwiched in between Hubert and Pinaar is the number 5 car of Adrian Wood. He is in the what shall we call it, the regular class, the pro class, as Ian Riddle dives into the pits, and past comes the number 1 of Francois Hubert to unlap himself.
Yeah, so he has unlapped himself as Francois, but I do believe that this will be a routine pit stop. That 4 car will come in P1 in class, and it will come out in P1 in class as well.
Well, they just, you could see there, they just fixed that damage on the nose, and they're also doing a driver change there for the Laude Classic Cars team, with Peter van der Spey getting in behind the wheel.
Well, that's going to be pretty interesting as you see the time ticks away. It's a matter of time. Peter van der Spey climbs in there Francois Hubert getting closer. Look at it, it's 1.56 already. It was 2.2 when he originally went in. So I think let's keep an eye on Peter van der Spy as he sits there. 1.57. Francois Hubert just getting closer and closer and closer. This is the battle for the Masters title. 2,000 Rand up for the winning team. 1,000 Rand for the second man across the line.
Yeah, but right behind him is our race leader, Erwin Liskovic. So Liskovic does not want to be held up here by the number 1 car as Peter van der Spy gets going and heads for the pit exit. He's going to make it just in time to stay ahead there of his biggest rival, which is Francois Hubert, as they now come down. Is that the main straight? No, that's the back straight. That is the Ulman straight. So yeah, a big gap still to go for Francois Hubert to try and catch up to Peter van der Spy.
So he is now still leading comfortably. He's Van der Spy in that class, and there comes second place man in the Masters. That's Francois Hubert. That's busy making his. He's now 30 seconds behind Van der Spy, as into the pits comes the man that's sitting third in the Masters category, Willem Pinner, the 111 car, the old boys team. Will he come out, or will he hand over to Robbie Teings? He hands over to Robbie Teings. So Robbie Teings will take that car out, and they are third overall in Masters, Gary, and they're sitting in the top 10, then P10 FC.
Well, guys, I'm going to direct your attention to what's happening at the front of the field. It looked like the 524 International Racing car there of Liskovic was being in a rather bit of a hurry behind the Gazoo Racing car, and now I see why. The ASRC racing car of Elliot Simpson is getting closer and closer, and that gap is back down to 3.9 seconds.
And having said that, Frankie, just picking up the 0.8 of a second, Elliot Simpson on that lap quicker than the 524 International Racing. So the battle for the pros, the youngsters, the hot shots, the young guns, call them what you want, that battle is going to be live all the way till the end. And in fact, there is only 54 minutes still left in the 6 hour.
Right, let's have a look and see. The Campos team that's sitting there in that third position, they are now 27 seconds. Is Keegan Campos 27 seconds behind the 12 car of Simpson, and there's not much that they can do at this point in time. Just hope that something goes wrong with them. And the 12 car's in pit lane. The 12 car is in pit lane. I just saw the red pit lane on the side there. Elliot Simpson is pitting with 5 hours and 7 minutes done.
That means FC, that is their last pit stop.
Yeah, definitely trying the undercut there and trying to get that done as quickly as possible out of the way. That's why they really put in the laps to try and get to the as close as possible to the back of Erwin Liskovic.
If you look at that, you'll see 148 laps, which means that Liskovic still has to do one stop.
Yeah,
which is going to bring it all back together again.
Yeah, definitely. So interesting stuff happening here with Keegan Campos now moving into that second position.
Yeah, Jason Coetzee is still out there in that third, but they are almost a minute behind Simpson. So unless something goes horribly wrong for this first three cars, Jason Coetzee will have to settle for a top 5, yes, but for that fourth position as the now second place man Keegan Campos of Campos Transport Racing, sitting out there in that second position, 30 seconds behind the 524 International Racing outfit of Liskovic, as he makes his way into that right-hander does Keegan Campos. And there goes Peter van der Spy, P7 and P1 in class. He's Captain Pete, and he's 24 seconds ahead there of Francois Hubert. Mathematically, Francois still got a chance to catch him, but it's not going to be that easy. 23 seconds is still quite some gap.
And then there's still the Old Boys FC down in 10th position, and that is the comeback kid in the 111 car, Robbie Teens. They find themselves in third. How safe is their third? Well, directly behind them is the 8 call 24/7 Sujin Properties entry. That is Paul Valesco with Mike Verrier and Stevie McCarthy. That's in that car. Paul Valesco out there at the moment now, and not that far behind Robbie T.
Only 2.3 seconds there behind them, so anything can still happen out in the Masters class, Frankie.
Well, here comes Valesco across the line. He's sitting 4th in class. That 3rd position is still up for grabs in the Masters. They're sitting in P10 and 11. Car 111 and car 2, Teams and Valesco. They are P3 and 4 in the Masters category. It seems like P1, I think, is pretty much settled, although Hubert's giving it a go. He's gone from 24 to 23 to 22, but I don't think he's closing up quick enough, although there's still 50 minutes left in this one. So it is mathematically possible for him to move up into the lead of that class, but it is definitely possible for Valesco in car number 2 to get ahead of Robbie Teens in car number 111 and move into that 3rd position.
4/10 of a second quicker on the last lap was Paul Valesco than the comeback kid Robbie Teens in 111. In fact, that was the 2 cars in the same shot. And let's see if we can get a visual on that. There we go. And that's the difference.
Yeah, right there by each other is the cars of Paul Valesco and Robbie Teens. And if you look at the front of the field, Elliot Simpson also in trouble as Jason Kutsia. We know Jason Kutsia can be blindingly quick when he wants to be. Only 0.8 of a second between Simpson and Kutsia, but Kutsia will probably still have to pit again.
Yeah, Simpson and Kutsia, 0.6 of a second. There you see the two of them, but I'm not sure if all the pit stops are done. I think a lot of these guys are going to have to stop at least one more time before they get to the checkered flag. And here we go. Jason Kutsia is 0.4 of a second behind Simpson. He's not going to settle for that 4th place. He's going to have a go. Earlier I said something's going to have to go horribly wrong. Well, all of a sudden he is right there on the case of car number 12 as they go into the last corner. As it just tightens up on them. Who's got the quicker line? I would think the 12 car had the quicker line out of that corner. They've got the 74 of Stanton ahead of them. He's a back marker. Now Kutsia dives to the outside. The line has been covered there by Simpson as they go into that left-hander. The 74 of Stanton is still there. He's a back marker. They are side by side and up on the inside and through into that 3rd position goes Jason Kutsia.
Kutsia's just placed that car perfectly to make that move stick, and he's moved up into that 3rd position. He's now going to drive the wheels off of that car to make sure that he can get enough space between himself and Simpson to cover off if Simpson does not have to pit again, because Kutsia, I have a feeling, definitely will have to pit again.
Well, Stephen McCarthy in the number 2 car. He's in the pits. He's taken over from Paul Valesco as Valesco stepped out of that car and said, come on McCarthy, you take it to the checkered flag probably. Peter van der Spy still sitting out there in P7 and P1 in the Masters, and van der Spy is 20 seconds ahead of the number 1 car that sits in P8 and 2nd overall in class. That is that man you see there, Francois Hubert, sitting out there in that number 1 Toyota Gazoo Denso Racing outfit. Delara P217 ahead of him. We just see the leader go through. That is Aaron Liskowitz, who is 32 seconds ahead of Campos, who in turn is 30 seconds ahead of Jason Kutsia. And that is the man you see going down that straight into the right-hander, and right behind him is Simpson. 1.1 seconds behind him is Simpson. So he moved up into that 3rd position, did Kutsia, and he dives into the pits. Jason Kutsia, as FC said, will still probably have to do one more pit stop, and there it is.
Yeah, that I had a feeling that's going to happen. We've got still, just over 45 minutes left in this race, so there was no way that he was going to put that in those kind of laps and not have to stop again. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see where Jason comes out. Will he be able to stay ahead of Kevin Jimenez, or did he do enough on those flying laps? But Elliot Simpson now back up into 12th position, and I have a feeling that Keegan Campos might need to pit again, as well as Erwin Liskowicz.
Well, the interesting thing now, have a look at the laps that's been done. 169 laps done. Liskowitz and Campos going in on lap 148 and 150. Simpson going in now, and that means that his problems in terms of going into the pits is solved. Jason Kutsia in there as well, so he's quite fine. So the question is, Liskowitz and Campos, are they going to go into the pits again? I do believe Campos got 2 laps more worth of fuel on board. Is it possible that Liskowitz can end up having to go in and Campos not? The other thing is, you spoke about we riding into the dark. Look at that. It's starting to get dark. This is where things start to change.
Well, we'll have to look and see what their definition of dark is. It's still pretty light out there with 45 minutes to go. As we see the 111 car go down, he's sitting way up in that class there in the Masters as Kevin Jimenez gets that thing slightly out of line there. Kevin Jimenez making his way around. Kevin sitting in that 5th position. And there is a 3rd place man, Elliot Simpson. He's 31 seconds behind Campos, is 33 seconds behind Liskowitz. Kutsia's 54 seconds behind Simpson. And Jimenez is 2 minutes behind Kutsia. So barring something horribly going wrong, I think that's the way your first 5 is going to end. Even your first 6, because Briet is 20 seconds behind Jimenez. So FC, barring something weird happening out there, as you see them out there on track now, that's probably the way it's going to end. But like we always say, the only thing certain in motorsport is that nothing is certain.
Yeah, definitely nothing is certain, and we look forward to see how this plays out as Erwin Liskowitz dives into the pits. I knew that was going to happen as well, as Erwin Liskowitz last pitted on lap, what was it?
148.
148, yeah.
148.
So definitely needed another pit stop there. And Campos will be coming in pretty soon because he came in on lap 150.
Well, Simpson has made that pit stop, so we're going to have to see exactly who's going to end up where. And just when I said it could end just the way we see it, it could still, after the pit stop, sort itself out. But like I said, anything can happen out there as the 14 car races through, and boom, into the lead goes Keegan Campos.
Well, I think it's going to be short-lived. He's got 2 laps more fuel than the Liskowitz vehicle, and Liskowitz coming in at this point with 45 minutes to go. That would have been Owen's last necessity to go into the pits. So Keegan Campos, enjoy these couple of laps at the front, because my mathematics says you've got to go back into the pits, and they should come out ahead of Elliot Simpson if all goes well. But then again, as you said, nothing is guaranteed in motorsport.
Well, they are out ahead of Simpson, but only by 5.5 seconds. That's the only lead they have over Simpson in the 77 car, with Keegan Campos leading the guys in the number 14 car out in 1st position. Liskowitz in 2nd position, Elliot Simpson in 3rd, followed by Jason Kutsia another 55 seconds down the line.
Frankie, the Masters battle, here it comes. 17.4 seconds, Peter van der Spy off Francois Hubert.
Yeah, definitely not done and dusted yet for the Masters. That is Van der Spy going into that left-hander. He's 17 seconds behind the number 1 car of Francois Hubert. There he goes into the left hand, and that's at fight for P7 and 8 and P1 and 2 in the Masters category, as Hubert goes into that left-hander, and he'll be getting closer and closer. He's 16 seconds behind Van der Spy. Let's see, he's been quickest. The last lap for Hubert was a 146.6, and Van der Spy a 147.6, so he's 1 second quicker than what Peter van der Spy is. 16 seconds behind him, and 5 hours 18 done.
Not enough laps left.
Yeah, I don't know, unless something goes wrong, it's still mathematically possible for the 1 car to move into the lead in class.
Not impossible for Francois Hubert to do it, but on a second lap it's not going to be enough. It's Peter van der Spy on a 147.6, a 146.6 for Francois Hubert. If you take the number of minutes that's left, you take the number of laps that is left, that's not going to make it. I think their pit strategies are pretty similar. I don't think there'll be a difference there. Let's stick with Francois Hubert, see what his lap time is on this one. we can see exactly where we at with first and second in the Masters.
The 14 cars in pit lane. Keegan Masters has made his way into the pit lane as we watch Francois Hubert make his way down that long back straight. Masters is there by pit exit now. So, was it a pit stop or was it a drive-through?
No. That was a driver change because Keegan Campos was in the car. Now it's Keegan Masters.
Okay.
We know Keegan Campos can do consistent laps, but when you want to really put in the numbers, you put Keegan Masters in the car, and that's what this team has now done. And now you're going to see those lap times tumble for the Campos transport.
Well, then that was just a driver change because that car was virtually in and out very quickly. That's why I thought it could be a drive-through, but definitely the Campos name has disappeared there, and the Masters surname is on that leaderboard, and they are 25 seconds behind Simpson. Now, let's see. I don't think that 14 car will catch the 12, but as FC was saying, with Keegan Masters in that motor car, I suppose any damn thing is possible.
Well, if nobody else is listening to us, Francois Hubert is, because he just turned up the week a 146.4 as opposed to a 147.8 for Captain Pete. Francois Hubert obviously listening to us and saying, okay, so your mathematics says I don't make it, I'll just go quicker.
And Francois Hubert is not only quicker than Van der Spey, he's the quickest man out there.
Yeah,
He's a Francois Hubert in car number 1.
He's the quickest man out there. But keep in mind, Keegan Masters so far, I think the only guy to go sub 146 into the 145s.
Yes.
So keep an eye out on that. It's going to get really interesting out at the front of this race.
Talking about interesting, talking right at the front, Dipskowitz against Elliot Simpson, a young man from England, if I've got my facts correct. 47.7, a 48.4, that's 17ths on a 3.9 second gap with 40 minutes to go. That sounds like wheel to wheel towards the end.
That's not done. There's only 4 seconds between them. So this is still pretty much on for P1 between car 77 and car number 12. And if Liskowitz thought this is a walk in the park towards the end of it, Simpsons decided to say, well, I must say the international boys have come through. The Polish team and the team from UK are sitting first and second. Then the first SA team was in third. Did he rub the wall there, Francois Hubert? If he didn't, he was damn close to it.
A 48.1 by Peter van der Spey, a 46.4 by Francois Hubert. We're down to 14.2, 7th and 8th on track, first and second overall in the Masters.
Well, he is trying as hard as he can. Is Francois Hubert is now 14 seconds there, FC behind Peter van der Spey. Van der Spey is 1 minute and 39 seconds behind Duggan, but his race is not with Duggan. His race is to keep that number 1 car of Hubert behind him. And look at that, FC. Up front, it was 3 point odd. It's now 2.9 seconds. Simpson is coming after him. There's a 77 car. Then you got a back marker in Van der Merwe, and there you see Simpson just behind the back marker, Van der Merwe.
Elliot Simpson is the shark, and it smelled blood in the water. It's trying to catch up to that first position of Liskowicz, and he's very close. 2.6 seconds, almost 2.5 seconds between the two of them, as Owen Liskowicz leads them into turn number 1, followed by the back marker of JJ van der Merwe, and right on their tail, the number 12 of Elliot Simpson.
Well, let's have a look and see. 5 hours and 22 minutes is done. There was a whole middle section of the race where everything just seemed just to settle down and go into limp mode, and all of a sudden, with 1 hour left to go, when we hit that 5 hour mark, this whole race decided just to light itself up again. And it's not over. It's not over between car 77 and car number 12, that's for sure. And Francois Hubert in turn is 15 seconds behind Van der Spey. Guys, he's gone down 7 positions as Francois Hubert. Van der Spey has gone down 3rd. Look at Raymond Duggan. He's the biggest mover, guys. He's gone up 10 positions.
I know there's some big gains and losses there, no doubt about it. If you look at that, up 7 positions from 8th position up to 1st position. Some serious flashing of lights coming up there behind the Camage car. And Elliot Simpson is right in the game. Elliot Simpson is in the game. It's 0.9 of a second. That's all that there is. And it's just 1 car. He's got to get past right now. And then he's going to be going for the back of Liskowitz. 5 hours, 23 of the 6 hours. There is the gap between himself and the 77 car, and sitting inside that cockpit, you'll say, that is $1,000 more than what I'm going to be earning right now. I need to catch the Purple Mean Machine. It's Owen Liskowitz in the 77, 7 places up ahead of Elliot Simpson, 10 positions up, 0.4 of a second off at 34 minutes to go.
Car 12 on car 77. Simpson on Liskowitz is right on his back bumper under braking as they go into that left right-hander. We are approaching 35 minutes left in this one as the 77 cars coming under serious attack here from car number 12. Simpson is attacking Liskowitz. He's a tenth of a second behind him. Now he dives up on the inside and bang into the lead goes Elliot Simpson just before that right-hander. That one, FC, was timed perfectly.
Yeah, almost slight contact between the two of them as they went through turn number 7 there. But that is now safely in the hands there of the number 12 car of Elliot Simpson, as Liskowitz had no answer what to do then. I have a feeling that these guys might squeeze in one more stop at the rate that they're going right now.
I don't think so.
Well,
It's been in the last hour that they've been into the pits. Simpson, Liskowitz, and Keegan Masters have actually been in. Let's have a look. In fact, what pit lap it was on. They were in 165, 170, and 171 of 175. That's inside of an hour. They don't need to go to the pits. What is of interest is that Francois Hubert, second in the Masters, has gone into the pits, and that's going to open up the gap between first and second in the Masters class between Peter van der Spey. Francois Hubert probably going to be handing that car over.
Well, what Hubert knows is that at least that second position is safe, because a 111 car of Robbie Teens will not be able to catch up to the number 1 car that's been driven now by Hubert as he is in pit lane. There you see the car standing in pit lane on the right hand side. It's Elliot Simpson, our leader in class and leader overall. Car number 12, Elliot Simpson from the United Kingdom, sitting out there in P number 1. Here comes the Polish driver, Liskowitz from Poland, sitting there in that second place, 2.2 seconds. So Simpson is pulling away under Liskowitz.
Keegan Masters, brilliant job, but 23 seconds you've got to make up in 34 minutes. Very, very unlikely. Doing a 147.5, that's there and thereabouts, but Liskowitz will be doing pretty similar to that. Let's have a look at the last lap times. Well, Liskowitz probably picked up a bit of traffic, a 149.531. What did you say, Frankie? Nothing is guaranteed in motorsport. Just maybe there's a bit of damage on Liskowitz's car and Masters can start closing down.
But Jimenez is the fastest man out there, 146.9. They were all doing 147s and 149s, and Kevin Jimenez, that sits there in P5 in car number 3, is 1 minute and 4 seconds behind Kutsia, and he done a 146 odd. 146.977. So the man in P5 FC is the quickest driver out there right now.
Yeah, Kevin Jimenez, the man to watch out there. But he's got a long, long way to go to even try to think of catching Jason Kutsia before the time runs out. But Keegan Masters still mathematically in it with a shot at that second position, down to 22 seconds now to try and catch Owen Liskowitz, with a 147.55 being his last lap compared to a 149 for Liskowitz on his previous lap. So was there traffic involved, as Gary said, or is he trying to save on some fuel and tires? Again, 149.297. So again, not a blindingly quick lap out there, and we'll have to see what Masters does on his when he crosses the finish line, which should be pretty soon as he goes around Sunset Bend. We're riding on board with Masters. That last lap with a time of 147.5. So again, 2 seconds faster on that lap.
Well, let's see if we can have a look at, we do have a video which we're going to try and play for you on previous winners. And if we can pick that one up, let's just see if we can bring that up on screen for you. Unfortunately, that video not wanting to play right now. We will try and get that one to play for you.
Well, while we are trying, oh, there we go, round 1, previous winners that you will see there at your screen at home.
Yep, the previous winners of round number 1, Toyota Gazoo Racing Masters team. was Francois Hubert with Johan Engelbrecht and Willem Botha. That was the winning team. And then the youngsters, the young guns, the pros, the team Let's Go, it was Umpi Swart, Julian Familiaris and Troy Dolenchek, unfortunately not in today's race. And then round number 2 of our 6 hours was Team 524 Ascari, which was Nick Foster and Matthias Debchik were the winners in that one. Nice photos of them. And then the Toyota Gazoo Racing in the Masters was once again Umpi Swart, Julian Familiaris and Troy Dolenchek. So that is the previous teams that have come out tops in the 6 hours. It looks like today we're going to make history.
Well, the question was asked, is there anyone that can beat these teams? The answer is yes, because sadly the team Let's Go Racing of Swart, Dolenchek and Familiaris did not enter for, well, they did enter, but for whatever reason did not make it out on circuit. However, let's get back to reality. Lap 178 is what we're on. 5.5 hours done, 10 seconds, and it's 5 hours and 30 minutes that's done. And there is second place man Erwin Liskowitz from Poland, sitting there in that second position, chasing down Elliot Simpson from England, and I don't believe he's going to catch him. Simpson is pulling away from Liskowitz. He's now 5.8 seconds ahead of Liskowitz. Is car 12 ahead of car 77.
We're going to take a short break and we're going to come back to you with the last 20 minutes of this beautiful, stunning event that we've got here today.
Right, so we've got 20 minutes to go. Frankie Yennis, Gary Fleming, and FC Nivo from the Western Cape Motorsport commentators from Second Gear Talk Show, Second Gear Productions, Rage Productions, and Rage Racing. We say welcome to you all with 20 minutes left in this one. A big thanks to Clubsport GT, that is Johan Engelbrecht, the main sponsor of the 6 hour of Sebring, as Van der Spey makes his way into the pits. Now he is a lap ahead of the number 1 car of Francois Hubert, so FC, they can basically afford to come through and do a splash and dash and then come in P1 and leave in P1 and still win this one if all goes well.
Yeah, that is correct. Peter van der Spey and the guys from Lada Classic Cars team has done enough to afford themselves that pit stop to get enough fuel to get them to the end. Francois Hubert in the number 1 car is chasing down the number 4, but by the time that Van der Spey dived into the pits, they were a lap ahead of Hubert, and Hubert making his way around the circuit now. So he's first got to catch up to the back end of that Lada Classic car. If we look there, 1 minute 50 seconds, the current difference between the two of them.
So the number 4 car is looks like it's back out on track again. That's Peter van der Spey, and he's still a minute and 50 seconds ahead there of the number 1 car that's in class, that's sitting behind him, P7 and 8, but first and second in their class. As Van der Spey goes through, here comes Francois Hubert working his way through now, and he's a minute and 50 behind the number 4 car of Van der Spey. Robbie Teague sitting out there in that 3rd position. He's a minute. Oh, and there's big contact there. Oh my word, that involves a 111 car, and I couldn't pick up who went in there with him. Oh my word, that is not exactly what the Shell Racing team of the Team Old Boys needed now, of Robbie Teague's. Yes, and lucky for him it happened there just by a pit entrance, so it doesn't have to go all the way to pits or hit the escape button, but still major damage as the 130 car makes its way out. The Bigfoot Express team makes its way back out onto track once again.
Yeah, the other car that was involved in that one was the 88 of Raymond Duggan from Team IRSA in that 6th position. So Raymond Duggan that was involved there as well.
Well, let's have a look and see. FC, there's a minute and 34 between that 111 car and the number 2 car of Steve McCarthy. Yeah, I was going to say he's not going to make it, because here comes a 111 car back out again. So Teams and Pinar have basically secured that 3rd position in the Masters.
Yeah, 17 minutes to go. Elliot Simpson is the man that leads them out in the number 12 car. 10 seconds the difference between him and 2nd placed man Erwin Liskovic in 18 seconds now, as Elliot Simpson dives into the pits. I told you, one more pit stop left for the whole field.
Well, with just over 15 minutes left, I guess about 16, 17, let's say around about 16 minutes left in this one. Simpson into the pits, and Liskovic hits the lead. Liskovic hits the lead now. Does Erwin have to come and pit one more time, or has he done enough for the last 16 minutes out on this one? We'll have a look and see. Oh, Elliot Simpson is sitting in that pits. He is in that pits. Watch out for Masters. I was just going to say watch out for Keegan. Keegan dives through into that 2nd position. Is there a splash and dash for these guys as well? Here comes Jason Kutsia, but he's 37 seconds behind Simpson, that is now in that 3rd place. However, that is the main straight, and will Kutsia go through? No, he doesn't go through. Simpson still stays there in that 3rd position, but Simpson is out on track again. So that 12 car did come in and come out ahead there of the number 9 car of Jason Kutsia.
But now riding on board with your race leader, the 77 of Erwin Liskovic. This race has been such a roller coaster, and it was quite interesting to try and understand the team's strategies, as Elliot Simpson and the number 12 team came from nowhere and led quite a couple of laps in this race, and they're still in it. They can possibly still do something, from that third spot if Masters and Liskovic has to pit as well. But Liskovic leading them from Keegan Masters, who's 15 seconds down on him. And as I predicted, Keegan starting to catch up. That gap's come down from about 25 seconds down to 15 seconds.
Well, it's game on. This man has made a pit stop at number 12. He sits out there in that 13th position. This will be third position. And he'll be gambling that car 77 and 14 has to go into the pits. Then he will regain that lead. If not, well, then he's dumped that one down by the wayside. Here comes that 9 car of Kutsia. He's 36 seconds behind Simpson. He's not going to move up into first, second or third. He'll be hoping that something goes horribly wrong there between cars 77, 14 and 12, so that he can have a chance of moving up into P1, 2 and 3. There's Kevin Jimenez. He sits in P5, but he's a lap behind Jason Kutsia, so he's going to sit in that 5th position. He'll not make any impact on the 9 car of Kutsia that's out there ahead of him.
Yeah, and then a further 2 laps behind them, Raymond Duggan in the 88 car sitting there in that 6th position for Team iRacing South Africa Green. Behind them, the first of our master cars coming through, Peter van der Spey in the number 4. That is the Laude Classic cars in the Masters division, the leader in that class. Second place in the Masters division, Francois Hubert in the Gazoo Racing Delara P217, sitting there in that 8th position, followed by Devin Musso in that 9th place.
Well, Devin Piazza Musa, that number 5 car, has eventually made it into that top 10 after having issues right on the start line. They actually accidentally started that smash when the lights turned to green, and they have systematically fought and battled their way into the top 10. They're sitting there in 9th. There is 10th place man Robbie Teings, 10th on track but 3rd overall in class, behind that number 5 car. So Robbie Teings and Willem Pinaar will be pretty happy with that 3rd position, because they are something like 3-4 laps ahead there of McCarthy, that is in that 4th place in class. So they know that Stephen McCarthy cannot catch up to them. So if you have a look and see, the leader is 16 seconds ahead of Masters, and the guy is way down at the back, and that is Wayne Camage in car number 130. They are 10 laps behind the race leader.
Riding aboard with Sandro Bakari in the 72 car, currently in 12th position. They 6 laps down and are fighting on that same lap with them, the number 13 car of Andre Steenkamp, the cheaper cars, as Bakari now goes through the final corners at Sunset Bend and onto the main straight, down the pit next to the pit lane, over the start finish line to start their next lap with just over under 12 minutes left in this race.
So Devin Piazza Musa in car number 5 going off track onto the dirt and rejoining once again. That's a replay there of him, and then a replay of Timothy Stanton going on to the dirt, getting dirt on those tires, and Stanton keeping on his way. So we are back with Sandro Bakari. We saw him go through there, and back with the leader, Erwin Liskowitz, 13.2 seconds ahead there of Keegan Masters. We have got 11 minutes left before the checkered flag comes out on this one. There is Masters in that 2nd position, and still the 77 and 14 cars not gone into the pits. Have they got enough fuel to make it to the end? With approaching 10 minutes left, FC, I don't think they want to go into the pits now, because if they do that, they know that that man there sitting in 3rd position, Simpson, will get past them, because he's only 17 seconds behind Masters.
Yeah, only 17 seconds there behind Masters is Elliot Simpson in that 3rd spot. But we see Stephen McCarthy having dived into the pits there. And yeah, there's the replay of him diving into the pits. And that'll probably be another splash and dash with only 10 minutes left to go. I had a feeling some of the guys would be caught out with their fuel. If I remember how their first stints went time-wise, I really thought that quite a few people would have to dive into the pits. Jason Kutsia also diving into the pits in the number 9 car. So, yep, quite a few guys with only 10 minutes left to go still having to stop for fuel.
Well, Simpson will say, I don't care that number 9 car is going into the pits. He's behind me in any case. I need to know what car 77 and 14 is doing, Liskowitz and Masters. And with 10 minutes left on the clock, I don't think they're going to make a splash and dash. However, you never know. That's Van der Spey making his way through. I see the 72 car of Sander Bakari is in pits. It shows pit there next to car 72 as Peter Van der Spey, the leader of the Masters and sitting 7th overall, is making his way around, and he is 3 laps ahead there of François Hubert, that is 8th overall and 2nd in that class.
Yeah, the guys are starting to feel the nerves here now as we run towards the end of this race. 9 minutes left to go on lap 189. We've got Liskowicz leading from Masters, from Simpson, from Kutsia, Jimenez, Duggan, Van der Spey, François Hubert, Devin Musso, Robbie Teen, Stephen McCarthy, Sandro Bakari. Andre Steenkamp dives into the pits with the number 13 car. Behind him, Timothy Stanton, Darby Hubert, and Wayne Camage.
Right, that is the 16 cars out there as we look at the leader, Owen Liskowitz, 11 seconds ahead of Keegan Masters with 8.5 minutes, just under 8.5 minutes to go, and 11 seconds difference unless Liskowitz chucks the car at the scenery or drives into something. I think he's got this one all wrapped up with Keegan Masters in second. Well, I'll tell you this, FC, that I think that 14 car and Masters and Campos will settle for that second position. They led for a long time, and then it all went pear-shaped. They were down to at least P5 at one point in time, and if they can fight their way back and end second, I think they'll take it, but they will know that they did throw away a possible victory.
Well, Frankie, some interesting things might be happening on track here right now that we might not be aware of, but we can definitely read something into the lap times here. We know these guys are capable of doing 146s, 145s. They're all doing 148s, 147s.
Fuel saving.
It's fuel saving to make sure that they don't have to maybe dive back into the pits again.
Well, they're going to do that, and Simpson's going to say, man, I did it all right, and this 77 and 14 car, they're not going to dive into the pits. So the last lap for Liskowitz was a 148. Masters did a 147. Even Simpson, that came into the pits, he also did a 147. Okay, Jason did a 2-minute 14, but given he was in the pit area, Kevin Jimenez was also on a 147. So they are all around about the 147s, 148s, except Keegan Masters did a 146.714. That is his last lap, and he's now 8 seconds, 8.7 seconds behind Liskowitz. Mathematically, and I say mathematically, FC, he does have a chance.
Mathematically, both Masters and Simpson has a chance at the rate that they are taking seconds
Correct.
off of the guys ahead of them. Both Masters chowing into that lead of Liskowicz and Simpson gaining there on Masters as well. So we could still see a dash to the finish line.
Well, if Keegan keeps on doing 146s and Irwin keeps on doing 149s, then it could be a very interesting last lap, that's for sure. And if Simpson keeps on hammering 147s, because he's also quicker than what Liskowitz is, it could be pretty interesting between first, second, and third. Gary, it's not done and dusted yet. Theoretically, one would say it's going to end this way, but for all practical reasons, it might just not.
Well, I wish that I could show Urban Liskowitz an aerial shot like that he could see how much open space there is in front of him. At 1 minute 49, I don't believe he's going to pick up any traffic whatsoever in the last 5.5 minutes. I think he's looking pretty safe. I think he'll do just what he needs to do to keep Keegan Masters. And let's have a look at it visually from the air. There's Keegan coming through underneath the bridge now. And, you don't want to make contact with 6 minutes to go in a 6-hour race.
Oh, that's Timothy Stanton. They just had to get out the way there for the 14 car of Keegan Masters. He's brought it down to 7.3 seconds with 5 minutes left on the clock, and I think it's too little too late for Keegan Masters to now make the move there on Liskovic. 148 was the last lap there by Liskovic, and once again a 146.9 for him. Look at Simpson. Simpson was on a 148, so Simpson was even quicker than what Liskovic was out there. So was Jason Kutsia, but Jason's completely out of this one. Look at Kevin Jimenez. He's also pumping in the 146s, 146.868. So he is the quickest man out there. Masters was a 146.9. FC, barring a problem, I think it's all settled, all done and dusted, unless the 77 car gets it all wrong out there.
Yeah, unless he starts running into some traffic or any kind of problems out there, or maybe run out of fuel. I don't think Keegan Masters has put in the flying laps early enough to catch up to them. Look at this. It's staying stable at the moment, and he's going to get closer, but with only 4 minutes left in it and a lap lasting 1 minute 46 seconds, you've got 2 laps left. You're not going to make up enough time to get past them. But Peter van der Spey doing pretty well out there to stay out of trouble. He is still almost a minute ahead there of François Hubert, so as long as he can keep his nose clean, he's got that win in the bag.
Yeah, I think car 4, car 1 and car 111 will end first, second and third in the Masters. I don't think there's anything that's going to change there, unless of course they get involved in a major smash up. So I do believe that that's the way it's going to be. And Robbie Tings and Willem Pinaar in the 111 car for the team Old Boys, they will be pretty happy with the top 3 in the Masters category. As we go back to Stephen McCarthy, that is sitting 4th overall, 11th on track, and 4th overall in the Masters. And it could have been so much different for that number 2 car if they weren't involved in that pile-up on the home straight when the lights turned to green. But they gave it their all. They are going to end in the top 5 in the Masters. They will get a 4th position, and 5th in the Masters will be the number 72 car, now driven by Sandro Bakari.
Yeah, Sandro Bakari in that 72 car for Scuderia Bakari Plit, sitting in the 12th position. Behind them, the number 13 of Andre Steenkamp for cheapercars.co.za, and they're sitting in that 13th position. 13th place for car number 13.
Yeah, lucky number 13 for them. 13 is 13, but they would want to have been higher up. They have had their issues out there today, and so is this team, number 74 of Greg Adams, and that man in the car there, Timothy Stanton. They've also had a few problems out there today with the Delara P217. Davi Hubert is a second last car out on the track. That's a 22 car, and he's a minute and 26 seconds behind Timothy Stanton. And the last man out on track in P16, car number 130, and he's 1 lap down on the 22 car, and that is Wayne Camage in car number 130, and his team today was Gerald Mouget and JJ van der Merwe.
Minute and a half left here in the 6 hours of Sebring Sports and GT Master Series. What a lovely event it's been, and the guys have really been giving it their all. The gentlemen riding at the front here are Polish visiting drivers, Erwin Lukas Liskovic, leading them around. He's got about a 4.6 second lead over South African Masters, Keegan Master and Keegan Campos for Team Campos Transport in the number 14 car. Elliot Simpson sitting in that 3rd spot in the number 12 car, 6 seconds behind Masters at this stage of the fight. And with the positions looking like they do now, with less than a minute to go, I do not see it changing.
So at this point in time, it's Team Poland in P1, Team South Africa in P2, and Team UK in P3. It's a lovely mix-up there of 3 different countries sitting 1st, 2nd and 3rd. We are approaching 35 seconds left before the checkered flag comes out for the man in car 77, Erwin Liskovic. Now we'll have to first see where on track Liskovic is. Is this his last lap, or will he have to do one more, all depending on exactly where he is on the circuit. He's going down that long back straight, heading towards that final corner. Let's have a look, see, there's 10 seconds left. Will he make it to the checkered flag before it runs out? Yes, he's going to. 3, 2, 1, 0. Time is up. He'll have to do no more laps. This is the flag lap for your race winner from Poland, Urban Liskowitz, and his teammate Krzysztof Jachura.
Keegan Masters bringing home the number 14 car in second position. The gentleman weaving the car there and flashing the lights. Very, very happy with their performance, finishing in second place, followed by Elliot Simpson for Team ASRC Racing, bringing home the number 12 car in third position.
So well done to Liskowitz and Jachura. I was definitely going to get that surname right. FC sitting on my left hand side having a good old giggle. But well done there to Jason Kutsia. It's a top 5. It's P4 for him and Byron Mitchell. They will not be happy with that. They will accept it though. And then Kevin Jimenez, he'll bring that number 3 car home in 5th position. And today his teammates was Esteban Musia and South Africa's hotshot Stewie White.
Yeah, the guys behind them, Kevin Jimenez in the number 3 car, bringing home the 5th position for the number 3 car. That was Team Avanti Esports, Stewie White, Kevin Jimenez, and Esteban Murcia, as Frankie said now. Then we had the number 88 car of Raymond Duggan. That was Raymond Duggan and Corne Breed for Team IRSA Green. And then we had the first of our Masters, Peter van der Spey in the number 4 car, bringing it home in first place for the Masters for Team Lauda Classic Cars. That was Graham Stephen, Peter van der Spey, and Ian Riddle. And statistically, in the previous 3 races we've had, Francois Hubert and his team was unbeatable, and a new team on that top step today for the Masters Series for the 6-hour events.
Yeah, and finishing second overall there is the Gazoo Racing of Botha, Engelbrecht and Francois Hubert. There are your race results for your teams. Team 527 International Racing, our Polish drivers coming home in P1. Campos Racing from South Africa finishing there in that second position, and the ASRC Racing team from the United Kingdom finishing in third.
Yeah, just outside the prize money there for ASRC Racing. Durant Motorsport 9 in 4th place, Avanti Esports in 5th, with IRSA Green coming home in 6th place, Lauda Classic Cars in 7th, but first for the Masters, and Gazoo Racing coming home in 2nd place for the Masters and 8th overall.
And Team Old Boys 10th overall and finishing third in the Masters.
Well, I think everybody out there had a great time. 16 teams, just over 50 drivers in total that have taken part in the racing, and a big thanks to Clubsport GT for their sponsorship, and that in fact is Johan Engelbrecht, and to Dr. Mike Verrier, Sports and GT Masters, a big thanks to him for putting it all together for us.
Right, we will see you not same time but definitely the same place. We'll see you 7 o'clock this coming Wednesday for race number 1, season 3 iRacing Master Series, where myself, Frankie Yennis, together with FC Niveau, Gary Fleming and Gavin Fleming will be behind the production seat. Until then, wherever you find yourself in the world, look after yourself. It's an ugly world out there, and keep safe and enjoy the rest of the weekend wherever you may find yourself. From myself, Frankie Yennis, God bless. Bye bye everybody.
Yeah, from my side, FC Niva, it was wonderful spending this Sunday here with you at the 6 hour from the Sebring. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as we did, and we'll definitely see you at the next one. From my side, FC Niva, stay safe. Good night.
It was great. It was lovely. It was the third of 6-hour races that we're going to be having. Remember, season 3 starting on Wednesday, and we will see you on